inquiry, and illumination. I now invite all our distinguished dignitaries to come to the stage to perform the lamp lighting ceremony. Professor Makoto Shubukura, representative of Japanese delegates, Professor Sanjay Kumar, head of the department IIT Kanpur, Professor Sanjay Mittal and Professor Rajesh Ranjan, faculty member of Department of Aerospace Engineering, Professor Pradeep Mois, faculty member of Department of Aerospace Engineering and faculty advisor of SAE. I now humbly request the dignitaries to take the seat on the dais.
May I request Professor Sanjay Kumar to present the bouquet to Professor Makoto Shubukuro, accepting it as a token of our heartfelt appreciation and respect. May I request Professor Rajesh Ranjan to hand over the bouquet to Professor Sanjay Kumar as a gesture of our collective appreciation. Now I invite Professor Pradeep Mois to present the bouquet to our head of department, Professor Sanjay Mittal, to kindly accept it as a token of our love.
Now to begin today's program, I invite Professor Rajesh Ranjan to brief us about the workshop.
Yeah, thank you very much, the SA team and respected dignitaries sitting on the dais, Professor Subokura, Professor Sanjay Kumar, Professor Sanjay Mittal, and Professor Pradeep Mois. So first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed speakers and participants from India and Japan. And I sincerely thank you for accepting our invitation to participate in this Indo-Japanese Collaborative Workshop on CFD-based AI and HPC. So actually this workshop marks the second edition of this initiative. Last year we had a humble beginning. We had a few speakers, handful of speakers and a few participants, and it was a half-day event, okay? And then, but the idea grew from there, and we thought that maybe we can take it to the next level, and maybe we can involve more institutions within India and Japan, so that we can have a broader collaboration. And that's how we are at this second edition of this Indo-Japanese Collaborative Workshop. So to do that, I and Professor Subokura share the same platform in AC and CFD, and we had basically some information about the speakers who work in this domain in CFD and AI, and that helped in my favor, and that's how we reached out to my colleagues in different IITs and ISCs, and thankfully they all basically could able to accept it, and that's how we are all here. So we have around 15 speakers, and we are planning to have a panel discussion on how to take this collaboration forward. Okay, so when I was organizing it, so initially I was involved, but then Department of Aerospace Engineering, and then we have a body called Society of Aerospace Engineers, SAE, within that within our department. And Professor Pradeep Mois is the faculty coordinator for that. So they came to help me, and that's how what you see is a kind of a grand event where people working in both CFD and AI have come together. Right, so the key objective of this presentation, of this workshop, is not the very fast-paced presentation, but we want, what I say is the rather slow and thoughtful conversations, right? So that allow us the space to reflect and find out the domains that may be of mutual interest to the people who are basically attending this workshop. So that's why the talks are kept for 30 minutes. So you need not talk for 30 minutes, it's up to you, but yeah, we can have plenty of time for questions and answers and some discussions. Okay, so that's the idea of this workshop, and that's why we don't have any parallel session or any of those things. We want it to be meaningful, and if we can find some friend or some critic who can basically share our work or share our ideas or even criticize how we think, that would be a usefulness of this workshop. Okay, that's the idea. And we'll have a poster session also for students in the afternoon. And finally, the panel discussion would rather talk about how the CFD and AI can come together. So the idea is not about one versus another. It's not CFD versus AI or India versus Japan. It's rather a collaborative thing, India and Japan and CFD and AI. So that will happen tomorrow afternoon. So with that, I think we have a line of very good lectures today and tomorrow. And we also have a visit to our facility here. We have a national wind tunnel facility in IIT Kanpur. And we also have a flight lab where we have several aircraft and gliders. So we'd like to take you and show you what we have here as a resource. And I hope that you will all have a very good time here. And we look forward to basically have this workshop with all of us, all speakers and participants. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Ranjan. And let us begin this exciting journey of knowledge exchange and collaboration.
It is my great pleasure to invite Professor Sanjay Kumar, Head of Department of Aerospace Engineering, to address the gathering. Professor Kumar is a distinguished researcher with a significant contribution to bluff bodies, waves and flow controls, granular flows, shock waves, multi-phase flows, fluid instabilities and turbulence. His work has greatly enhanced our understanding of complex flow phenomena across the wide range of engineering applications. May I request Professor Sanjay Kumar to address the audience.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of the department, and especially the delegates from Japan. I hope many more editions of this workshop will happen in future. And this is a wonderful gathering where we have people from all the way from south of India, east of India, to over here. So it would be nice to see different minds coming together, and hope that this conference would foster some useful collaborations and in advancing this field, where this is an emerging area where the applications of AI into fluid mechanics are coming along. Okay, we are seeing good publications and so on. So with this, I would like to thank you all for coming, and let's have some good discussions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanjay Kumar. It is now my great honor and privilege to invite Professor Sanjay Mittal, Professor of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Kanpur, to address the gathering. Professor Mittal is a distinguished, internationally renowned expert in computational fluid dynamics, whose pioneering contributions has significantly shaped research in flow instability, vortex dynamics, fluid structure interaction. May I respectfully invite Professor Sanjay Mittal to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. So first, a very good morning to everyone, and thank you all for coming here. Big congratulations and thank you to Pradeep and Rajesh for organizing this workshop, and our colleagues from Japan who've come all the way. Normally, I have seen in my span of 30-35 years that with first edition of a workshop, things kind of fizzle out. But the fact that we are having a second workshop shows how serious we are and how exciting this topic is. So AI/ML is very exciting, as all of us know. There are die-hard skeptics who think AI will not work, it's not for fluid mechanics. And there are people like you who, I'm sorry, I don't work on AI yet, but I have plans. And then there are people like many in this room who feel that AI is the future. And the fact that there is a debate, what is the future of AI, but there's a lot of funding there, there's a lot of scope. So this is a very nice opportunity for us to actually make informed decisions that what can be done, what cannot be done. There's no denying that AI/ML is here to stay. I'm very pleasantly surprised that when I type on my mobile that please show me a cup of coffee, it actually generates a cup of coffee. It can sketch a cup of coffee, and it can find out pictures. If I say show me a steaming cup of coffee, AI/ML is able to do that. So using very simple technology on my mobile phone, I can generate these images. I'm sure in a few years, if I say show me flow past Airbus 320 on my mobile phone, I'm sure this is going to happen. So the question is, how does this gel with the stuff that we already do? So many of us, we believe in rigor, we believe in accuracy, we believe in robustness. So are AI/ML things only going to generate some pretty pictures and show us that, you know, things can be done, which can be sold to people to get funds? Or is there some science that we can generate out of it? So is this really going to happen that, you know, magically some flows will come out, designs will get modified, and we don't really need to carry so much of a background knowledge? It's not clear at this point. I hear many talks where people use AI/ML to generate neural networks, to generate flows, and they say, well, we are not there yet. We are not able to generate even geometries properly from images and so on. But I think it would be very premature to say this cannot be done. So I think this workshop is extremely timely, and I'm glad that there are at least 2 countries involved here. Japan is very famous for its creativity and its commitment to large-scale computing. So thank you very much for, you know, involving us in your efforts. And we really look forward to this workshop and future collaboration. So welcome everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sanjay Mittal. Now we'll have an inaugural talk by Professor Makoto Shubukuro. I invite Professor Pradeep Moise to chair the session.
Okay, so I request, So let me just first introduce Professor Makoto Subakura. So he's a professor at the Graduate School of System Informatics and at Kobe University, and a team leader at RIKEN Center for Computational Science. He specializes in CFD, high performance computing, and applied aerodynamics with a focus on the development of numerical methods for turbulent flow simulations on massively parallel architectures. He is a fellow of JSME, JSFM, JSAE, and has been a member of Engineering Academy of Japan since 2020. His honors include 2022 Software Japan Award, the Japan Open Innovation Award, the Minister of Education's Commendation for Science and Technology, and the 2023 Computational Mechanics Award. In 2021, he received the ACM Gordon Bell Special Prize for COVID-19 research using the supercomputer Fugaku. Since 2023, he has served as an associate member of the Science Council of Japan. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, Professor. And we'll have the first inaugural talk by Professor Subakura. Right. So,
may I respectfully request our honored professors to kindly move from the dais and take the seats below the stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to Rajesh and Indian friends for organizing this wonderful symposium or the workshop. This time I came here with four of my colleagues in RIKEN, and are going to introduce our recent activities relating to HPC, CFD, and AI. And I am the first person to speak. Maybe it's better to introduce our research activities more generally. So first I would like to talk about what we are doing in our research team at RIKEN. The name of our team is Complex Unified Simulation Research Team, which is belonging to RIKEN Center for Computational Science. That is one of the largest institute dealing with computer science and computational science. I'd like to start my talk by introducing the term Society 5.0. Actually, this term was advocated by Japanese government in 2016. It's a sort of the expanded interpretations of Industrial 4.0 in Germany. The concept of this is a concept of a future society following the hunting age, agricultural age, industrial age, and information age, which is a society balancing the economic advancement with resolutions of social problems by a system highly integrating the cyber and the physical space. The supercomputer Fugaku, it was developed to support this society 5.0. It has been operated by RIKEN RCCS, where we are belonging to. The performance of this Fugaku is the peak performance is 537 petaflops, and it has been operated since 2020. The CPU of the software is a sort of the many core CPU, not the GPU, but the CPU with 48 cores. It is a bit older systems because the 5 years has passed since the first operation. But still, it is ranked as seventh in 2025 fall among all the supercomputers in the world. But as you know, that supercomputer itself is just a box if you do not have the powerful software. So our missions at RIKEN is to develop powerful softwares which utilize the performance of Fugaku and even the Fugaku Next, which will appear in 2030. In our complex unified simulation research team, the objectives and the goals of our activity is to establish an integrated simulation technology that can efficiently and accurately solve complex multi-physics phenomena such as a coupled fluid, thermal, structural, acoustics, and reactive process on the large-scale HPC systems like Fugaku, and to further enhance its industrial impact by integrating AI. And some of the research topics includes firstly, the most important thing is to develop the complex unified simulation framework, which is called CUBE. We'll talk about that one in detail later. And also, we like to realize high accuracy predictions under actual operating conditions. It is sort of the real world simulations or digital twins. That is difficult to reproduce, of course, in experiments. That is the second mission. And the third one is achieving real-time simulation by accelerating numerical methods for the next generation architecture, such as combinations of the CPU, GPU hybrid, and beyond. It means it includes quantum calculations. And our final goal is to build next-generation digital engineering technologies, including CFD AI integrated multi-objective optimizations and optimal shape proposals using the generative AI. So what kind of software is needed to realize the Society 5.0 on the supercomputer Fugaku? Firstly, it must handle a huge number of simulations at very high speed to be coupled with the data science. So we have to generate many data to train the AI. And not only a high precision, but also a tailor-made should be realized by these softwares. It means precise shape reproduction is indispensable for our simulation. Precise shape reproductions includes the very complicated industrial geometries like automobiles to realize real digital twins. And unfortunately, current conventional engineering CFD frameworks based on the unstructured mesh system is not suitable for these requirements. In fact, when you use unstructured mesh systems on the very complicated geometry like road vehicles, you have to repair the surface of the geometries from the very dirty CAD data, because the vehicles consisted of the thousands of parts, and each part have to be generated together, and as a result of that, there is a gap or the overlaps appears on the data. So we always have to repair that. in industries, it is interesting to note that time for simulation is much less than the data cleaning process. Here, this shows a typical pie chart showing the time required to prepare the simulations. Here, about 28 or more than 1 hour, 1 day is required for the data cleaning, and the simulation itself is just 4 hours. And if you increase resolution on the surface of the vehicles, time for data cleaning drastically increase. So no matter whether you obtain the very high performance simulation, high performance hardware itself, this time for the data cleaning cannot be reduced. It is going to be increased. Okay. So and also these types of unstructured mesh system is fundamentally has a difficulty in the new hardware architectures. The access to the memory is always very random. So it is very difficult to achieve the high performance of the new hardware architecture. So we fundamentally changed our mind to realize Society 5.0 by changing the data structures from unstructured to structured as shown here. I think the detail of the structure may be introduced by Lafleur. So I just showed briefly, I just explained very briefly, but we use a so-called building cube method. So the geometry, so the flow field is decomposed by the very simple size of a cubic, cubic size with different shape, and then we allocate the same number of the computer nodes of same number of CFD node for each cube. By using this, the tuning on the hardware architecture is quite simple because the mesh itself is very structured. Also, it is orthogonal and also the equispaced. So it's very simple, and also we can. It is very easy to achieve the good parallel efficiency by allocating the same number of cubes for each CPU node. Also, another important thing is both not only the single, not only the parallel efficiency, but the single node efficiency is very easily improved. Anyway, this is the data structure, and the software itself is called the CUBE, Complex Unified Simulation Framework. As I told you, that the hierarchically structured finite volume method, and there are 4 important features of these softwares. Firstly, as I mentioned, dirty CAD treatment is very essential for the Society 5.0 simulations, but we adopted the so-called immersive boundary method, and we somehow improved the immersive boundary method. This software does not require the cleaning of the CAD data. So when you obtain the CAD data, you can directly generate the mesh. So you can drastically reduce the time for pre-processing or the mesh generations. Secondly, we adopted a so-called unified compressible incompressible simulation framework. Basically, we use a compressible simulation framework. So we can solve both compressible and incompressible. And also, we can adopt the governing equations for the unified fluid structure analysis. It means we use a continuum mechanics governing equation. So not only the fluid, but the solid structure deformation can be captured in the Eulerian sense by this framework. Of course, we can achieve the very good scalings on the cube, and also show the good single node performance. And another important feature is because we use immersive boundary method, so it is very easy to treat the very complicated motions of the solid surface, such as them includes ski jumping simulations, and this is a drone simulations with 8 degrees of freedom motions. And this is a simulation conducted during the period of COVID-19. 2 persons working and speaking with each other and emitting the virus around them. How it is transferred to to the downstreams. And also some of them include very difficult engine simulations because the good strong point is moving boundaries. So these types of simulation is relatively easily achieved by our simulation framework. I'll skip the technique of superfast image generations. Maybe you will talk. No? Okay, anyway, we developed a sort of the new immersive boundary techniques which can treat the very complicated geometries as well as moving boundaries. This is a simulation we conducted when Fugaku appeared. This is a result of the CFDs. This is actually the snapshot and showing the flow structures around the road vehicles using the tens of billions of meshes, and which mesh could be generated by less than 1 hour from the real dirty CAD data provided by the automotive OEM in Japan. Of course, this simulation is scientifically meaningful, and you can see many turbulent structures, large and small, on the surface. But when we think of the industrial designs, sometimes these types of simulation is too expensive. If it's not only it is only to obtain CD or CL values. Usually required for the vehicle design. So important thing is we have to demonstrate the power of HPC in industry. The value of HPC CFD must be expanded, not only obtaining the CD or CL values and showing turbulent structures, but we have to expand its possibilities. From this viewpoint, currently we are tackling the project of combining the HPC and AI for the vehicle development, road vehicle development process. Some of them include the development of surrogate models and graph neural networks to predict the surface pressures with different shape, and also multi-objective optimizations, topology optimizations, generative AIs, and reduction models for turbulence using the convolutional networks, and also pins. I think during this workshop, maybe you can see some of these results. But today I'm going to talk about the multi-objective optimizations coupled with the surrogate models and also generative AI. Yeah, this is some of our project during the COVID-19 pandemic. As you remember that it was March 2020 when the WHO declared a pandemic of COVID-19. And in April 2020, Japanese government and the RIKEN decided to provide computer resources of Fugaku on test run at that time to the COVID-19 related researches. So we proposed the droplet dispersion simulations utilizing the simulation framework of IC engines because the process of fuel emissions and its evaporation is basically the same as evaporations of the droplets in the air when the people cough or speaking, as shown here. Actually, during the COVID-19 period, we conducted more than 70 infections. We evaluated the infection risk of more than 70 infectious scenarios and conducting over 1,500 cases to evaluate the infection risk and propose countermeasures. Why we could do that? It's very simple because our simulation could treat very complicated geometries and generates the mesh very fast. That is the reason we could do such simulations. We could conduct such many simulations at a very limited time. Okay, now I'd like to move on to the second part of my talk on what we are doing now for the development of road vehicles as examples. So the title of my talk for the next 15 minutes is When AI Meets Engineering Design. The subtitle is Constraining Its Creativity for Smarter Vehicle Aerodynamics Design. Okay. Yeah, actually, when we talk about the AIs to apply it to industrial designs, we meet two important issues. Firstly, industrial products are inherently complex and three-dimensional. That's the key point, okay? It's a three-dimensional, not a two-dimensional. So each data point becomes quite large. And also generating the learning data via HPC simulation is computationally very expensive. So the data compulsory is very sparse. We cannot generate such many data because each simulation costs a lot. So this is the fundamental issues or the key issues when we apply AI to product design. So what we should consider for this project, we always need the dimensional reductions. We always need the dimensional reductions for AI-supported engineering designs. Some of them include parametric geometries, and also the principal component analysis, and also latent space editing. These dimensional reduction is essential. So I'm going to talk about these techniques. Our first trial is how we can parameterize a big complicated vehicle shape. Actually, this is not a so new technique. Currently, many people are doing this one. But anyway, when we deal with three-dimensional geometries, we always need this morphing technique. The typical example shown here, the vehicle's rear shapes or the front shapes are changed. When we capture these complicated geometry change by three-dimensional ways, it requires a lot of memories. But when we represent these shape deformations using the parameterized functions, which allow functions, there we can smoothly and continuously transform into other shapes by one or two single parameters. This is the key technologies. By using this technique, complicated shape deformations can be expressed by some couples of parameters. In this study, we finally selected the morphing points over 29 key points, which was chosen with the collaborations with automotive OEM. These are shown here. Actually, this is a sort of the confidential, so I just show you, and will be hidden soon. Okay, 29 points. The points which are very carefully chosen by engineers and also the stylists, the designers in the Mazda Motor Corporations, which reflect the unique design tastes and priorities to each automotive OEM, I think. Then, after reproducing the complicated shape by the 29, this time we use the 29 parameters. Then we are randomly changing these 29 parameters, and we generate the different shapes shown here. This time we utilize 232 shapes to develop the surrogate models. It means it is very simple. Just we put 20 parameters as input, and AI automatically predicts the vehicle's aerodynamic performance, such as drag or the lift coefficient. And because we could reproduce the parameters down to just 29, okay? So about 200 or 300 geometries is sufficient to generate the AIs. Each simulations for the studying data of the AI is obtained by conducting the HPC simulations. We utilize 200 million meshes, LES, large edge simulations, which was executed to evaluate CD and CL values. Then neural network trained to predict aerodynamic performance from the 29 shape parameters. These are some of the examples showing its performance of surrogate models after this training. We generated about 16 different shapes shown here, and then we conducted both CFDs and also predicted by surrogate models. It its prediction is less than 2% for the drug in this case. This success could be achieved by we carefully choose the 29 parameters for the morphing. Then we embed this technique to our shape optimizations. The strategy of the shape optimization is very, very simple. Here we adopted the multi-objective evolutionary algorithms for the optimization engines. Then we use morphing. We use commercial softwares for morphing. So we put 29 parameters. Then the morphing softwares automatically generates the shape. Then we conduct the HPC simulations as shown here, like this. 200 million meshes LES. And then we conduct this process again and again and try to find out the good shape. This is very simple, you know. And here, but as you know, that HPC CFD is always very expensive to conduct. So some of the part will be reproduced by the surrogate models formerly developed based on the AI technique shown here. Currently, we utilize about 40% evaluations by the surrogate models and 60% by HPC CFD to reduce the total cost of the optimization. Yeah, this framework looks like perfect, you know. So next step was we conducted the optimizations. This is the result of the optimizations. Here, we try to optimize the 3 objectives, drag, lift, and the difference of the drag between 2 different yaw angles to evaluate the crosswind effect, crosswind stabilities. And after 50 generations, we could obtain these types of performance map. I do not talk about that in details, but anyway, this shows the balance of lift and drag, and each point shows the different shape, you see. So when we continue the simulations, you can obtain the so-called parade front. So all we have to do is to choose which balance should be emphasized. This way, we could obtain a very nice optimization process. Then let's look at what kind of shape could be generated by this optimization process. This one. Higher one is a lower CD shape, and the lower one is aerodynamically balanced shape. You like these shapes? It's totally deformed. CD and CL is very good. So engineers are very, very happy with that. But stylists or the designers never say yes to these shapes. It's deformed totally. What is the problem of these optimizations? Our next challenge is we seek for the reasons, and we have to modify this optimization process. Yes, the reasons of this is even for the one shape, but aerodynamics engineers and stylists use the different design parameters. Aerodynamics on your left always look at the shape very locally and try to slightly modify each locations. But stylists always show the shapes as a proportions. It's a ratio of the length and the height, or the ratios of the foil distance and the vehicle height, or something like that. So their design parameters are quite different. Of course, objective is different. Engineers would like to improve the fuel efficiency, running stability, and so on. But the stylists always would like to think of the purchase intentions and the joy and the satisfactions in the owing, you know. But here we focus on the design parameters. So what we should do, and how can AI help bridge between these 2 different worlds? Here we first collect the 170 commercial SE shapes, which has already been sold all around the world. And here, the point is very simple. This is a sort of the design space as a 2-dimensional to make the story very simple. Okay, 2 dimensionals. And AI first try to find the best solutions for using all the dimensional space. But when we look at the real vehicle shape, which has already been sold in all over the world, actually that is a result of professional styling decisions and approved for productions and sales, you know. And it's a design space to be admitted by the designers as much more complicated and very narrow, showing here. So we have to seek for the very good CD and CL inside this very complicated design space. What we should do. As I told you, we collected 170 SUV vehicle shapes sold all around the world, and then starting point is this one. This base shape is Mazda CX-5. It has already been in the market. Then, changing the 29 parameters on the surface, we tried to mimic the shapes which has already been sold all around the world. These are the typical three examples which was on market. And these three shapes were modified from the original shape to mimic these shapes. So as a result of that, you can obtain the 170 types, 29 parameter sets for the vehicle shape. Then what we should do? We should learn from the existing 170 shape by conducting PCA. It's a principal component analysis to the 170 vectors of 29 dimensions to restrict the vehicle shape's deformations, which can be admitted by the stylist. So then we can obtain the principal components as shown here. This is the typical principal components, which can be expressed as a sum of the different principal components. We have found, as a result, first 12 principal components can explain almost over 80% of the variance of the 170 vehicles. Then all we have to do is utilizing these principal components to the design parameters. Okay. This one is the principal components of the first one, second one, down to 12. And they are multiplying some parameters against each component. And we utilize these coefficient of each principal components as the design parameter. We should not use the 29 different parameters individually. It will produce a very, very distorted shape. So instead of that, we use this coefficient of each principal component. Then conduct the optimization again and obtain, let's look at the shape obtained. Above is the previous optimizations. It's distorted. Below is a new optimization result. Now, shape is more or less accepted. What do you think? It's quite different, okay? So this is a very important technologies where we conduct the AIs for the industrial design. We have to restrict the motions of the AIs to fit the demand of the different world, like engineers and stylists. I think we are running out of my time, but finally I would like to show you one more result, which is the sort of the inverse design technique. Actually, this is a very, very new technique, and still it is ongoing, but I would like to introduce, it's a sort of the generative AIs. Okay, previous shape optimizations follows the traditional production design process, that is, starting with a given shape and evaluating its performance, then repeating this process to find a better shape, as you know. However, in the real industrial design, we often face questions like the reduced drag without changing the overall appearance, or the improved fuel efficiency while maintaining cabin space. This is a sort of the typical inverse design problems under given constraints, generating shapes that achieve a required performance. And actually, this is the final goal of our industrial design process, you know. So what can AI become a truly proactive design partners to answer this inverse design problems? For this purpose, we use latent space editing. I do not talk about that much in details, First, vehicle design shape can be this type. We use a three-dimensional shape directly because we use a latent space. So the complicated vehicle shapes are down encoded to the 128-dimensional latent space. And here we try to find out the vehicle's shape which can reduce the drag, for example. But for example, starting here and studying the shapes and studying its shape together with its drag coefficient, then we ask AIs to find out the to generate the better solution to decrease the CD values. If there's no restrictions, AIs propose these shapes. This is actually not the vehicles, you see. So important thing is in this latent space, we have to restrict the AI's motions to going out of the vehicle's shape. So this is the results under the restrictions. For this purpose, anyway, we fed the AI's 300 unique car shapes with the CD values obtained via simulations. Then this time, based on these three shape categories, estate back, fastback, notchback, then we generate the different 300 shapes routing from the one of these three shapes. Okay. Then we conduct the AI trainings and find the directions to reduce the CD values together with its original characteristics of the shape. In short, estate back shape must be estate back shape after the modification of the shape, or the fastback shape must be fastback even after the modifications. These are some of the results obtained by the trainings. We tested about 150 cases with different shapes shown here, routed from the estate back, fastback, notchback. There we asked the AI to reduce the CDs by 0.02, and this is the result you obtained. AI did a very, very good work, actually. Over the 0.02 reduction can be achieved, sometimes much better, sometimes somehow worse, but anyways, the average CD improvement is by the 0.02, over 0.02. And these are some of the results obtained. You see, this is the estate back. Even after the modifications to improve the higher CD values, you cannot recognize drastic difference. But it is true that the CD values can be improved by 0.02. This is also the same for the fastback. Generally, it seems that the AI tried to modify only the front part and the rear part of the shapes without changing the overall preference of the shape. To maintain its characteristic shapes of the fastback. Okay, I'd like to stop my talk. Sorry, I spoke too much. But anyway, the success of AI in product design depends on how wisely we restrict its freedom. In the real world, design is always negotiations among performance, manufacturabilities, and taste. Restricting AI's freedom is not a limitation. It's the path to usable and responsible creativities in industries. And with the right constraints, AI enables engineers and stylists to move from conflict to collaborations. Their viewpoints and goals differ, but AI can bridge these different worlds. And with AI-driven product design tools, defining what to share and what to protect becomes essential. The collaboration domains among industry company is AI HPC design framework, like the ones we developed, and also the simulation platform we developed. But important competitive domain is training data. So if you would like to obtain the good AIs, you always try to reproduce the high quality training data. That is a competitive domains with different countries. And also the morphing parameters, that is also very important. Which point should be morphing is strictly depending on the each company's taste. And also the objective function itself is of course very important. Anyway, these are the conclusions of our 2 years 2 years development of AI and CFD. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Subukora, for that, that brilliant talk. The floor is open for questions. So I see Sanjay raising his hands. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this wonderful talk. I had 3 very short questions. The first is you presented some very nice software where you can automatically clean the dirty geometries and generate a mesh. I also see you have done LES. So does it create inflation layers on its own to get the Y plus requirements for the LES?
You mean the quality of the mesh?
Right, right. So, and does it create inflation layers to capture the boundary layer?
Yeah. That is a very good question because we use a hierarchy. The answer is no, because we use a hierarchically structured grid.
Okay.
So we always need wall models yeah, of course. We allocate the very, very fine mesh. There we can capture the boundary layers, but it costs a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So 2 more questions, very short ones. You showed CL, and I think there was the answer that I'm looking for is already there. But usually we would want a smaller CL for vehicles, right?
Yes.
So you want to minimize the lift
Yes.
and minimize the drag.
Right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Both the CD and the CL should be small.
Should be small. The third question is the one which really is very intriguing. Normally when you use these genetic algorithms so you would need thousands or millions of iterations to get to an optimal solution. But I saw you are able to do with 100 iterations and get a Pareto-optimal front. So what is the secret? I mean, you seem to be doing very few simulations.
For the last part, generative AI part, or the optimizations, which part you are to?
So even in the optimization cycle, usually the genetic algorithm or the soft optimization techniques would require thousands or 10,000 iterations. But you are able to do with hundreds. So I wanted to know the secret.
For the optimization, multi-purpose optimization part, the key idea is reducing the parameters down to 29. That is the key. So if you increase that parameters, you need many simulations to achieve the good Pareto front. For the generative AI, still we have much problems because the shape itself is very much simplified. This is actually not the real vehicle. So when we conduct much more complicated real big shapes, maybe we need much more the training data and also the training time. That is now we are tackling with. Anyway, this is a very difficult and still we are underway.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for the talk. My name is Jadip Singh, and I am a research scholar at IIT BHU. I have 2 questions. One was, like you showed one result where there was a comparison between your CFD results with AI results, and it had like 2% of variations, if I'm correct. So, as I saw, there was a lot of variability was there. Like if you could show me the graph. Like in some cases, it was predicting well. In other, it was drastically offset. So in case I have a, let's say, new design where I do not have the CFD information, so there I can only use it to reduce a subset of sample space or no. Sorry.
You mean sorry. You mean this
yes,
one?
this one. So here I saw that at some places the variation is very large. For example, the very first entry on the very left side, and in some cases it is it is correctly predicting. Then how do you decide? For example, I can see it as it is allowing me to reduce my sample space to perform CFD, that I can understand. But what if how can I say like, okay, based on just the AI, are we in this state where we can see, okay, this design is very promising and we can further reduce this? This was my first question.
Yeah, the issues of different accuracies for the different shape is always strongly relating to the data number used. As I told you, this time we use only 232 data to train the AIs. In that case, of course, the geometry shape is more or less similar to the trained data. The accuracy is very good. But if it is somehow apart from the trained data, the accuracy is going to be worse. So similar to the previous questions, if we would like to obtain a much better performance for the different shape, maybe we need a much more trained data.
All right, all right. So second was like the reduction part, the dimensional reduction. As you said, like you came up to this 29 parameters. Was there any like, let's say if there is some other thing that I want to optimize and I want to reduce the dimensions. So what was your framework? What was the thought process? How do you came about it? Like I want to choose this particular parameters. So if you could share some thought about it.
You mean how we choose the 29?
Exactly. How do you came about? If you can talk about the philosophy.
Yeah, this is actually the experience of engineers in the automobile companies. When they try to improve the vehicle performance, they always try to modify these 29 points. So it means when we would like to optimize some shapes by parameterize its shape, in this case, you have to have a very deep knowledge of the flow fields. Which part? Yeah. Yeah, so of course, when you use a sort of the generative AI technique or something and do many simulations automatically automatically, maybe AI can find the proper parameters. But to do that, maybe you need many simulations. So you always use your brains to reduce the parameters. So AI alone cannot be nothing. Always human have to support AI. Yeah. So still, human has a lot of work to do to train AIs.
Okay. Yeah, we have time for one short question. Tufan. Go ahead, Tufan.
Thank you for a wonderful talk. So in modern era automobiles, there's a lot of integration of flow control also. Simple flow control methods like vortex generators or routing the incoming flow over the tires to form an air shield. Are those some of the parameters that you would consider adding to the 29 points in future, or you've already considered joining in? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, you know that there are many ways of controlling the flows. Some of them are, of course, relating to modifying the shape. Such a knowledge can be included in the morphing techniques. But the other things like doing utilizing some jet to improve the performance. Such a thing, of course, cannot be included in these simulation optimization frameworks. So, but anyway, for the geometries, as long as you try to control the flows by geometries, such effect can be included in these morphing technique. Yes.
Okay, so we'll stop here and let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Subukura, for your inspiring talk about shape optimizers using the generative AI. We'll for sure try to implement this in our ongoing research work. We are so glad to have such an interactive session with you. Arigato, Professor Subukura. We will now have a two photo session on our stage with the invited speakers followed by a group photo session with all the speakers and participants in front of the registration desk as a remembrance of this workshop. Before proceed further, I kindly invite all my invited speakers to join us on the dais for a photograph and request others to please remain seated.
I request everyone to assemble in front of registration desk for a group photo. We will now have a quick tea break. Refreshments are served at a lawn. Please rejoin us by 11:40 for the next talk.
क्या हुआ? You introduce and एक थोड़ा सा चेंज है। ये जो है ना, इनके जगह प्रोफेसर समीन विल बी।
समीम,
हाँ समीन।
अच्छा, वी विल कम।
हाँ
लास्ट टॉक तो समीम जा रहे हैं क्या?
नहीं, वो जा नहीं रहे हैं। उनका कल जब जो जा रहे हैं उसमें जापानीज लोग रहेंगे नहीं।
अच्छा अच्छा,
Yeah, that is what they are saying. Yeah. So do you want? So then we can have his talk at the end today. That's what I'm saying. Not a problem.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
there will not be. No?
See, I can do today late.
Yeah. No. So you continue in this.
Okay.
Okay. His talk will be at the end today.
Okay.
Okay. 6 o'clock.
Should I tell him that?
Yeah. You just tell him that will be in 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah. So you continue with this. Okay.
Yeah. प्रदीप,
हाँ प्रदीप ही रहेगा। उसके बाद वो शाम को उनका करेगा।
हेलो।
टाइम डिले चल रहा है तो 20 मिनट्स यू कैन फिनिश।
20 मिनट्स उनको बोल दो, महेंद्र वर्मा को। भाई ऑर्गेनाइजर कह रहे हैं 20 मिनट।
ठीक हो जाएगा 20 मिनट में।
Sorry, it's back to me only.
बैक टू यू। हाँ ठीक है।
I welcome everyone back. So for our session will be taken care by Professor Sanjay Kumar.
Okay, welcome everyone to this session. So we have Professor Mahendra Verma from IIT Kanpur Physics Department to deliver this talk on super acceleration of CPU codes with GPUs and Python. Just a brief bio. Professor Verma is a professor of physics here in IIT Kanpur, and he is a leading physicist known for his contributions to turbulence, nonlinear dynamics, MHDs, and energy transfer in complex systems. He has received several awards and accolades, including the Swarna Jayanti Fellowship, INSA Teachers Award, and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Cray HPC Award. So, Professor Mahin, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Okay, thanks Rajesh for organizing such a great meeting, and looks like we'll have good fun time. So I'm going to talk about GPUs and how they can accelerate our codes. So it's 20 minutes, so I will try to highlight only the salient features. And this work is a product of lots of students and in our group. Some are missing here. Like Harshit is sitting in the audience. He wrote one of the codes which I'm going to discuss today. So I'm just going to keep it brief. How many of you use GPUs for computing? HPC? Okay, great. So, people who are not used, let me just show you how good they are. So these are some of the GPUs. NVIDIA leads the charge, and AMD also has good GPUs. So let's see what these are the most recent GPU, like GB Blackwell. This is Blackwell 300. These are the names: Volta, Ampere. So this slide is we're going to tell you the difference between CPU and a GPU. Okay, this is a cartoon. Hopefully you'll enjoy the humor as well. So this is Rambo. This is a CPU. Okay, so at a given time, how many villains can a Rambo kind of either finish them or kind of half alive? So maybe 20, right? I mean, this is a good guess. 20 villains it can kind of smash. So, but it can do lots of tricks. Left, right, legs, and in Japan, of course, we have samurais. But so he can do 20. Basically, can confront 20 people. So that's Rambo. But now this was a formation people attribute to Napoleon, but I think Caesar had this formation called square formation. Now, square formation, the one war I've studied is, well, not studied, but I kind of read about it. Napoleon was facing army of 20,000 horsemen in Egypt. So he formed a square. Okay, and this square, there are 3 layers of soldiers, one behind the other, and they're supposed to face the cavalry. So here the idea is that the muskets are there and the soldiers, and they'll fire one shot at a time. That was 1800, 1700, 90s. So one shot at a time, but the next rank will come and they will kill the next, they'll shoot the next. So they do 3 shots, one after the other, then again reload. So each soldier is not a Rambo, but they effectively kind of finished off 10,000 cavalrymen. Okay, so which is more effective, this one or that one? For large data or large enemy soldiers, this is more effective. So GPU basically works like this. Okay, so that's a cartoonish way to show why GPUs are so powerful for HPC as well. Of course, for AI they are using it, but AI algorithms are also multi-threaded and they can run on lots of data, right? So AI is mostly data-driven, and that's the power of GPU. So this is well studied. CPU is here, and the data, the CPU cores work on the cache data, not on the RAM data. The RAM data flows into cache, and then a CPU gets the data from cache. But there are a lot of, not all data can fit in cache. So often the data which required by CPU goes in the CPU from cache, but sometimes it gets the wrong data. So cache miss is a big problem in CPU, and that's why performance is not very, we never reach the peak performance. Like Makoto told, you can get peak performance with communication within, communication across cores within a CPU, as well as communication across CPUs. That's a killer of performance. When you say petaflop, no code, like our machine is 1.3 petaflop. No code in IIT Kanpur or even the world can get 1.3 petaflop. We can probably get 1% of the performance. Because of this memory misses, the data I want is not there. But here, GPUs are designed in such a way that these are cores. Here we can have 64 cores, but here I can pack 5,000 cores. We are reaching around 10,000 cores in the new NVIDIA GPUs. But these cores are not as powerful as this. These are much less powerful. And they can do only few things very well. Multiply, add, FFT. Some of these operations can be done here. And the data is mostly available from the cache. So sometimes data is missed, but often the synchronization is, well, it also knows what kind of data is coming. So the CUDA is a very clever kind of programming. So data I need is available across this register's cache, and it's able to do like the soldiers, just shoot. And we can literally have billions of threads. Though number of cores is not billion, it's around 10,000, but the threads are around a billion. You can make billions of threads. And so imagine that we are doing billion operations per clock cycle. Actually, it's not per clock cycle. I'm kind of simplifying it too much. But within a clock cycle, it can do something like a million operations with these GPUs. That speeds up the code. So to give the ballpark numbers, presently a single core of the best processor, which is Rome processor, now they call Genoa, I think. Well, I forget the name. The AMD Rome, compared to that, this one A100 GPU gave 3000x with the CUDA. But I'm going to show you that with Python itself, with very little change, we can get around 300x compared to a single core. Okay, so these are the power of GPUs which we can exploit for HPC. So these are some comparison. So one line you should pay attention is here it's called single instruction, single data, SISD. This for CPUs. It works, a single core can use only one data at a given time. Well, you can say in modern CPUs it can use 8 data at a given time, but it's essentially order 1 data. But GPUs are single instruction, multiple data, SIMD or SIMT, T for threads. It can generate many threads, and it can work on lots of data. That's stuff. So tens of thousands of threads, in fact billion threads you can create. And GPU programming is not difficult. Actually, if you get this idea in your head, you don't need a for loop, by the way. Never use a for loop, because it's using at a given time. All the threads are operating at a given time. Okay, so I think I'm going to skip these stuff. So one more thing, like vectorization, I teach a course on HPC, so I emphasize that you should never write a for loop, use the vectorization of an array. Okay, so that's it's very good in Python, but like a lot of students make a mistake that they don't vectorize simple tricks which should be done. So cache miss is a big problem with CPU, but GPU avoids that cache miss. So I think this part is detail, how the GPUs are organized, the GPU cores. I think we can skip that part, but one thing you should know, that GPUs, we can't write operating system. GPUs are only doing this simple numerical operations. So the data, in fact, the program is fired from CPU. So CPU has this program, and CPU sends the data as well as the code in the GPU. So GPU is accelerator. Okay, please keep in mind GPU is an accelerator. It's asked to do certain things. It can do certain things very well, and is asked to do. So it has its own memory, RAM, as well as cache. Okay, so this is part CPU and GPU talk among themselves. Now, so I think, yeah, so this is a simple, I mean, this is more detailed of that, but I think we can skip that part. Here, these guys, the operations are also structured in hierarchically. So we have thread, like all this multiplication, addition is done by threads. But this got thread block, all the thread blocks, one thread block has many threads, and all of them are doing same operation. So the number of threads in a block could be 512. So I do an operation, say, array A and array B, I want to multiply them element by element, just say A star B. So all the threads in that block will do that operation simultaneously, just like the soldiers who fire synchronously. Now, there's something of grid, and within a grid there are blocks. So this hierarchical organization of the threads. We can have many arrays, and one grid block may work with one array, other grid block may work with another array. So this is a hierarchy done for this. But just for historical reasons, GPUs were used for image manipulation on a television or graphic monitors, okay? So CPU was said, well, you work with operating system and all that stuff. This guy, GPU, will work with graphics for gaming, gamers basically. Gamers are, this was inspired by demands from gamers. It's still now, the gamers are the guys who are saying, I need better and better GPUs. So, but now it is very good for AI as well as for HPC. So this is a pretty dense slide, but here look at the numbers for NVIDIA, that Blackwell 200. Floating point operations, one GPU can do 180 teraflop. Okay, this is a big number, FP32, and FP64 is 90 teraflop. A ROM processor, the best it can do is something like 2.5 teraflop. Okay, that too will be spoiled by the cache mesh. So these numbers are great. And for turbulence, 32 and 64 give the same result. So we use, in fact, a lot of our simulations are done with FP32. Now if you look at FP16, which simulation-wise we have not tried it for HPC, but for some operation FP16 may be good, you can get 5 petaflop. So something which is worth trying, that if I do 16-bit operation for HPC or for some simulations of turbulent flows, am I getting some decent result, I mean similar results, then we can get 5 petaflop. So this for FP16, this is beating our HPCs in our computer center, okay, so this hands down. So this is power of these guys. So programming, so there are various programming tools or programming paradigms. GPU requires a bit of different programming. The whole concept is different. We work with threads. So CUDA is the one which NVIDIA designed, CUDA. So these are like CUDA C, mostly is C, but CUDA Fortran also exists. OpenCL and OpenACC, if you already have a code in Fortran or C, we can use this this is a compiler directives, Pragma, okay? So you can use them to accelerate the most expensive part of the code, okay? So OpenACC, like Rajesh has a pretty good acceleration with OpenACC. We didn't find that great acceleration, but OpenACC can accelerate your code by a few hundred, or I mean some 500 or something, right? You can get that. We work with Python, okay? So so few misconceptions, okay? We demonstrated it. If you don't believe it, you can give you the numbers. Python can be as fast as C if you do it properly. I didn't think like that in the past, but we kept working on it. We had a C++ code, and which was quite good, called Tarang. Tarang is our code, which we wrote in C++. But later on, with those code to accelerate on GPU was quite a task. Like OpenACC is already designed for multi-core. So multi-core has MPI. So converting to GPU was getting to be quite tricky. So well, let's start with Python. And we started working with Python. So it is not as fast, but then let's tweak our arrays with the NumPy. And then we got as good scaling, as good speed up with Python. You have to work with those NumPy arrays very well, okay? That's the trick. If NumPy arrays are written in C, so we use the blocks which are written in C, optimized, and we get as good numbers with Python. So Python can be as fast as C. So CuPy is what I'm going to show you some examples. And there's one thing called Numba, okay? So this is a great tool. So Numba is called just-in-time compiler. So this is a Numba will read a Python code and we create a optimized code in C. So binary code, what C compiler does, Numba does that same. So Numba can give a speed of around 1000x. Okay, we got that speed up with Numba compared to single code. That's what I'm talking about. 1000x on 800. So CUDA is the best. Manthan is not here in the audience. He's got 5000x with FFT with CUDA. But we can't reach CUDA with CuPy because you are trying to work with one single piece and trying to optimize it. So we don't get that. How much time I got? 5 minutes. Okay. So let's look at a code. I think I will skip this part. So by the way, there are boxes which you may be interested in. They are expensive boxes, but the DGX box, in rupees, Indian rupees, around 3 crores, we can get a DGX box, 8 of them, and this is a super fast machine. Okay, that's where we ran 1500 cube. The one which used to take a few months is done in less than 3 days. Okay, so that's power of GPU. Anyway, so if you are aware with Python or if you have coded with Python, this is a code for this straightforward. Even if you are not written in Python, you can easily see this array, just five number arrays. I create an array called array CPU. I can sum them up in one line in Python. That's the power, right? I mean, by the way, never use a loop, okay? That's the idea. This is vectorized. Now, I will not tell you about vectorized, but you should not use a loop. And so print total. So these 2-line code which can sum an array. This could be a million line array, okay? A million element array, no problem. It will just do the sum. Now I want to convert it to GPU code. So here import numpy as NP. You just write this import CuPy as CP. This is CUDA Python, okay? CUDA Python. CuPy is short form. So CuPy has almost all the major functions of arrays and linear algebra. They are written in CuPy now. They are available in CuPy. Okay, there are a lot of volunteers. I think NVIDIA is supporting them as well. Here I just replace this NP by CP. So you can see the difference. This NP is replaced by CP. So I'm calling the CuPy function and CP.sum. So this CuPy.sum and this is print total. So this is just a replacement of numpy with CuPy. And this gives us around 200x right away. So we had a Python code for multi-core, and we just replaced by CuPy, we get around 200x. Not 3000x, but 200x, which is cheap and great. No? I mean, Python codes are very versatile, and we could do that. Now, if you look at CUDA code, it's pretty long. I mean, CUDA, this is only one page, okay? So there's one more. So CUDA, you have to transfer the data from CPU to GPU, and well, in CuPy also we have to do that part, but I'm just showing you. But that's pretty straightforward part, okay? So we can initialize it in GPU. So all that is pretty straightforward in CuPy. So CUDA, I just want to tell you that these are much longer codes and written in C. It takes a longer time to code. And you're also worried about atomic add, all that stuff. Now the scaling, this is scaling on 200x. So this is a Python code, Dhara, which is written by Harshit. So you can see that this is super linear on frontier. In fact, well, linear, I'll say not super, linear. It takes, in fact, so this is the dashed line is projected linear scaling, but we are doing, in fact, less time. It just takes slightly less time. This is finite difference code. Data transfer is pretty small, but it's very similar to like cube design. We have uniform mesh. Uniform is great because each core, each thread is doing exactly the same operation. Don't make a non-uniform mesh, all that. Well, of course, you need it sometimes, but your cube idea is great actually. So you want to implement that kind of idea. For GPU, that will be very good. For every thread should do exactly the same thing. And this is a code which paper came out recently. So we we show in this paper that ultimate regime in convection does not exist. I think it's a big result. So this is a simulation with that code. And we have this is for Fourier transform based code. And here too, this is another code, second code. That too scales quite well on Frontier. That is written by Manthan. So this part is here. And so just to advertise that we are a startup with Rajesh is a co-director. So we want to, in fact, offer these codes on cloud. So the idea is that you don't really need to buy. Of course, it's not going to be very cheap. But cloud need-based GPU you can get from the cloud. And we should be able to give this solution by early next year. We should have it. And so this is a course which I'm offering, well, both in NPTEL, some students here can take, or in IIT Kanpur this course will be offered next semester. Slightly title is a bit different, but that's what it is. So the summary is the GPU can accelerate the code significantly, 200x to 3000x. And the newer ones, I think even better. We do get 5000x on H100, but I think this number will improve. CPU is not improving too much. In fact, for students, most of the new machines on HPC are GPU based, not CPU based. So new programming, this is a totally new way to program. Okay, so you need to learn how to program, but it's pretty easy. Okay, it's not difficult, and this is a great time to solve scientific engineering problems. So I'll stop. I'm on before time, right?
Thank you. So let's have some questions. Yes, please.
NVIDIA GPU, we know that you have a different kind of cores, like, or different kind of processor, like FP16 or FP32 and everything. So once you use one kind of precision, you basically did not use the other part of GPU, and still you have a lot of RAM left. So can you do, like, let's say if you are doing some kind of addition and then you are multiplication, so you use both of them and then you can basically use the more of the NVIDIA GPU rather than using some part of GPU and being proud that
I get your point. Simple answer is it's a trade-off. Okay, so you don't want to complicate your code. If you want to use tensor cores, use tensor cores. Don't use other cores. I think the point is, if you confuse the worker, the guy says, well, I don't know what to do, and this takes longer time. For us, even for the coder, our code can do many things single code. We focus on it. So to give an answer, somebody said, well, I think a programmer costs more than hardware. You agree with that? In US especially, or in Japan, I don't know how much a good programmer will cost. So hardware is pretty cheap. So if you want to optimize the code and make it 20% faster, if you need an engineer who can do it with 1 year, you're losing time, losing money. So the answer is, if you want to use AI or you want to use tensor code, write a tensor code. If you want to use AP32, just use AP32. Don't mix it up. That's my recommendation. Well, I may be wrong, but that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Well, I think Indian software engineers are also expensive, I would say, but I was comparing internationally.
Couple of questions. So first is, why do you compare a full GPU to one core? Why don't you compare a GPU to a CPU?
Yes.
It looks nice to say it's 200x or 3000x,
right.
But that's not a fair comparison. Is there a reason for this kind of comparison?
Yeah. So if it's 64 cores, we can do it 64 cores. 64 core, well, this is traditionally, okay, that NVIDIA used to do. 64 core will not be 200 by 64 because the cache misses will come into play. So that's a problem. So in fact, comparison, this is better because 64 core, so well, 64 could have 64 time single core, that's not the case. CPU lose more and more if you use more and more CPUs. GPU is a single guy, does it very well. Even with, in a DGX box with 8 GPUs, it is something like 6 times compared to single GPU. That's not the case with CPUs. I mean, CPUs, the memory communication that is what is killing our performance in CPUs.
Okay, and so you gave examples of CUDA, using CUDA, OpenACC, and so on.
Right.
So what is your experience? Have you any experience with OpenMP? Using OpenMP for GPU offloading?
We didn't do it ourselves, but there's a group, PK Young's group in US. They use OpenMP. But basically, OpenMP, they hide a lot of this. In fact, they do like CUDA within OpenMP. So OpenMP is quite good but you have to spend a lot of time with to optimize it. I would say that if you're starting from scratch, just go to CUDA if you have good engineers, or just work with Python if you are wanting just 200x or 300x. Numba is, I think it's coming up. NVIDIA is now supporting Numba. So I think that will be the great thing. I think NVIDIA is giving more and more support to Python for HPC as well. So I think Python will probably become very good for HPC as well. We don't need OpenMP after that. But presently people are using OpenMP.
I have a couple of more questions which I can probably ask you later.
Yeah, during lunch we can discuss. I'm very keen to get feedback, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So let's thank our speaker then.
Thank you.
So the next talk in this session is by Professor Rahul Bail from Rinkin Kobe University. So Professor Bail is going to talk about from droplets to infection, multi-scale modeling of airborne disease transmission. Rahul received his PhD in mechanical engineering from Northwestern University in 2013, and he is a research scientist at Rinkin Center for Computational Science, and is an associate professor in Graduate School of System Informatics at Kobe University. And his research interests include FSI, biofluid dynamics, automotive aerodynamics, and high performance computing. Rahul, please, you have 20 minutes to.
I'll try to stick to 20 minutes, but I have to
Sure.
stick for 30 minutes. That's not my first slide. Okay, thank you for the introduction. So my talk is not focused a lot on HPC. I have one slide on HPC, but this is more of an engineering application kind of a talk. So this will be a slight deviation. Okay, so let me start with the background. So this background is not necessary, but nevertheless I'll go over it. So there are many infectious diseases that are generated in our mouth, which can be transported over air, and that can lead to infection of others. So some examples of these infections include common cold, seasonal flu, and more severe ones include COVID-19, MERS, and anthrax, and so on. And this table on the right shows examples of pandemics that have happened due to some of the airborne diseases in the recent past. And as for the mechanism, so droplets generated by people during expiratory events like speaking, coughing, sneezing, so on, they can remain suspended in air, dispersed, transported in air, and eventually inhalation of that can lead to infection, as shown by this schematic. Here. So while it, from a fluid mechanics point of view, it seems like fluid mechanics plays a very important role, and it does. Eventually, once the droplet is inhaled by a susceptible person, biology kicks in, the person gets infected, and after that, biology plays an important role, so understanding of the biological mechanism matters. And even beyond that, how a disease spreads through population depends on population dynamics and so on. So this is, so there are multiple scales involved and multiple aspects involved to this. And so this is where the multi-scale aspect of modeling comes into picture. So as I mentioned, the disease itself originates, is essentially a biological process It originates in the respiratory tract, and it's a microscale phenomena. And once a person gets infected, the droplets generated by person would be transported through air, and it can eventually be inhaled by some susceptible person. So that's where fluid mechanics comes into picture, which is a mesoscale phenomena. And eventually, as I mentioned earlier, interaction between people and how the disease spreads through the population because of interaction between people is determined by population dynamics, which is on a macro scale. So there are three different scales involved here. And the key point here is that the three different scales are closely interlinked to each other, and they depend on each other. So for example, how the disease progresses after infection in an infected person determines what is the amount of viral particles, or what is the concentration of viral particles that may be present in droplets. So that determines the overall infectiousness of the droplets that are being transported in air. So the fluid mechanics kind of depends on the biological process that is taking place in during the infection. And vice versa, the fluid mechanics determines where in the respiratory tract the droplet get deposited during the inhalation process. So fluid mechanics also affects the biological process of the infection. And together both of these affect how an infected person, what are the various scenarios under which people are interacting with each other. That will determine how the infection proceeds through the spreads through the population. So as a whole, these three scales are closely interlinked with each other. And our goal is to try to develop a unified, integrated framework of infection risk prediction, considering all the different aspects that I'm trying to highlight in this slide here. So my talk is divided into three main parts, which are the three main scales that are involved here. First, I'll talk about the computational particle fluid dynamics that are used for modeling the dispersion and transport of particles. Then I'll talk about in-host viral kinetics, which is kind of a mathematical modeling of disease progression in the respiratory tract of an infected person. And finally, I'll talk about agent-based modeling, which is a modeling of population dynamics and for figuring out how disease spreads through population. And as we proceed, I'll try to explain how all these three are closely interlinked with each other and how they feed each other. So because I'm trying to cover many topics, I'm not getting into very minute details of every topic. So this slide basically covers an overview of the computational particle fluid dynamics framework that we have. So we have we use fully compressible Navier-Stokes equation in an Eulerian framework to model the fluid flow along with species transport equations of evaporated phase of a droplet. And we have a Lagrangian framework for modeling droplets and for tracking geometries using image boundary methods. So the droplet model is summarized by these set of equations here. And we use image boundary methods to model highly complicated zero thickness geometries, part of which was discussed in the very first presentation by Professor Subakura. So that is summarized in this picture here. So this basically enables us to handle, as I mentioned, highly complicated geometries without the need for complicated geometry cleanup or requiring much time for generating the mesh. So this is a summary of the framework that we are using. And the software into which all of this numerical method that I described earlier is implemented in is called Cube, which was again discussed briefly by Professor Subakura. So Cube is a generalized multiphysics solver that we have developed in-house, which is based on a local mesh refinement framework known as building cube method. A representation of the building cube method is shown in these two figures here. So the vertical slice in this picture represents the cubes or cubical blocks. Basically, the computational domain is decomposed into cubic blocks of different sizes depending on the region of interest. In region of interest, we'll have smaller cubes, and far away, we'll have larger cubes. And then these cubes are subdivided into cells, as shown in this image here. And the key idea is to ensure that all cubes, irrespective of their size, has the same number of cells. So this is very important for MPI decomposition and good performance. And as I mentioned, we also have a Lagrangian framework. So we have a data structure for Lagrangian particles, which is essentially based off of the data structure that we have for the building cube method, that is BCM. And the key idea is that we use spatial decomposition to ensure that there is data locality of Lagrangian particles and Eulerian mesh, and it gives us pretty good performance. So I'm not showing many performance graphs here, but for applications like automotive simulations involving really complicated geometries, we can obtain very good strong scaling performance of up to 70% with about maybe more than 100,000 CPUs. And we also need to run simulations with droplets, and this is a slightly more challenging and complicated scenario, because in case of applications like automotive vehicles, the particle density and the particle movement is not complicated. Particle density is constant, and even as geometry moves as a whole, there isn't significant change in particle density. Whereas in case of droplet applications, this is very dynamic process. So there can be regions with very few particles, and there can be regions with very high particle density. This gives rise to very, very bad load imbalance between MPI processes. So when particle distribution is fairly good, we get pretty good performance on Fugaku, up to about 130,000 CPUs. We get performance of about 70%, 90% for strong scaling. Whereas there are applications where there is high asymmetry in particle concentration. So there the performance significantly degrades, and that's an area where we are trying to still figure out how best to mitigate that issue. So having had a token slide for HPC, I'll move back to the main topic of the presentation. So as I mentioned, we are interested in developing an integrated framework for infection prediction, considering all the various scales. So to first explain why let me start by explaining how one models infection prediction using CFD simulations by considering the simple example case of two persons talking to each other. So here we have a person on the left who is assumed to be infected and who is speaking, and we have person on the right, human number 2, who is assumed to be listening and just breathing. So person on the right is modeled with the respiratory tract to model possible inhalation of respiratory droplets. So the person on the left is speaking with a speaking model that is shown in this slide, where the person is counting from 1 to 10 in the English language with two intermediate inhalation phases to balance the total mass flow. And during the speaking, at these vertical dashed lines, droplets of this size distribution are ejected throughout the simulation. And of course, this cycle is repeated throughout the duration of the simulation. And to model the details of the mouth is fairly complicated. So what we do in our simulation is simplify the mouth representation, which is just a simple circular geometry that approximates the mouth opening area. And the flow pattern of the respiration of the human number 2 is represented by this curve, and various boundary conditions related to this are shown in this table. So these are the results of that simulation. So of course, while doing the simulation, we were basically interested in finding out how facial orientation affects possibility of droplet inhalation. And we considered 4 cases. Once the speaking person is facing straight towards the other subject, and other cases where the person is either facing down or facing right or facing down and right. And even with this animation, we can see that, for example, clearly in the case of D, and when compared to case A, qualitatively we can see that the total amount of droplet reaching the other subject significantly reduces, and qualitatively we can say that case D is definitely better than case A. But in order to quantify that a bit more, we can use something like a Wells-Riley model, which is represented by this equation here, which is basically used to predict the infection probability by counting the number of viral particles that the person might have inhaled. And there are 2 ways of doing it. And of course, in the set of simulations that I showed, we had a respiratory tract, and we tracked the mass deposition rate of droplets in the respiratory tract, and that can be used to predict the total number of viral particles that come in contact with the respiratory tract and predict the infection. And we also used an alternate approach just to see how well it can qualitatively predict when compared to the detailed approach. The less detailed approach is where we have a breathing zone area under the nose, and we count the respiratory droplets that come inside the breathing zone, assuming that all of them can be inhaled and lead to infection. And of course, details of these equations are given here. And these are the results. And quantitatively, we can say that the probability of infection in case A for a duration of 15 minutes of interaction between the two subjects is about 50%. And this progressively decreases from cases A to D, depending on the scenario. And it seems like the best case scenario is case D. And an important point to note is the the less expensive approach of counting droplets in the breathing zone also qualitatively captures the same trend, which means that if you're interested in quantitatively predicting what is the percentage change between certain cases, perhaps we are good enough to carry out simulations with this. And the second point that I'd like to bring to your attention is this parameter lambda, which is basically the viral concentration in the droplets exhaled by the infected person. So this depends on several factors like what is the duration of infection after, what is the time after the infection of the infected person. Is it the first day? Is it the 10th day? Well, so that matters because the concentration of the virus in the respiratory tract changes over time, and it also changes over space. So in this calculation, we have assumed the worst possible scenario. So that is, it is the highest possible viral load, and using that highest possible viral load, we calculate the worst possible infection probability that can take place. So as I mentioned, the viral load is not a constant. It can change with time. So for this, for example, represents how the viral load changes with time after infection. So it increases, it has a peak and then decreases. In the previous calculation, we basically use a value around this peak. Not only that, it also depends on which part of the respiratory tract that respiratory droplets are being generated from an infected person. And it also depends on where the respiratory droplets get deposited in the respiratory tract and how the disease progresses within the respiratory tract, which will basically which will basically tell us whether the area in the region where the droplets are being generated is actually infectious or not. So this is where the next part of the talk, which is in-host viral dynamics, comes into picture. So in-host viral dynamics is an approach where we are trying to mathematically model the spatiotemporal variation of the disease progression or virus proliferation in the respiratory tract. So going back to the schematic I showed earlier, so here is a picture of a close-up view of the respiratory tract. So it has so what we are seeing here is a respiratory tract cell wall at the bottom, and above that is something known as the mucosal layer or mucus layer, and beyond that is the airway. So a droplet can come in contact with the mucosal layer first, and the viral particles in the droplet can enter the mucosal layer, and there after entering the mucosal layer, it can undergo diffusion and advection because the mucosal layer can move, and then those viral particles can come in contact with the healthy cells of the respiratory tract, infect them, proliferate, and then there can also be immune response to that. So let me show that with the animation. So droplets come in contact with the mucosal layer, so they start proliferating by attacking the cells, and the immune response, which is represented by the purple color here, tries to mitigate the infection by trying to kill the virus. So we are essentially trying to model this process using these set of equations. So the first equation is a advection diffusion equation representing the viral load. That takes into account how the viral particles might be advected in the mucosal layer, how they might diffuse, and it also depends on how the virus can proliferate. There are certain parameters involved there, and it also takes into account how the lymphocyte action, that is immune response action, and how that can decay the total viral load. And also it also has a parameter that determines the self-decay. And the second equation is the lymphocyte equation, which is basically immune response equation. The third equation is the host cell or healthy host cell or target cell equation. And the last equation is an equation keeping track of the total number of infected cells. So we would be carrying these equations. If you look at just these three equations, they are simple ODEs. But coupled with these equations, we are trying to do a spatiotemporal simulation of how these various parameters change. And here I'd like to talk about how the previous flow simulations are linked to this in-host viral dynamics, right? So we first carry out the simulation that I showed earlier. That gives us information of where in the respiratory tract the droplets would be deposited. So that acts as initial condition for the viral kinetics model. So these are simplified representation of the equations I showed in the previous slide. So once we carry out these simulations, so we get a detailed representation of spatiotemporal distribution of the viral load or virus concentration inside the respiratory tract, which we can then use with our Wells Riley model to more accurately predict what the infection risk would be. So for this particular, so in the following slides, I'm going to show some results of the inverse viral kinetics modeling. So for that, instead of using the results that I showed earlier, we use a coughing simulation. Essentially the same setup, but instead of speaking, the person had one single cough. And the susceptible person is breathing, and he might inhale some respiratory droplets from the cough. And this is details of where the respiratory droplets were deposited in the respiratory tract. And this droplet deposition number is converted into viral particle count, and that would be provided as initial condition to the viral kinetics model. So one more key point is that, as I mentioned, the mucosal layer has a flow, which means that we have to account for what kind of flow that may be taking place in the mucosal layer. And if you look at the physiology of the mucosal layer and what kind of flow there is, it is very complicated. So there will be flow that is in the upper respiratory tract that might be going out to during when you have a cold due to sneezing and blowing. And they will also be part of the mucosal layer, mucosal flow that is going back into the respiratory tract in the upper respiratory tract. And also in the lower respiratory tract, there can be mucosal layer flow going up and down throughout the course of the infection. So it's a fairly complicated flow to model, and there isn't sufficient information regarding what kind of flow this is. So as an initial step, we disregarded the full respiratory tract and consider only the upper respiratory tract, and assume that there is only exhalatory flow, that is mucus is just trying to come out of the respiratory tract, so there is just a one-way flow. So this is what the flow looks like. So we carried out the simulation using a few layers of cells on top of the respiratory tract using a body-fitted mesh, using Fluent, not using cubes that I described earlier, and this is what the flow looks like. And this is the result of how the infected cell concentration changes as a function of time after the initial infection. So we can see that initially the total number of infected cells increases, and then it starts decaying. And then this figure shows the immune response, how the lymphocyte concentration changes. So this is just a snapshot. At the bottom, this graph is showing how the immune response is changing over time. So this slide shows how the virus concentration changes over time, and also how it changes across the respiratory tract. So on the left, we are showing the total viral load and how it is increasing. So it is basically an increasing function. On the right, we have maximum and average viral load in the respiratory tract. It is basically an increasing function, and it seems to saturate but not decreasing higher. So it still does not match experimental data, which is an increasing and decreasing function. So we are still trying to play around with parameters to better match the data here. So, all right, so I seem to be running out of time, so I'll go to the final part. So then comes the final population dynamics picture, where we use agent-based models. So agent-based model is basically a fine-grained population dynamics modeling, where each human in a population in a certain population is modeled with specific characteristics like age, sex, movement patterns, interaction patterns, so on. And simulation is carried out to determine how those interactions would lead to proliferation of the disease in the population. So this slide summarizes the overall framework that we are using. So we would use the CPFD simulation pipeline to provide data to the inverse viral kinetics model, which would provide spatiotemporal variation information to the CPFD plus viral kinetics database, which would be used by the agent-based modeling later. And in addition to that, the CPFD simulation pipeline also has data of various social scenarios that Professor Subakura had spoken about in the previous presentation, and that would provide scenario-specific inhaled droplet quanta information to this database. In addition to the database, there are other aspects that go into this database that comes from elsewhere. And then using this database, the agent-based modeling simulations are carried out to predict how the infection would propagate within the simulation, to provide detailed information of spatio-temporal evolution of the disease in detail in a specific population in a specific context. So yeah, so these are the various kind of simulations that would be used to fill that database, which we have been carrying out over the past few years. So I will skip these details. So I'll just talk about one example result to show how this agent-based modeling coupled with all the previous data would be utilized. So for example, suppose we want to investigate and show how improving ventilation can impact the propagation of the disease in the population. So on the left, we are showing total cumulative infection in a population of 10,000 and how it would propagate without the good ventilation and with good ventilation. So you can see that there is a significant improvement. On the right, we are showing daily new infections, and also we can see a significant improvement. So with that, I will end my talk, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Any questions? Yes, please.
So when you are modeling that sneezing, right? So I understood that you have a breathing zone for the person standing in front.
This one?
Right. So yeah, my question is like when these droplets are propagating towards the second person, their breathing patterns, would it affect the atomization again?
It would. Not atomization, but dispersion. It would certainly affect the dispersion.
Right.
So their breathing pattern would affect it, and that is, of course, accounted for.
Okay.
So we consider the breathing zone is a post-processing step after the simulation, where we basically check if the droplet enters this breathing zone, accounting for the breathing pattern of the person.
Oh,
if it does enter, then we'll assume that it might be inhaled, and then we calculate the infection probability.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Very good presentation. So I have a question. So most of this work, including transmission of disease, is via differential equations like SUR model and so on. Are there work on molecular dynamics kind of?
So far, we have not gotten that down to that scale.
Not you, but is it popular? For example, this or even transmission via interaction like MD? Okay.
I have not come across any MD work so far. Maybe there is, but I have not come across one.
Thank you.
It was a nice lecture, Dr. Bale. I want to ask about some boundary conditions, especially what you have used outlet conditions.
For these simulations?
Yeah.
So,
like you have showed the inlet profile, I want to know about the outlet condition for that.
So this is both inlet. This boundary condition is for this mouth, right?
Yeah.
So this is both inlet and outlet. So part of the this speaking process involves exhalation. Part of the speaking process involves inhalation. So both the exhalation and inhalation would be happening around that circular mouth geometry.
At the same time?
Not at the same time, but during the course of the speaking. So part of the duration will involve exhalation, where there will be flow going out. And there will be a short duration during which there will be inhalation, there will be flow going back towards the person.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Great talk. I had a question about the droplets that you're looking at. The base flow itself is turbulent or laminar?
The base, it's an LES simulation. You can.
So it'll be turbulent. So did you consider that the droplets also break up and deform and things like that? No, that's not something.
It's too complicated. The whole droplet breakup and generation takes place probably inside the mouth. Once it comes out, the flow is not strong enough to cause breakup. That's the assumption we have made.
Okay, so you assume them like rigid body particles kind of thing.
Yes, rigid particles.
Point particle kind of thing. Okay. And the other question is, you mentioned about the sort of asymmetry in the load balance kind of thing, which happens because of the Lagrangian tracking or Lagrangian modeling. So this is happening because when some particles are going to some part of the flow, then it's mainly communicating with those processors and therefore waiting in line to communicate?
Yes,
is that
okay. Yeah, it's roughly like that. So basically, suppose if we look at this small figure here, suppose there are like 1,000 particles in this large cube, and all the remaining cubes have just one particle. So all of the remaining cubes will finish their particle calculation in 1/100th of the time, and they basically have to wait for this particular cube to finish the particle calculation.
Okay, so the particles are assigned to the local.
Yes,
okay, I see. I thought the particles are given to a processor. And
no.
Okay.
So this is called spatial decomposition, where particles and the cubes are allocated to specific processors.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, nice talk, Dr. Rahul. So I have few. Can you go to the last slide? So what that one droplet when you are showing the droplet distribution. So I just wanted to this. So I just wanted to know what is the source of this. Do you have any experimental measurement of?
Yeah. So this is based on an experimental measurement from one of our collaborators.
So it is from sneezing or coughing.
This is a speaking. Speaking.
And another question is that generally I have seen in papers that the mouth is modeled as a sort of elliptical. Round, will it have any impact on the results?
It will probably have some impact on the results because if we consider a round, not significantly, but probably not significantly. Overall area remains the same. So it is possible that in actual speech, the mouth area may not be this large. It might be slightly smaller.
Yes.
In which case, the velocity of the flow will be assuming
higher.
same flow rate, will be larger. So it might lead to a much farther propagation of the droplets. That effect might be there.
One small doubt. So you are not considering droplet breakup. That is justified because it will be having a low Weber number. But droplet collision, are you considering?
No. Droplet collision we are not considering because its overall cost would be too high, like particle calculation would be too high. So that's also one assumption we have made.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just a curiosity question. The background temperature, the ambient temperature, I didn't see that in the set of equation. Is it important or?
Here the ambient background temperature is 24 degrees
No,
Celsius.
in the equations.
That is okay. So I did not mention it. So it's fully compressible. So it's compressible formulation. So there is energy equation involved there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, you're working with AMR in the cube setup. So how do you do the load balancing if the mesh is refining with every iteration and all?
It is local mesh refinement. So just now one of our team members has implemented time-dependent local mesh refinement. So far, all these simulations are not time-dependent.
Only space-dependent.
Space-dependent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have just one question or two, maybe. So, to what detail did you model the respiratory tract all the way to alveoli?
No. So that computationally it would be too expensive. We are using a Cartesian mesh. So we just went down to I think 7th generation, but you can go down to 24th generation, which would be down to the alveoli level, where the mesh resolution required would be too high. So we just, as you can see in the picture.
So from medical studies, is it shown that the infection is there in the alveoli or not?
It is probably, so there are other researchers who do simulations all the way down to 24th generation and so on. So if the droplets somehow reach much lower in the respiratory tract, that is what leads to more severe infections. Whereas if the deposition takes place in the upper respiratory tract, then the infection may be less severe.
Okay.
So there is possibility of droplets going all the way down.
And one more question, you showed something about infection spreading the cells.
Yeah.
So this simulation was for an adult, I guess?
Yes.
So does it scale across the
So this simulation was done in serial with one process. Scale as in, are you talking about MPI scaling?
No, I'm talking about the infectious area, the way you have shown it spreads and things like that.
Yes.
So will it be the same for a 5-year-old and
that's a very good
40-year-old adult?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we have just started doing the simulations, and so far we have just considered one representative geometry. The respiratory tract geometry itself can change from person to person, and it can also depend on age, as you're mentioning. In addition to that, we have also considered just one scenario, that is coughing. So statistically, there is no statistical significance to the results I've shown. To make it more statistically significant, we have to consider many different scenarios and many different representative geometries of the respiratory tract, which we are planning to do in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next talk is by Professor Nagabhushan Rao Vadlimani. He is an associate professor in the Department of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Madras. He pursued his PhD in from the Whittle lab at the Cambridge University in 2014. Subsequently, he was awarded the Bowring Research Fellowship at St. Catherine's College. And prior to his PhD, Rao worked with digital mock-up team at Airbus. And his research involves developing reliable numerical tools to build efficient components for modern aircraft engines. So, go ahead.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you, Rajesh, for inviting me to give a talk. And as you can see, the title of the talk is on the HPC for scale resolving aerospace simulation. So most of the applications which I'm going to talk about are related to the aerospace sector. And I'll be focusing on the journey which I went through, like ever since I joined IIT Madras, and a bit before, IIT Madras, when I started developing the solver. So firstly, we work on turbulent flows, but these are the turbulent flows encountered in the aerospace industry. And when I say aerospace, like all that you are seeing there are gas turbines, okay? So what you are seeing is flow past some turbine, compressor blades, intakes, and intakes under different operating conditions, etc. But of course, this is just only a part of the aerospace, but there is external aerodynamics and hypersonics, etc., which I'll touch upon later. But overall, what you see here is, once the flow enters these engines or, over the surface of this aircraft wings, etc., we all know that it becomes turbulent. And the characteristics of turbulence is it's all chaos out there. There are several scales of turbulence there, right? And depending on the Reynolds number, you will see the scales cascading down to finer and finer numbers, right? So the idea is, okay, do we want to resolve this turbulence or model this turbulence? The answer is not resolve turbulence or model turbulence. The answer is you want to do both, okay? So as we know, these turbulent flows have several wide range of temporal scales and spatial scales. And this is one of the unsolved mysteries, and like the approaches are to model / resolve. For those who are already aware of the different strategies that are available to capture turbulence, like that pyramid typically gives you, all the methods that are available. You can run some simple steady RANS-based simulations or do some unsteady RANS calculations. So here you are completely modeling turbulence, but on the top of that pyramid, you are talking about direct numerical simulations where you are completely resolving turbulence. And in between these, like you are reducing the amount of modeling which you are doing, okay? So you are talking about walled resolved large eddy simulations where the modeling is quite less, and hybrid RAN simulations where the modeling component is a bit higher. Now the strategies are, you generate awful lot of data when you are at the top of this pyramid, and here, the steady RANs or unsteady RAN simulations are, they have their own limitations in terms of accuracy, okay? So as we are climbing up the pyramid, we have more data and more reliable data, more accuracy, but at the bottom of the pyramid, we have more speed, okay? And nowadays, people are basically trying to use the data from the top of the pyramid to improve the models at the bottom of the pyramid using machine learning algorithms, okay? So this is something which is bridging the gap between these two. And the takeaway point from the slide is, so if you do simulations based on modeling, you have a wide scatter while predicting your data. And when you do more of scale resolving simulations, which means you are not messing up with your Navier-Stokes equations, you have much more consistent, tighter bands, right? So the idea now again comes back to what is the accuracy which I'm after and what is the speed with which I can do these simulations, okay? So our team typically works on all those methods, right? But what I'll be focusing in today's talk is mainly on the top of the pyramid because this is HPC related, so it will be mostly on the scale resolving simulations. I already went through the introduction part of it. And the overview of the talk is, I'll touch upon these other two aspects of what is the role of high performance computing in these simulations and what is our journey so far, okay? Because if I start a HPC course, I can give you awful lot of information, but what is it useful to you matters the most, right? So when I talk about the HPC, I'll just touch upon the kind of grid requirements that are required for this kind of simulations and what are the trends, right? So we already saw that from Professor in the first talk. So where he clearly showed how the GPUs, what sort of computing we have already reached, right? So then I'll also touch base on the kind of solver which we have developed in-house, and this is a solver called ComSquare, which I started as a fun activity. Okay, so I just wanted to have a simple numerical tool with which I can do some little research in my lab. Okay, but it has evolved to a stage like which is quite respectable, I think, in my opinion. And our journey so far is like, yes, so when I wrote this code, it started off purely on CPUs, a simple MPI-based solver, and we were looking at how this scales on several processors. But once I came to India, I was stuck with a lot of waiting times, right? So you submit a job, it stays in the queue for ages, and nothing moves forward. So then I thought of other strategies of pushing the solver towards GPUs. Then I became more ambitious and said, okay, I want to solve these problems on much, much larger grids. So I have to blend both of these, both MPI and GPUs, right? And go for a multi-GPU sort of parallelism. And in each of these topics, I'll just touch base on, what are the key takeaway points from each of these activities so far. So what is the role of high-performance computing in, say, turbo machines and even in the aviation industry? So you can see on the x-axis here, this is the timeline, and these are the flops, right? And we are talking about, going all the way up to exaflop machines. And on the right axis, like you see how many grid points you actually need for these kind of high-end simulations. My PhD is lying there, okay? So this is from another review paper. So whatever simulations I ran during my PhD is just that, okay? And the earlier capability, like when I was doing my PhD, that was the state of the art, a petaflop simulation where people were talking about multi-stage turbo machinery, sort of like a simulation. But that required a petaflop machine, and I was just looking at the component level. Okay, so just looking at one turbine blade, one compressor blade, right? But now, the recent investigation, like people used exaflop machines to actually simulate the entire gas turbine engine. Okay, so the takeaway point is, yes, the world is trying to solve bigger problems, no longer single component based optimizations, but more at the system level. Okay, right. And if you look at any of the supercomputers out there, it's a blend of CPUs and GPUs. So GPUs are inevitable, like you have to use them, right? Because if you want to make use of the entire cluster, this is what you have to use. And hybrid parallelism is a must. You need that both MPI plus GPU strategy. So this is where like we developed, as I mentioned, like this is a high order solver. So this is a compressible flow solver, ComSquare. It's a structured solver, so it uses structured grids. And curvilinear meshes, we use body fitted grids for more complex geometries, and goes up to high order in space and high order in time. Multi-GPU parallelism. Because of high speed flows, we also need to have shock treatment. And to handle more complex geometries, we have chimera, sort of like overlapping grid strategies. And for all this turbo machinery simulations, inflow is very important. So you need to generate that turbulent inflow conditions. So we have all those strategies to develop these. So these are all standard benchmark cases: inviscid vortex convection, Taylor-Green vortex, standard turbulent boundary layers, some standard aerofoils, and so this is the chimera sort of approach which I was talking about, right? So you can have multiple curvilinear grids overlapping on top of each other, and you can maintain that high order. And some turbine-based simulations. So we have to show that, yeah, this code works well and it scales well on the high-performance architectures to get some compute time on the HPC machines. We also incorporated several other modules like immerse boundary methods, diffused immerse boundary methods, immerse boundary methods, sharp interface immerse boundary methods, dynamically deforming grids. So we did quite a lot of that stuff. So apart from the turbo machinery applications, we had to push this solver all the way to incompressible regime to deal with, say, some of the standard problems like pitching, plunging aerofoils, and like flow control using plasma actuators, etc. some wind turbine blade simulations, with gust, passing through over these blades, right? So some sort of actuator line models to represent the wind turbine blades, but we are interested in the wake dynamics there. And so that is for the really low speed application, okay? So incompressible regime, right? So we had to incorporate some artificial compressibility based strategies there. Now these are some of the turbo machinery applications where you have rotor stator interactions, right? So some components are rotating, some are stationary, and you have to consider the effect of how this wakes affect the downstream stator. And also on top of this, we have some sort of flow control, right? So if you want to incorporate some riblets on top of this turbine blade, we also have the corresponding immerse boundary methods. So localized immerse boundary methods. So you are body fitting the grid on the blade, but on top of that, you can have a immerse boundary method. Then this is a flow past and intake. So we were interested in mostly in the distortion control. So this is your aircraft intake and the flow during the landing. If you have some strong crosswinds, you could have some really massive separations here, which will upset the entire performance of the engine. So we were looking at some of these vortex generator jets on the outer side of this. So if you can place some vortex generator jets here, can you control the flow downstream and still get a good performance? So we did. These are some of the turbo machinery applications. And it's not just that, right? So we are also looking at really high-speed flows. So you need the schemes which can capture the shocks, as well as you can capture the vortices. And both of them have really contrasting numerical requirements, right? So some like shocks need low order, and vortices need high order schemes, right? And that blend was quite tricky. So we were looking into all this HLLC-based monotonicity preserving schemes. So you can see some of these compressible triple point simulations, etc. So these things run in about 10 minutes on 1.5 million grid points on our GPU-based solvers. We went ahead, like more industry-relevant problems, aerospace applications, say hypersonic flows, Mach 6, and this is a billion cell calculation which we have run. So where now, like, we are interested in how this acoustic, shock waves and the turbulent boundary layers affect the acoustic loading on the panels of these hypersonic vehicles, right? So that was the problem of interest here. And yeah, we use some of this data to, improve the low order empirical models which are used in the industry. So that consolidates the kind of activities which we have done with the solver, but what it actually took us to build the solver, right? Or to run some respectable simulations like this, right? Yeah, so as I mentioned, our journey started with standard MPI. So which means, if I take that intake problem, right? So I have to split this block into multiple blocks like that. But now I have a high order code, so which means I need a larger overlap between the grid points, right? So I need a larger stencil, larger number of ghost points to maintain that high order. So I need overlapping grids like this. And when we tested that scaling of that particular strategy on pure MPI-based solver, it was okay-ish. So I'm showing you the timeline there, 2015 to 16, right? So that's when I had to take a call, okay, how to parallelize the solver, right? So, and it was scaling okay-ish, but it was flattening out because of the standard reason, which is computation versus communication. You want your processors to compute more, talk less, okay? And this is the gap. Like, as you keep on domain decomposing this, like, you end up with more talking and less compute, right? So you want to avoid this problem. So, but I had a complete MPI-based code. I came to India, and it was a nightmare to, get. I used to run on some 4,000 odd processors when I was in UK, but in India, getting hardly some 128 cores was, I had to go through a lot of waiting time, right? So now, this is when I got some grant from NVIDIA, so where I started porting the solver to single GPU. The idea, as was already mentioned by Professor Mahendra Verma, is that wherever you have got this compute-intensive bits of the code, you just offload it to the slaves, right? If CPU is your master, GPU is your slave, or a co-processor, right? So you basically, which can do very simple arithmetic operations very quickly, right? So wherever you have your compute intensive bits, you simply offload that task to the GPU and get the output from the GPU. You continue with your CPU algorithm, right? And the less you talk here also, right? The less you talk between the CPU and GPU, the better it is. Okay, so that's one other takeaway point. So because CPU and GPU, both of them have different memories, right? So both of them have different memories, so the less you talk, the better it is, right? So this is where, you know, we were able to accommodate around, on a single A100 card, we were able to accommodate around 65 million grid points. And if you look at all the machines here, you know, the top tier machines out there, which hit exaflop, you basically see that they have a blend of CPUs and GPUs. So just running on a GPU alone is not sufficient enough. You have to make use of the CPUs also. So that's where we went ahead with multi-GPU computing. So this is our first single GPU speed up. So as you can see, this is compared against 3 ranks on which we were able to run that particular problem. So we got around 300x speed up. This is again in 2019-20 on a V100 card. So your A100 card is almost 2.5 times faster than a V100 card. So you can proportionately like multiply that. We got around 800x speed up when compared to that 300 core thing, right? Okay. Now it's not just a NVIDIA processor, NVIDIA GPU card. If you look at the top tier machines out there, these also have some are built using AMD cards, some are built using NVIDIA cards, right? So your code should be flexible enough to run on any cluster, right? So this is where instead of OpenACC-based parallelism, what we had to do is also incorporate OpenMP offloading so that we can also run these cases on either NVIDIA or AMD-based cards, right? So OpenACC is really suited for NVIDIA-based cards, but OpenMP offload actually works on both NVIDIA cards and this other thing. Even you can make OpenACC work on NVIDIA cards, but it is not that straightforward. Okay, we found OpenMP offloading to be quite straightforward. So this is where like we reran our solver both on the A100 cards and MI 250X cards, and we also saw that actually we got a better speed up, and that speed up is not because of like better optimization on the card, etc. It's mainly because of the memory available on that card. A100 has 80 GB, whereas this MI 250 actually has 128 GB, right? So it has a larger cache, and the computation is relatively much faster because of that. So we found similar performance using our old version of ComSquare, where we didn't optimize the memory that much, but when we further optimized it, like we found that AMD was better than the NVIDIA card for the cases which we have investigated. Now, going ahead, like the final journey is the multi-GPU. So we were not happy with this chart, right? So where we had computation versus communication. So the strategy to scale your solver on several processors is to talk less and work more, which means compute more and communicate less. It's basically like, so now in order to meet this, like we have 2 strategies, one at an algorithm level and the other at the mathematical level, right? So when you talk about the algorithmic level, the idea is, can we hide communication, okay, behind the computation, okay? But at a mathematical level, we want to avoid communication for few time steps, okay? So at mathematical level, we are also thinking of, can we avoid communication altogether for few time steps? So this is the test case which we looked at. We split this block into, this particular case into multiple blocks, and the naive version of our solver is seen here. So this blue bit is the computation. Now you initiated the communication, so red. So this is from GPU to CPU, the data came. CPUs are talking, and now once the CPUs have talked, the data is pushed back to the GPU, right? So this is the naive strategy, right? So computation and communication are separate. But now this is the optimized ComSquare strategy, where we are saying that, okay, we are overlapping the communication with the computation, which basically means I'll first compute the boundary point information first and initiate that particular transfer, right? And continue with the rest of the computation of the interior cells, Okay, so it's basically like if some student comes to me, I don't even look at his face, I'll keep all the instructions ready. I just, you know, give him that sheet, right? So all the instructions are in this sheet. And you go follow this and, you know, execute your project. That's all, right? So it's like cutting down on the complete communication, right? I'm not stopping my job and communicating, but rather, you know, I have kept everything ready as to what that other processor needs to know, and I'm continuing with my computation. That's all we are doing here, right? So now that really gave us a good speed up. This is the weak scaling analysis. It gave us a pretty good speed up, but the moment, so as far as weak scaling is concerned, this is great. But as far as the strong scaling is concerned, which means if I'm not fully populating the GPU, so instead of 65 million points per GPU, I have say 17 million points, then the GPU doesn't have enough compute, right? So which means now you can see, you know, I still don't have enough compute to hide this communication. Okay, now what are the strategies available? So first strategy, pinned memory, right? So this is something like where we are specifically asking for, look, this is the communication which is always going to happen between CPU and GPU. I want some dedicated memory for this. This is pinned memory. This is not an option available in OpenACC. You need a little bit of CUDA foreground or CUDA code for that, and that is the little snippet of it. It's not big deal. It's just 2 lines of coding. So the throughput has increased significantly from 4 to 12 Gbps. That is the transfer speed between the CPU to GPU and vice versa. So that has significantly improved. Then the second strategy is mixed precision strategy. There were already questions on this about, you know, how can we use the mixed precision, right? So when you communicate the data between the CPU and GPU, that alone, we made it single precision, okay? And we tried its impact on accuracy as well as the speed up, okay? So which means this MPI I receive, I send calls will be MPI real, and only that particular array will be single precision, okay? So once we adopted these 2 strategies, you can straight away see this is our naive implementation. Now with pinned memory, it has increased to this green line. And with both the strategies, with the mixed precision, it became straight. So we also got good strong scaling. Apart from the weak scaling, we also got good strong scaling. That is the takeaway point here. Final 2 points which I want to touch upon. Previously I was trying to hide communication. Here we are avoiding communication. This is a collaborative work with Professor Aditya from IISc. So where we are saying that instead of looking at the adjacent information on the adjacent cells, can I predict something which I already have, right, from some time series data, right? So that way we can avoid communication for few time steps, but keep correcting that error and keep that error bounded. So we did run those on full CPU-based clusters, and we almost used the entire Param Pravega. So this is the linear scaling on 18,000 processors. And on practically relevant cases, looking at transition. What is the effect of this error on transition? So both qualitatively as well as quantitatively, we basically didn't see much of an effect of this precision on this test case, right? So asynchrony tolerance schemes at mathematical level are good. One final food for thought is we did see that, okay, if we see double precision simulation as a true data and single precision simulation as a data with errors, can we now train a machine learning algorithm, right, which learns these errors, right? So which means you run a single precision simulation, but correct for it using a ML algorithm. So this is the work which we started in, say, 2022. You can see for more details in that particular paper. So where we are looking at correcting the sub-precision related errors. And what we found is, yes, we are partly successful. So this line is the double precision data spectra. This line is the single precision data spectra. So all the deterministic errors which are propagating at mid frequencies are the ones which we could correct by means of ML, but high frequency errors seem to be more random. Okay, so those bits we are unable to still correct with this strategy, but still we had this part success. That is my overview slide with the conclusions again. Okay, so this is what I have discussed, right? Introduction and role of HPC and what was our journey so far. And this is the team like which I want to acknowledge, all my research scholars, collaborators, and funding bodies. And we still keep having fun with this code, right? So we generate some conference logos also, like using some of the Simosh boundary methods, etc. Right? And by the way, that CUFS is a Cambridge Unsteady Flow Symposium. It's one of the conference that is being held in UK. It's in March. So if anyone wants to come to the conference, you're welcome. Okay. Thank you all.
Okay, so we have time for a few questions.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. My question is regarding the single precision and double precision on the GPU. Of course, for the turbulence simulations, double precision is required, but you use AIs to improve the single precision to double precision. In that case, of course, if you the machine learning is based on the same flow field as for the in that case. Maybe the learning also requires a CPU time. The considering that still single precisions with AI is prior to the double precision simulation.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So I have a different take on this particular question because what I felt was sub-precision error is, I basically see that more like a subgrid scale modeling. Okay, so the moment you talk about subgrid scale modeling, there is some universality in it. Okay, so which means my take on this particular approach is, if we take this ML model and train it on sufficiently large number of simulations, even if these are being generated by different bodies, okay, it can be flow past cylinder, or for flow past the cars which you have shown, or even the human sort of like simulations which you have shown, at the end of the day we are looking at the errors that are propagating beyond certain frequencies. Okay, so you are not messing up with the small scales as we have already large scales which we have already demonstrated. Now when it comes to the small scales, I believe that that error, whatever is propagating, is also universal. Okay, and I strongly believe that there is a more universal fix for this the moment we train this. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Yes.
So regarding errors on turbulent flows, so the global quantities like Nusselt number for convection, we found it to be nearly the same within. So the fluctuations are always there for double as well as single. But I think I do agree that structures, if you want to accurately predict where they are, double precision should matter.
I can give you one example where the transition flows are. So for example, transition on the turbine blade or even the aerofoil, right? Your precision related error acts like free stream turbulence. Okay, so if you just put your probes in the free stream, you will see that all of a sudden with single precision you now have 0.5% of turbulence intensity itself. Now that can significantly impact your transition location itself, and we spotted these kind of errors.
So I agree. Single precision for instabilities will be a problem.
Will be a problem.
But for fully developed
flows, I totally agree with you. Yeah, that won't be a problem.
Yes,
yeah.
I agree. Thanks.
Yeah, sir, for free stream turbulence generation, like for fully turbulent flows, incoming turbulence flows, what kind of method do you use to generate that?
So we have different methods. So there is this Jarin synthetic eddy approach. That's one thing. Then we also have the digital filtering based approaches, right? And particularly for really high speed flows, for example, that hypersonic boundary layer simulation, you not even have, you should, like apart from predicting the velocity fluctuations at the inlet, you also need the thermodynamic property, right? So you bring in the analogies there, right? Reynolds analogies, like you have the thermodynamic
SRA,
relations.
strong
Reynolds analogy coupling, you bring that in. For really hypersonic flows, like we even miss, like you will see some non-physical things at the inlet. Okay, so those things you have to take care of.
So there will be some relaxation length
yes,
involved.
there will be relaxation. Like yeah, in our cases we have the relaxation lengths, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's thank our speaker once more. So our next speaker is Professor Pradeep Moyes from here in IIT Kanpur Aerospace Engineering Department. Professor Moyes obtained his PhD from ISC Bangalore and his BTech from NIT Tiruchirappalli, and he works mostly on direct and DNS and LES, linear stability analysis, modal decomposition, flow control, etc. Right? So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So, yes, sorry for eating into your lunch. I hope you had a proper tea break. I mean, you ate properly during the tea break. So, right. So, I'll be talking today about parallel computing tools for analyzing unsteady flows. So, I'll also, again, since the aim of this workshop is to foster collaboration, I will mainly focus on the research that we carry out as part of a research group. So these will be just research highlights, and at the end, if I get some time and I don't eat into your lunch, I will try to go a little bit deep into one aspect. Right. So, at IIT Kanpur's Department of Aerospace Engineering, I head the Lab-So-Fun, which stands for Laboratory for Simulations of Flows Using Numerics, where we focus on high-fidelity simulations to study fluid flows. The main themes or the main flow situations that we look at are swirling flows and also on transonic buffet and other low-frequency oscillations that are found in the context of external aerodynamics. And we analyze the results from these simulations using different tools. And here too, again, we exploit parallel strategies. So we try to extract coherent features from the simulation results using techniques such as spectral proper orthogonal decomposition and stability analysis, both the local, spatiotemporal, and global linear stability analysis. And we've also gone into looking at a resolvent analysis. So, but first let me give you a brief idea of the flow systems we are studying. So we essentially look at swirling flows in a variety of situations that they arise. So swirling flows are basically rotating flows where the velocity component along the axis of rotation is non-zero, and it can occur on straight wings as wingtip vortices. When you consider leading edge vortices of delta wings, if you're looking inside combustors, so you have swirl stabilized combustors, atomizers, and in other settings as well, like cyclone separators, and even recent interest in microfluidics as well, and also in natural phenomena like tornadoes and so on. And the most interesting thing that has always captured my interest is this phenomena that is known as vortex breakdown. So this is characterized by a spontaneous development of a recirculation zone. So if you look here, here's a swirl stabilized combustor where this phenomena is actually utilized. So you have a swirling flow entering into the combustor, and because the rotation strengths are sufficiently high and other conditions are met, you end up spontaneously forming this recirculation zone, and that helps in enhancing mixing and stabilizing the flame. So there are different types of vortex breakdown based on the recirculation zone characteristics, but what exactly causes this vortex breakdown? There's a lot of controversy on that. There's no real consensus on that. And it has been commonly observed, the commonly observed form or based on the type of recirculation zone that is present is the bubble form, which has been seen across different swirling flows. But what we were able to show is that, so previously in a few experiments, it was found that in the case of a swirling jet, where let's say you have a swirling flow which is exiting a nozzle, you have another form of vortex breakdown, and that form is kind of has a unique recirculation zone shape, and that is referred to as the conical form of vortex breakdown. So here I show you on the left the bubble form, which is characterized by a recirculation zone which is sort of ellipsoidal, whereas the conical form has a characteristic cone-like recirculation zone shape. But and so the very interesting thing that we were able to show through hysteresis studies was that you can end up having any of these two forms for the same inflow conditions, for the same boundary conditions. That is, these two are bistable flow states, and which flow state would actually occur depends on the initial conditions that you're starting with. Right, and the differences don't end there. So the recirculation zone size changes, but also the dynamics. So the kind of instabilities that occur on these recirculation zones again are quite distinct for the two forms. And this is kind of crucial to understand, because if you are trying to design a combustor, for example, the mixing efficiency there is crucial, and the flame stabilization characteristics are important, and so on, and the flame length and everything else. So, and all of these crucially are dependent crucially on the recirculation zone size, and as well as the dynamics of it, which can sometimes even trigger thermoacoustic oscillations and damage the combustor. So understanding this flow states and flow field is crucial, and motivated by this, we are now having a lot of ongoing research. So it's a new lab. It's been 3 years since I joined here. So there's a lot of ongoing research now, which is taken care by my students. So we are trying to understand the effect of nozzle geometry on the type of vortex breakdown that occurs. So I'll discuss a little bit about the methodology in some time, but yeah, so if we simulate the same thing, but with a nozzle involved in the domain and so on, and what happens to the vortex breakdown flow states? Can we control the vortex breakdown flow states? We have found that if you have longer nozzles, you can actually trigger the bubble form, which is more susceptible to oscillations and so on, spiral instabilities and so on. Another thing is, usually when we study these, we study it for laminar conditions or for, with some noise added. But what if we are looking at fully turbulent inflow? So to achieve that fully turbulent inflow, we do some additional simulations. We separate simulations where we simulate a rotating pipe flow, which is streamwise periodic, and we look at the equilibrium turbulent swirling conditions that are generated by that. And we have also been successful in doing that as well. And we are using the results from these, and we are injecting them into a domain and trying to study again the vortex breakdown flow states that occur when you have inflow itself as a fully turbulent flow. Right, so the tool that we use to do this is an open source incompressible flow solver. So here's the first parallel tool that's part of my title. So we use Incompact 3D. It's an open source solver from which is currently handled by Imperial College London. So it's a high order finite difference solver based on compact schemes with spectral-like accuracy, and it uses a Cartesian framework. And because of this Cartesian framework, it also has immerse boundary method implemented in it, where you use, again, you've heard this throughout today, that a lot of speakers have noted the use of IBM. And here we use direct forcing using an interpolation approach to ensure that the velocity on the solid surface becomes 0, even if the mesh is not body fitted. Right. But the really interesting part for HPC audience is the fact that the backbone of this is based on 2D decomp and FFT library, which has been shown to scale ideally up to order of 10 per 15 cores. So it's a CPU accelerated code, and it uses this pencil decomposition approach because you have compact schemes. And so we started by exploring by trying to adapt this IBM. And so we have made multiple modifications to the code and so on. So we have introduced an alias module. We have introduced tracer particles, and we also applied selective frequency damping for stability analysis and so on. To introduce bodies, we have now adapted the IBM to study. First, we started simple, so we looked at rotating cylinders, and so we were able to successfully validate with experiments where, Professor Sanjay is here, so his experiments only is where he first identified that there is a new three-dimensional mode that is present in rotationally oscillating cylinders. So we were able to capture all these features. And we have also validated the rotating pipe inflow that I showed you earlier. Right. So in addition to these topics, we have also looked at other swirling flow situations where it's not a flow exiting a nozzle, but in other contexts. For example, in the context of contrails, you have jet vortex interactions. So ice formation there is an important problem. So we have made the first steps towards studying that. Another interesting thing that we are looking at is in the context of microfluidic devices. So where we have shown that you can use, so people have seen that vortex breakdown can trap particles. And our objective was, can we modify the geometry of the microfluidic device to capture particles at a biological scale, so as to develop a device for, say, cancer prognosis or diagnosis. So we have successfully reduced the Reynolds numbers at which these particle trapping can happen. And note that this is a size-selective particle trapping, which means that we can capture certain particles. So here the color is for a particular large size. All those particles end up getting trapped while the remaining are exit the device. So that's crucial in certain biological applications. Right. And we also, another theme that we look at is transonic flows on airfoils. So various flow instabilities can occur in transonic flows over airfoils. And all of these can cause lift oscillations. And these lift oscillations are, again, a problem because they affect structural integrity and also can lead to loss of control, maneuverability, and so on. So this essentially limits the flight envelope of many aircraft. And so this is a crucial problem in the aerospace context. And within that, one specific type of oscillation that I started out with. So this was transonic buffet, which is essentially shown here in the left. So it's basically a self-sustained, coherent, unsteady flow oscillation, which occurs at a low frequency, where low here denotes that the Strouhal number based on chord and free stream velocity is of the order of 0.1 or 0.01 even. And it is generally assumed to be unique to the transonic regime. So this has been like an assumption which has been kind of set in stone for a while, and it's there in textbooks and so on. And the model, the most popular model for this has been that of Lee. And again, something well established, where it has been assumed that you require shock waves to trigger these oscillations, and that this instability is unique to the transonic regime. But what we were able to show was that using large eddy simulations at moderate Reynolds numbers, we were able to show that actually if you change the inflow conditions in steps, where we change from low angle of attack, where you have transonic buffet, and you slowly keep increasing the angle of attack but then reducing the free stream Mach number, you can achieve you can sustain these oscillations even for incompressible conditions And actually, in the incompressible literature, it's well known that these oscillations are present close to stall. And so what we were able to show was that this transonic buffet is actually connected to this incompressible LFO. And the significance of that result is that if you're trying to focus on mitigating shock and so on, you might be missing the picture, because this seems to be something which is a shear layer driven instability and a separation related instability. And this was slightly controversial, so we had to convince more people that it's also observed at higher Reynolds numbers. So we have done unsteady RAN simulations as part of a research group, and even there we are able to show that this same trend sustains. And it has a lot of repercussions on the mechanisms again, because it shows that shocks are not essential for oscillations. But then that brings in the question that, okay, if shocks are not essential, can we see this similar kind of oscillations in different settings? Because if you are thinking about low frequency oscillations, they are actually associated with a bluff body kind of flow where you have a airfoil close to stall. So could you actually see these in bluff body flows? That was the question we started asking. And there we have again looked at other cases where separation is strong. So one we looked at was a crew capsule, which is an axisymmetric bluff body. And in the literature, it has been reported that they can exhibit low frequency oscillation, which can cause dynamic instabilities. Basically, when you have re-entry vehicles, they can start tumbling and so on. And this seems to be due to a fluid instability that then eventually leads to a fluid structure interaction. So we are trying to see if we can connect that with this transonic buffet that we are seeing here and low frequency oscillation. And also, do we really need a trailing edge, or do we need a body per se? Can we do it on a flat plate? And again, there are some, we found that in the literature, there are some configurations for which you can see low frequency oscillations. And so we went ahead and are trying to replicate some of this. This is actually work in collaboration with Professor Rajesh Ranjan. Right. And I would be remiss if I don't mention, because this is an Indo-Japanese collaboration workshop, we are also collaborate, I collaborate with people from Japan. So I had a student who visited IIT Kanpur from Tokyo University, so Ken Fujino, so he's working with me, and he's also working in Fugaku. I mean, he's running simulations on Fugaku, so it's really nice to have the people from Fugaku here, hosting you here. And right, and Professor Yamashita and Dr. Omichi from JAXA. Right, so that work is also ongoing for a different kind of instability, which we have identified in the transonic region. And of course, there's a little bit of FOMO here that I would miss out on the AI research and so on. So I have kind of started entering into looking at neural networks as well. So we are trying, so Airbus has been interested in this, and they have approached us. So I and Professor GM Kamath, we are looking at gust response on transonic airfoil. So we have just started looking into this. And can we develop a surrogate model? Basically, it's a sequence modeling issue, and gust response is something that's crucial for aircraft certification. So could we reduce the computational effort required while maintaining high fidelity? So that's a work that we have started. And all of these, for the LES part at least, we have used an in-house flow solver, which was originally developed in Professor Neil Sandham's group at University of Southampton, known as SBLI, which is a central difference high order finite difference flow solver. So and it's CPU accelerated. And again, now, as you might have gathered from the talks before, things are shifting, and maybe I'm always worried that I would become irrelevant. So now we have, and Neil as well was worried about the same thing. So he
jumped into looking at GPUs, but he went the step ahead and he actually was looking at this Oxford parallel structured embedded domain specific language strategy, which basically is like you develop a high level Python code and then you can use that, and it is built in such a way that it can automatically port it to any kind of architecture that you want, and it does the parallelization. So all you need to worry about is writing a Python code at a higher level on telling what kind of equation you want, and it would take care of the parallelization strategy. So that's kind of cool, at least from my point of view. And that is based on SPLI, so we were able to kind of follow what's happening easily. So we were able to, we have started doing simulations on the same and use GPU accelerated codes. Right, okay, so you get a lot of simulation results, but how do you really understand what is happening in the flow? And one of the things that keeps occurring in all these flows is the presence of coherent structures, which dominate the unsteady flows. And there are several tools that you have to worry about. You have to worry about isolating the structures. You also want to know their origins and their receptivity to forcing, their sensitivity to forcing and so on. And to do all that, you need to develop other tools. So we do global linear stability analysis, which basically tries to linearize the Navier-Stokes equations and then understand if you have a base flow or a mean flow, what kind of instabilities can grow on it. And it also allows you to understand sensitivity features and so on. Resolvent analysis tells you how a system would behave if you force it, especially for convectively unstable systems where you don't have global instabilities. It's a crucial tool. And we have developed in-house parallel codes to do both of these, at least in the incompressible regime. We are working with Professor Rajesh Andan to extend this into the compressible regime as well. And a lot of other intricacies associated. So, Sanjay, do I have a cup? No, right. Okay, so yeah, sorry. I'll just wrap it up. I thought I would go a little deep into some aspect, but yeah, lunchtime is nearing, so let me just skim through it. So nothing much. So one of the main technique that we have is proper orthogonal decomposition, which is traditional technique to understand. So principal component analysis was discussed before. It's a version of the same in fluid flow setting. And the thing is, the classic version of it is when you just use, assume that if you have a set of snapshots, which are instantaneous time data, and you assume that each is an experiment by itself, or each is a realization of a stochastic process, and you try to find the best eigenbasis, best basis to represent that process. That is your classic POD, but there you are assuming that each instantaneous data is itself a realization of the turbulent process, which is not really a great assumption, and it can lead to non-monochromatic features and so on. So if you do an assumption where you have a situation where you assume that an experiment is something which has a particular time period as well. So if you collect a bunch of snapshots and put that together and assume that that is an experiment, and that is a realization of the stochastic process, and that you have multiple such blocks of spatio-temporal data, that would lead to spectral POD. And it essentially boils down to something which is the eigenvalue decomposition of a cross-spectral density tensor. Right. So, so the numerical implementation of this usually is done in a batch approach, in which you get all the snapshot data and then you put it inside your code, and you try to do the eigenvalue decomposition. But that is going to kill you if you are doing a 3-dimensional simulation. So how can you avoid this? Because the memory requirements for that, for example, if you have a 1 GB 3-dimensional snapshot, because now we have the capability to do all these simulations, what do you do? Well, the memory becomes 2 TB. So can we reduce memory requirements? And it has been shown that you can if you use a streaming approach. The current available streaming approaches are unfortunately all serial. which puts in a bottleneck. But if you look at the overall structure, and I can't go into the details, but it's basically an MGS, which is modified Gram-Schmidt approach and algorithm, and an SVD of a very sparse matrix, which is essentially a diagonal matrix plus a few non-diagonal terms, non-zero terms. And so you can actually do this parallelly as well. And that was the idea that we started with. And so what we did was we developed a code which could do this parallelly. And we tested out, so again, I mentioned I don't know if I mentioned it, but PETC and SLIPC, these are open source libraries which allow you to do large scale parallel eigenvalue computations and so on. And we were able to port it, and we were able to show that you can get scaling. So we have reduced, for example, 20 million grid point 150 MB data set. We have reduced it by the computational time by 10 times, at least. So we are able to do this, what was done in 10 hours in around 1 hour, just by using 16 cores. Okay, so this is, okay, I'll stop there. So basically what we have done is looked at swirling flows in different contexts and some low frequency oscillations in different contexts. And we have developed a lot of parallel tools to study these. And the SPOD code that I mentioned, we have released it open source. So please feel free to check this out and see if you can give us some improvements. We are attempting to now also try a GPU accelerated version of it. We have to do feasibility studies and so on. But please try out our parallel code as well and see if it works for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. So, one or two questions. Everybody's hungry.
Yeah, thank you for the very interesting talk. So there is, for post-processing, do you use ParaView?
Right, yeah, we use ParaView for 3D.
Okay,
right.
so because ParaView, it came up with a ParaView catalyst.
Right.
Right, so which can actually do in situ reduced order modeling, right, which you are talking about, and it can happen then and there on the cloud itself, right, on the local core itself, where I'm pretty sure it must be using some of this streaming SPOD which you are talking about.
Oh, so they are actually able to
So
retrieve SPOD modes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So you can
check it out.
look
right.
it up. You can. It's called ParaView Catalyst.
Right.
Okay.
And what approach are they looking at?
I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure they must be using this sort of like reduced order modeling.
Right.
Just look it up. Maybe either it will help you out in your
Right,
research,
right.
or you will find that they are doing the same sort of thing.
Right,
Right.
definitely.
So either way.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
that's an important thing. We'll look into it. Right.
That's it. Let's thank the speaker once more.
Okay, thank you. Right, so I think lunch has been slightly delayed, or not very slight, but yeah, so we'll resume at
I thank Professor Sanjay Kumar for handling this session on HPC in CFD and data-driven fluid mechanics. I also thank the speakers for sharing their work. Please join us for the next session on poster presentation at Hall of Frame after the lunch break by 2:50 p.m. Poster presenters are requested to be in the Hall of Frame with their posters at the earliest possible. One more announcement for tomorrow's session talk. The venue has been changed. It's not MFCF Seminar Hall. It is the same outreach auditorium for the next day talk also. And for speakers and non-IITK students, the lunch is arranged at the Visitors Hall. Please contact the registration desk for the further queries. Thank you.
एक ही दिए थे, एक ही दिख रहा है इधर, चेंज कर दिया सेल इसके। हेलो 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 हेलो। हेलो 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 चेक हेलो।
ये बिल्डिंग ये कैसे कर सकते हो? यहाँ पे सीढ़ी खड़े- सब लोग आ जाओ। कल मुझसे आ रहा कोई बात नहीं. आप लोग सब लोग से मैडम ये ले प्लीज तो ये बताओ कि स्कूल यूनिफॉर्म कोई है मेरे अलावा सर हम भी है आइए प्लीज
Hello, 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 check, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
रेंज से बाहर हो गए ना। बात सुनो, उसके बाद ये अभी गाना गाएंगे।
खाना खा लो।
Welcome back all. Now we'll proceed with the next session on AI or ML in CFD. I request Professor Rakesh Kumar Matpal, faculty member of Department of Aerospace Engineering, to take over the session on this as a chairperson. Over to you, sir.
Now it must be on, I think. Good afternoon, everyone. So I welcome you back to the workshop, and thank you so much all the external faculty members to the campus. So now we have this session on AI and ML. We have 5 interesting talks on this. I think 2 are before the tea break, and then we'll have 3 after the tea break. So the first one is from Professor Ayato Taki. He's from Kobe University, and he's an assistant professor at the Graduate School of System Informatics, Kobe University, and a visiting researcher at RIKEN. His research focuses on computational fluid dynamics, including numerical simulations of fluid-rigid body interactions and complex flow structures, such as vortices. He also works on the development and application of computational methods, and more recently has been studying approaches that combine quantum computing with CFD. So I welcome Professor Ayato Taki for his talk. Thank you. I think it's going to be 25 minutes long talk, followed by 20 plus, and then we'll have 5 minutes or something like that of interaction. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Ayato Taki from Kobe University in Japan. This study applies mathematical techniques originally developed in quantum physics to CFD. In this presentation, we demonstrate a 1 billion cell simulation on a single GPU using the matrix product state, or MPS. First, let me start with the background. This graph shows the historical trend of hardware performance growth with data sourced from recent literature. The horizontal axis represents the year, while the vertical axis shows the growth ratio relative to a historical baseline. The black line indicates the growth rate of CPU and GPU computational performance. For a recent example, the H100 GPU is shown here. This corresponds to a 60,000 fold increase over 20 years compared to earlier generations. Today's H100 offers nearly 1 million times the performance. In contrast to this remarkable improvement in computational capability, memory capacity growth is shown by green line. This line is memory line, which has improved only about 100-fold in 20 years. Compared with computational performance, its growth is significantly slower. Furthermore, the blue line indicates the growth rate of interconnect performance. This is even smaller, increasing only about 30-fold in 20 years. As you can see from this graph, the widening gap between computational capacity and memory bandwidth is a major challenge in modern HPC. While the specific bottleneck depends on the application, memory transfer is primary hurdle for large-scale 3D CFD simulations. To address this, we propose compressing data to minimize memory transfer, thereby tapping into underutilized computational power of modern hardware. Based on this idea, we developed a Navier-Stokes solver using tensor network and tested it on large-scale problems. Next, let me explain what a tensor network is. Tensor network is a mathematical technique originating from quantum many-body physics, and we apply it to CFD. It provides a framework to represent high-order tensors using lower-order tensors and their contractions, as shown in this figure. In this figure, this circle represents tensor. Each node and different connection patterns produce different types of tensor networks. Among them, we use the matrix product state, or MPS, in this study. This is the simplest model, and prior studies have already applied it to CFD, which is why we begin from here. In detail, the method uses SVD, singular value decomposition, to retain only the important correlations while compressing the data size. This is illustrated in the figure here. We divide the data and replace it with a product of small tensors. A key advantage of this method is that numerical operation can be performed in the compressed form. Unlike general data compression such as ZIP, arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, and multiplication can be performed while the data remains compressed. Next, I will discuss some numerical mathematical detail of MPS. This is the corresponding equation. Suppose X represents a physical field variable expressed as 9-order tensor. Then it can be represented as a product of third-order tensors, as shown here. Of course, this equality is just formal, and due to compression errors, it is actually an approximation. Next, let me explain where this ninth order tensor comes from in a 3D-dimensional computation. We consider a 3-dimensional field. For example, if we have a grid of size 8 by 8 by 8, it is ordinarily represented as a third-order tensor, xijk. Since 8 equals 2 to the power of 3, each index can be split into 3 indices. This allows us to represent the data as a 9-order tensor without changing the total number of elements and the contents. This enables decompression into lower order tensor using MPS. Here, the resulting shape is drawn as a cubic third-order tensor. Regarding terminology, the indices or the index of these tensors correspond to the original 9th-order tensor and called physical dimensions. The newly introduced indices alpha, which is connecting tensors, are called bond dimension. The bond dimension is a parameter that determines the compression ratio. It can be controlled by the truncation threshold in the SVD. That is, how small singular values are discarded. Although MPS appears advantageous, it also has drawbacks. While operators are possible, each operation increases the bond dimension. In other words, compression efficiency deteriorates. Therefore, MPS operations necessarily require recompression. Now, I will explain the solver that uses this representation. We adopt the 3-dimensional incompressible Navier-Stokes equations as the governing equations. The numerical method is basically the same as conventional CFD. We use the finite volume method and solve the equation using the fractional step method. The difference is that the physical fields, such as velocity and pressure, are stored entirely in MPS form. As a result, memory consumption is drastically reduced. The diagram on the right shows the flow chart. All computation proceeds in MPS form, And only for visualization do we decompress the data and pass it to visualization software such as Paraview. Using this method, we can compute with very low memory usage, enabling us to attempt large-scale simulations. Here are the results. We performed a Taylor green vortex simulation with 1 billion grid cells. The grid size is shown here. Time step and temporal integration settings are equivalent to these used in conventional CFD. The threshold epsilon is epsilon controlled MPS compression. For hardware, we used a single A100 GPU. Using only one GPU, we performed the 1 billion cell simulation. The results are shown. The time evolution of the flow field is physically consistent and captures the expected dynamics. Next, let me show the detailed analysis. A distinctive feature of MPS computation is that its computational cost changes dynamically according to the complexity of the flow. This is shown in this graph. The horizontal axis is time step, representing the progress of the simulation from left to right. The yellow line shows the computation time per time step. Above the graph, snapshots of the flow at each time step are shown. Around step 2000, vortices appear and become more complex, then eventually decay. As the velocities decay, the computation time also decreases accordingly. Let us break down the computation time. We compute 4 variables, u, v, w, and p, and for each, the right-hand side and the linear solver for implicit part. This gives 8 types of computation, as shown here. The dominant cost is the update of the velocity right-hand side. Interestingly, unlike conventional CFD, the pressure computation requires very little time. Let us now examine why the velocity computation is so expensive. The left graph shows the distribution of bond dimensions at a certain instant. This is for time step 4000. In this graph, each point represents the bond dimension of an MPS tensor. The edge have dimension 1, while the center increases. This is the typical form of MPS. This contains the initial information, internal information that determine MPS size. This graph shows how maximum bond dimension changes over time. This horizontal line is time step. Plotted against the step counts, it increases and then decreases. This wave-like pattern closely matches the earlier plots of computation time. The reason this directly impacts computational cost is the nonlinear term of Navier-Stokes equation. The nonlinear term involves multiplication, which significantly increases the bond dimension. Simply performing the operation enlarges the internal dimension and reduces compression efficiency. We investigated the bottleneck when the bond dimension grows and found that the recompression process is the cause. This step includes matrix transformation and SVD, and its working memory footprint scales as the fourth power of the bond dimension. This strongly affects transfer time and overall performance. Finally, let us look at the flow field. Here, we compare qualitative differences. The top shows the MPS-based CFD, and the bottom shows conventional CFD. These are snapshots of the time series data, displaying isosurface of velocity magnitude. They look almost identical. Vortices appear and then decay, and behavior is reproduced. This behavior is reproduced. At a glance, they are nearly indistinguishable, though a closer look reveals slight differences in some regions. Although some difference arise from different conditions, the overall physical behavior is reproduced correctly. In summary, we developed a CFD solver based on MPS for three-dimensional incompressible Navier-Stokes equations. Thanks to data compression, we achieved a 1 billion cell computation on a single GPU. This suggests the potential to use computational unit very efficiently without relying on interconnect performance. On the other hand, we identified the new bottleneck, the increase in bond dimension caused by the nonlinear term and associated the recompression cost. In the future, we aim to improve computational efficiency by exploring optimal algorithms. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Taki.
Thank you.
So now we have enough time to have a good interaction. So audience may raise questions. Yes, we can start with Lavish.
Yeah, you said that there were some differences in between the MPS-based CFD simulation and the conventional CFD simulation. So you noticed some differences in between the two, the conventional CFD and the MPS-based CFD.
Some difference.
Yeah, so what were those differences basically? I wanted to know that.
About the results?
Yeah, what were the differences in the results?
About this,
like visually some flow features are different.
We can see visually. Here is slightly different.
Yes, so like quantitatively what were those differences?
Sorry.
Like,
so he's asking, how do you compare quantitatively the results from MPS-based CFD versus conventional CFD?
Now, yet I compare quantitatively. But we will do statistical evaluation between MPS and conventional CFD.
Thank you.
Okay, we can have.
Yes. So my question is on your one of the initial slides where you decompose a 3-way tensor into a 9-way tensor. Why were you not able to include the variable space, right? You have the 3 components of velocity pressure as one additional dimension in the 9-way tensor.
This is just example.
Example. But is your feature dimension, the variable dimension, also included in the tensor?
Sorry?
Are your variables are part of one of the directions in the tensor?
Direction?
In the data representation, like your 3 dimensions in space.
I use 3-dimensional data.
Right. And then you have the 4th dimension that you can construct from the variables in a tensor format. Right. In the 4th dimension, you can have U, V, W, and P.
Yes, I use for 4 fields. U,
yes.
V, W, and
so
P.
now with that, you can construct a 4-way tensor instead of a 3-way tensor, 4 of them. Do you use that, or do you do this only based on spatial dependency?
Sorry.
Okay, we can chat offline. That's all.
Okay, more?
So how do you decide the value of epsilon here? Like how much compression you want in a particular simulation? So the epsilon is a variable here, right? The compression is controlled by the truncation threshold epsilon. Correct?
Compression. about compression.
Yes. So how do you determine that value of epsilon? So you have written 10 power minus 4, so it can be any value, right? So
actually, I tried and error. Try many times, and actually, it's severe. Difficult to determine best. Very if use very small epsilon, it takes very long time and large memory. But when we use rough coarse epsilon, the result become very worse.
Okay.
So we tried some epsilon, and in this case, I decided this epsilon, and I have another date. I tried. I investigated the impact of truncation threshold epsilon on the accuracy of tensor representation. And in this investigation, target data is snapshot of channel flow turbulence. Here, only encode and decode.
Okay.
Not calculate Navier-Stokes equation using MPS form. This is reference field. It's calculated using CFD in advance and 256 resolution. We use 3 cases of epsilon. 10 to the power minus 3. This is the finest case, and the medium case, and the coarse case. The encode and decoded flow field become like this. If we use 10 to the power minus 3, it is almost the same result, I think. But medium case, you can see a little like block noise.
Yeah.
And 10 to the power of minus 1, it is terrible result. I investigate like this, so determine the minus 4.
Okay. So my question is, it will depend on the flow problem. So
yes, maybe now investigate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much.
More, or maybe I can ask. If you can show the last result before conclusions. Yeah, here from MPS-based CFD, you have used a grid of size 1 billion, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And from conventional CFD, I see 256 cube.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how would you compare the two when you are taking much finer mesh for the MPS-based CFD? Is it good to compare the two? I mean,
actually, I must use same grid size, I think.
Yeah. And I have one more query, if you can go back. Yeah, can you explain to us this bond dimension? What is that? And because your the memory that scales, bond dimension to the power 4. Can you explain a little bit about bond dimension?
What is bond dimension?
Yeah.
We in MPS encode original variable field into 3 order tensors. How to do is use SVD. As a result, these 3 order tensors created. When bond dimension is the dimension of these indices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Taki. You're ready? 1 minute? So after the first talk from Professor Taki, we have the next talk from Professor Konduri Aditya from IISc. The title of the talk is Machine Learning for Combustion Applications. And Professor Konduri Aditya is an assistant professor in the Department of Computational and Data Sciences at IISc, Bangalore. And he leads the FLAME laboratory. The name of the laboratory is FLAME, appropriately named. His research spans CFD, turbulent combustion and propulsion, high performance computing, and scientific machine learning. He received his PhD in Aero from Texas A&M, where his dissertation on asynchronous algorithms for PDEs was recognized with the department's Outstanding Dissertation Award. Prior to joining IISc, he was a postdoctoral scholar at Sandia National Laboratories, US. He is a recipient of the Arcot Ramachandran Young Investigator Award 2022, and the ASME Turbo Expo Best Paper Award 2024, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam HPC Award 2025, and the Outstanding Early Career Aerospace Engineering Alumni Award to Access A&M 2025. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you Rajesh Ranjan and Pradeep Mais for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to talk in front of all of you. So today I'll give you a brief overview talk on how we can leverage machine learning in combustion applications. My particular focus will be on not replacing machine learning, not using machine learning to replace CFD, but how we can accelerate CFD using machine learning. And I'll give you some of the examples of how we have used it in the context of combustion applications. So here is a brief outline of my talk. I'll start with some brief motivation for combustion, and I'll skip some of the things on foundational machine learning models. I'll just talk about recent advances. Then I go into some of the applications. So as we are looking towards energy transition, where we want to decarbonize, we want to look at renewables, like the solar and wind. But not every day is a sunny day, nor every day is a windy day. Whenever you have excess energy from renewables, you want to electrolyze the water and store them using hydrogen, right? Or you burn biomass, right? And now the gas turbine engines that you operate in your thermal power stations should be able to work with different fuels of different types of reactivity to be able to compensate for the additional energy required to have a stable power supply. So this is the landscape that we are looking towards in future, where part of the energy comes from the renewables, part comes from the thermal power plant, and overall the load can fluctuate a lot between the different scenarios. Okay, so in this context, combustion is essential. And what we are looking at are the fuels that are carbon-free or carbon-neutral in nature. And in this context, a gas turbine in such a setting should have low emissions, high efficiency, and should be able to work with multiple fuels. So in this context, we are also interested in the carbon capture technology and co-firing systems. And one of the major challenges as we burn with hydrogen is operational safety. So can we leverage machine learning in resolving some of these challenges? To understand this, combustion, we want to look at what are the fundamental attributes. It's a multi-physics phenomena coming from both fluid mechanics as well as chemical kinetics, also involving heat and mass transfer. And because most of the cases are turbulent in nature, you also have the multi-scale in the flow dimension. And when you want to look at practical fuels with detailed chemistry, you have hundreds of chemical species participating in thousands of reactions, during which you have this oxidation happening of the fuel. And the cases are highly nonlinear in nature, as represented by the Arrhenius chemistry. So as we move forward, the challenges are in doing large-scale DNS and LES, which will have high dimensionality cost coming from the computational chemistry. And in terms of practical devices, we want to look at real-time control and diagnostics. And finally, we want to have very confident chemical mechanisms that reduce the uncertainties associated with the Arrhenius parameterization. Just to ask a broader question at device scale, a typical gas turbine engine takes about 7 to 10 years of development from the inception of the concept, right? Now the question that we are asking is, can machine learning or AI can push this timelines to much shorter scale, and can we accelerate this entire process? I'll skip this. So if we look at the recent advances in machine learning, you are now looking at foundational models. In terms of fluid mechanics, I am very doubtful to have a foundational model, but it, I think, is well suited for chemical kinetics, right? And in terms of more generative models, we now have diffusion models with multimodal data sets where data can come from text, numbers, videos, and so on. And finally, in the context of flow control, we have now robust reinforcement learning algorithms, and then we have these additional complexities in the networks that help you improve the accuracy of the models. So now let's look at scientific machine learning. What are the core principles? In addition to the standard ones where you do cat and dog classification, we also want to enforce physical consistency. That means, can we impose our governing equation constraints into the machine learning architecture, which is typically done through loss functions? And can we introduce symmetries as required by the physics? And can we also have data efficiency? This is very typical of scientific applications where the data availability of a certain experiment is very scarce, right? We always work with very limited data, unlike Netflix recommendations or Amazon recommendations. So that's where we are different. So the key approaches include physics-informed neural networks. So some of the students have presented these during the poster session. People are looking at neural operators, hybrid models, and finally we should focus on uncertainty quantification. This is just to tell how accurate or how reliable our machine learning based predictions are. So what is ML capable of in terms of doing some tasks? It's good at pattern recognition and knowledge discovery. This is when you have very high fidelity data and you are looking for flow physics exploration. The second one is reduced order modeling. So this is for creating engineering scale models where you are looking at very broad quantities like CDCL that one of the talks has mentioned earlier. And then for simulations like LES, we want to do parameter estimation of the model coefficients for different types of flow regimes. So that's where we want to use. And finally, control and optimization. Accordingly, in combustion, we can use this for chemical kinetics and fuel design, combustion modeling, experimental diagnostics, and then control and optimization of extreme events in combustion. So in terms of chemical kinetics, things start at atomistic scale. People typically use molecular dynamic simulations to extract the reaction pathways and the parameterization for the rate constants. This is done in two modes. The more accurate one is called ab initio molecular dynamics. This is very, very expensive, and typically to do nanosecond timescale is not possible for more complex fuels. So people resort to reactive molecular dynamics, where the force field is parameterized using some empirical relations, and these are reasonably fast so that we can do long simulations with large hydrocarbon fuels. So with machine learning, people have started now looking at ML-based force fields that give accuracy of the order of DFT, but are as fast as reactive molecular dynamics. In such networks, the inputs are the positions and velocities of these different atoms, and what you get out is the force field parameters that are used to evolve the atoms in the box. So this is the accuracy comparison in one of the papers from China, where they show that the correlation between DFT calculations and neural network potential-based calculations is quite remarkable. So in our lab, we use these kind of ML potentials to look at some of the chemical kinetics at extreme combustion conditions. The second one is fuel design. People are now, as we look at decarbonization, looking at blending hydrogen and methane, hydrogen and ammonia. So what is the right way of blending to give certain properties for the combustor? So people are looking at neural network-based models again to do the parameterization of the thermochemical space and get the desired outputs, in this case the suiting index, based on a machine learning model. right? Then now I get into my work here. On the left, I show you a gas turbine combustor from Ansaldo Energia. This is a H-class gas turbine that has two stages of combustion. The first stage is conventional swirl stabilized, while the second one is at vitiated conditions, so it is auto ignition stabilized. So the majority of the combustion characteristics depend on how this combustor performs, and we have done a direct numerical simulation of this combustor with about 2 billion grid points in this paper here. And what do we get out of this simulation, right? We are able to show some of the key combustion physics, as I will show in the next slide. But what did it take? We solved here about 14 equations, 2 billion grid points, 1 million time steps, and this was done on 90,000 cores and took about 20 million CPU hours, right? This is very expensive. The question to ask is, what does it give you now that we have burned so much amount of compute time? The first thing that we are able to identify are, in this multimodal combustion system, different modes of combustion and how much amount of fuel is consumed in each of these modes, right? For example, the assisted ignition and extinction part are part of flame propagation mode, while the auto ignition is happening in the bulk, which consumes majority of the fuel. So we are able to characterize this for the OEM and showcase this. In addition to this, because people were typically firing such a gas turbine with natural gas and we moved on to hydrogen, fully 100% hydrogen, we found that hydrogen, because it's very reactive and diffusive, creates these spurious auto-ignition kernels. This was the first time people have observed this. And after we reported these results, people have looked at it more carefully. And we saw that these ignition kernels eventually result in flashback of the flame, which is dangerous in terms of safety concerns. I'll talk about this towards the end of this talk. So now let's look at combustion modeling as such in performing the simulations. We have a set of governing equations. We solve them using some of the numerical methods and put them into a solver. We use initial and boundary conditions, and if you are using LES or RANS, you have some sort of a model that goes into your solver. You perform the simulations, you generate the data, and you post-process the data to understand some of the key combustion dynamics or flow physics. So now how can we think about incorporating machine learning to accelerate each of these boxes, right? The first one is, in combustion calculations, in addition to the standard conservation of mass, momentum, and energy, you also have to solve for conservation of species, which has a very high dimensionality. So can we use dimensionality reduction techniques like the talk in the morning was also talking about the latent space. So that is what we are want to find here to solve the chemical kinetics. The second one is, in terms of initial conditions, can we use a cheap LES and embed small scales into that LES, which gives me a reasonably accurate initial condition that can quickly take me to a statistically stationary state, right? So this is what typically is referred to as super resolution. The third one is, in majority of my cases, my inflow is turbulent. In the simulation that I showed you earlier, the inflow was generated by an auxiliary channel flow, but that is expensive. So can we generate turbulent inflow conditions using generative model? This is what Rishita is working on, and she's going to talk about it. And the next thing is the LES models for combustion and in general flow physics have a lot of parameters associated with the subgrid model. So can we learn these conditioned on the flow or the flow features, right? So this is one aspect. So this is where you are using ML models in terms of the solver. But once we have the data, can we use the ML models to detect extreme events, right, or new physics? The next one is, now that we have this high fidelity data, can we use reduced order modeling based on LES to develop engineering scale 1D solvers? So these are the questions. So let me quickly get into this. I don't want you to look at these equations, but what I want you to consider are, we are in combustion solving about 100 partial differential equations at each grid point, which is a very high dimensional space, and each of these have about 20 to 500 reactions. I mean, these are like smallest mechanisms for each fuel that we are considering. So people typically use low dimensional manifolds. In this context, think about having this reaction A plus B gives C plus D. When A is getting consumed using this reaction, B is also getting consumed. That means there is a strong correlation between the consumption of A and consumption of B. So can I represent, instead of these two variables, a single variable R that is a linear combination of A and B? Likewise, C and D is represented using P. to think about this, I have two variables x1 and x2, and these are the data points from a numerical experiment. If I do an eigen decomposition, I get the values a1 and a2, or the vectors a1 and a2. I project the data into this manifold a1 and a2 and truncate a2. So now I'm left with a one-dimensional space. So now I'll solve only for one equation instead of two equations to get the dynamics of my numerical simulations. People typically use principal component analysis or autoencoders. In my lab, we have proposed a method called co-kurtosis PCA, which I'll talk about next. So to understand or motivate you about PCA and COK PCA, let's consider a normal data set like this. The data samples are distributed in a Gaussian manner, and what you see is the first principal vector aligned along the direction of maximum spread or the variance in the data. The second one by construction is orthogonal to the first one. Now what I've done on the right side is I've taken few points, about 15 points from the main cloud of points, and put them aside. Now I say that these points are representative of extreme events like the flame in a combustion simulation. Now if I do the principal component analysis, the first principal vector is still aligned along the same direction, and you hardly see any change in the principal values. Now if I do the projection of the data points into the 1D space, these points where the chemical dynamics would happen, if this was representing a flame, would incur very large projection errors and will not be an effective model for representing the chemical kinetics. So the idea is to look at higher order moments. So one of the moments is the fourth order moment, kurtosis, which is a measure of existing outliers or propensity to produce outliers. Okay? And in a multivariate setting, we construct what is called the co-kurtosis tensor. Particularly, we look at the cumulant form of the tensor, where we have the four-way tensor here, and we subtract the contributions from the lower order moments. Then we do a tensor decomposition of this by performing a matricization operation of the tensor and doing an SVD. Now we obtain principal values and vectors of the fourth moment or the kurtosis. So these are represented by the blue lines in this figure here. The first principal vector now aligns along the extreme valued samples. The second one again by construction is orthogonal. Now if I do projection errors onto this blue line, you see that these extreme valued samples incur very low error. The points here incur very large errors, but these are the points in my domain where you do not have much chemical activity by construction. Okay? If I randomly change these points to somewhere else, my second moment vectors are insensitive to the change in the position of these samples, but now the fourth moment vector quickly realigns to always follow the extreme valued samples. With this exercise, I want to convince you that co-kurtosis PCA is better suited when you have non-Gaussian data, and extreme valued samples are important for your dynamics. So this is a better model to do dimensionality reduction or create the latent space. So the entire process can be thought of as an autoencoder, where you have a linear encoding process, you have the latent space, and all the computations that I want to do will be done in the latent space, and upon getting the solution, we reconstruct the solution back using an ANN. And in this process, let's consider the governing equation for a homogeneous reactor. These are set of ordinary differential equations. Okay, PD is here in this case. So these are the original temperature and mass fractions of the species. We transform these into principal component space, where this is a projection operator that is represented by this encoding process. And now what we want to do is we want to solve using this workflow here. I have my initial condition for the full state. I'll project the data into a low dimensional principal component space, where this space is much smaller than this. Now with this initial condition, I will evolve my OD or PD solvers and then reconstruct the solution back. Okay? So just to give you an example here, I consider a homogeneous reactor system oxidizing ethylene. It has 33 species. In the low dimensional space, we are considering only 5 principal components. So now instead of solving for 33 equations, I solve only for 5 equations, right? And we use 2 approaches. One is called the standard ODE approach, the other is the neural ODE approach. One thing that I want you to focus on is the source term for the consumption and production of species is very well known, but for something which is a surrogate, like a principal component, we do not know what this is. We also model this using a ANN. Excuse me. So this is the training process. You have the principal components at a given time. You pass this to an ANN. The ANN will predict the source terms for the ODE solvers. And in the training process, we minimize the loss between the actual terms and the predicted ones. And in the inference part, you just take the initial condition and pass it through this solver, and then you will get the final solution back. Okay? So these are the profiles, that a priori profiles that we see from the data. These are what you can think about as the exact profiles for the different principal components. We do the same thing using the OD integration from the initial conditions. The PCA-based principal components stay nearly the same, because what has happened is, as you keep integrating the solution, the errors due to the integration make the points slip out of the manifold that it was trained on. And you do not see any change in the solution here. If you use co-kurtosis-based PCA manifold, you have the shapes right. However, you have now issues in terms of where the ignition is happening. Here, it is happening much earlier than what it should be. Right? We are now able to be on the manifold, but the errors that you incur across time integration is introducing these additional errors. So how do we fix these? So what we have proposed next is to learn the source terms as we integrate the solution in time, such that the neural network can now also absorb the propagation errors across different time steps. Okay, so this is the standard neural OD approach. And once we do that, now you look at the profiles. They are on top of each other. Now instead of solving for 33 equations, we are now solving only for 5 equations. Now I reconstruct the profiles of different scalars that are part of my original fuel oxidation, and you recover all of these profiles. One quantity of interest is the heat release rate, which is what you want to get out of a combustion system. You see that we exactly recover the profiles. We tried this for a much more complex system that has 88 species. That means I'm now solving for 88 PDEs or ODEs. We reduce it to 10, and we are able to recover their profiles. Here, what I want to point out is PCA has these additional spikes that you get. We significantly minimize those here. And all of these things were done in a posteriori setting. We integrate the solutions in the low dimensional space. So what is in terms of speed up? People have shown about 70x speed up. This is not our work, but someone else's. And people have also shown that a DNS that was initially done with 34 species was able to be done with 2 principal components. So these are the kind of reductions that you can expect. The next one is parameterization of subgrid model. So people have been able to recover the source terms for LES models based on machine learning. I'll not go into the detail here. I will next go into the initial condition generation part, which is called the super resolution technique. What is the case here? In LES, you get an image like this, which is much more pixelated. You want to pass it through a neural network and get DNS-like image here, which is called super resolved image. And how do you train this model? By comparing it with the DNS here, right? Which is the high resolution model. So this is done in standard cat and dog kind of problems. But what we want to consider is, can we leverage the properties of turbulence in this training process? What do we know about turbulence? That if your cutoff is in the inertial range, in the universal range, it exhibits scale similarity. Accordingly, what we have done now is, this is my LES, which is at 128 cube. I want to get a solution which is like DNS, which is 512 cube.
2 minutes.
Yes. And what we now do is, we filter the LES data to much lower scale and train the model between these two levels. And now we take this trained model and apply it to get DNS-like resolution. What I want to show you here is that we are able to capture both the kinetic energy spectra as well as the dissipation spectra reasonably accurately with this kind of training process. Now, your DNS in the training process is not present, which is what is needed for most of the practical flows. The next thing is, we also extended this to graph neural network based methods to look at more practical unstructured meshes. This is all working well. And we have also used this framework to help experimentalists extract velocity vectors from PLIF images. Okay. And then finally, I want to go into one last point, which is this flashback, right? So what happens is, when you have auto ignition, a compression wave that is generated here moves upstream
And in this upstream propagation, it does PDV work, compression heating work on the local mixture, and reduces the ignition delay time of the mixture here, where the mixture auto ignites and you have a flashback. Okay. So what we have done is we understood the mechanisms of flashback from the DNS, and then we have used our co-kurtosis method to identify the precursors for the formation of extreme event, and finally used a clustering-based algorithm to look at the data transition from normal cells to cells that correspond to extreme events, and also forecast the time scale. Once we have forecasted this, this is one of the typical realizations. Blue is the operation of normal, red is the extreme event. What we are now doing is we are able to detect that it is going towards an extreme event when you are at the beginning of yellow. And once we have done that, we have triggered water injection into the system. And now the flame is pushed back into the combustion. Okay. So what we have done in our earlier exercise is to identify precursors of extreme events, then forecast its occurrence. If the time scale is reasonably long, we can inject water and showcase that we can push the extreme event back into the combustion. With this, I want to share some thoughts, but the first one is the most, I'll finish only with the first thought, others can go on. So for students typically, right, there are a lot of scientific machine learning celebrities, okay? I can name one, but others you are obvious, like George Karnatakis or someone, okay? These people come up with new model, do Burger's equation, flow past cylinder, and one small case, and move on to the next network. But then these papers get published in very reputable journals like Nature, Com, Science, and so on. But you should not fall for that trap. First, you have to ask whether machine learning can solve my problem or not, and then go into these kind of things. Because you cannot solve Burger's again because he has already solved. What you can do next is flow past cylinder, which is at a higher Reynolds number. And we know that in majority of cases, it will not work. Even if it works, it's not generalizable. So I don't see a value in doing and running behind such celebrities. First, ask what you can solve, what is the ML model, and at what fidelity you want to use. For example, Professor in the morning mentioned that they are using ML model in generative cases to predict CD and CL. These are very coarse grain quantities, not fine grain quantities. They are really good. ML models are really good at predicting those, but not to replace flow physics. If you are interested in combustion dynamics or flow physics, don't use ML to replace your solvers. Okay, right. So finally, these are the broad conclusions that we can use it for feature extraction, parameter estimation, reduced order modeling, and flow control and optimization. And I would like to thank all my students and collaborators and the funding resources. Thank you.
One of our students is working with you, MB Raj. He did his master's from.
Yes, he just finished his defense.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. We have some time. I think we are going to go for tea break after this. So we can have some time, I think, 2 to 3 questions from the audience.
Yes. Okay. I'm happy to take controversial questions. So feel free. Yes.
So for example, combustion, you are also looking into chemistry, and at the same code also looks into the flow field.
Yes, right.
So for example, if I have, let's say I have blowout data of hydrogen methane blends. So will it be possible using your code to predict the composition which it will blow out, something like that?
Yes. So there are two things, right? In the context of machine learning, we are looking at hydrogen methane blending. Let's say I train my model at certain blend concentrations.
Okay.
If I'm within that interpolating regime, if I look at some other blend composition, is my model or the kinetics well represented? The answer is yes. But if I go out of my training boundaries,
then
I cannot guarantee. That is where
Understood.
I think Bayesian networks are important, where you can also quantify the uncertainty associated with the outputs.
Thank you.
Yes.
More?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the very interesting talk. So I want you to take you back to that gas turbine development is at least 10 years, right?
Yes.
And it's not just combustion chamber.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
true.
What I want to bring out here is
the work which I do, except combustion chamber, right? So turbines and compressors. Now this is very interesting in the sense that like you start talking about the rare events, right? One such rare event is compressor stall and surge, which is as serious a problem as like your flame, whatever you're showing. What do you think about like all these methods which you have applied in the context of combustion? Can these be used for stall surge prediction, and then the way you have controlled the flame dynamics, like then immediately start controlling the stall and surge?
So these are all data dependent,
right?
As long as you have non-Gaussian data, you can do all of these things. Just as an example, after I left Sandia, this algorithm was used in wristwatches and these biosensors, and they have used it for prediction of some abnormalities in health. And I think they have patented it.
I see.
I'm not a part of the patent, but the same idea was used.
That's great. So
these are translatable. In fact, I have one PhD student from Indian Air Force with whom we are looking at stall in the flight operation itself, stall and spin. So he's now gathering the data from several flights, and we are now looking at those aspects.
Thank you.
We have time for one more, because talk was very interesting. We can devote more time. Yes, Prashant.
Hello, Professor. So you are aware about the neural operators, right?
Yes.
So people have tried to train the networks for the different geometry-based data.
Right.
For the similar kind of boundary condition or a slightly varied boundary condition, and the variation of boundary condition are mostly a statistical kind of normal distribution, something like that. And they have tried to predict the solution for different kind of geometry, and they had some success, and they were able to create a parameter called the level of trust, and like the level of trust was related to the diffusion models, and whatever the original error they had and the original error from the level of trust they created, they were aligning very much. So I mean, what do you think in that kind of network?
Yeah, so my thoughts about pins and neural operators is that if your solution is laminar, right, smooth solution, or laminar-like solutions in turbulent flow, which are RAN solutions, there you will have some success, because at the end of the day, a RAN solution is a smooth solution, right? So in those cases, the generalizability is better, and adding all of these metrics is okay. But will you use RAN solution to explore flow physics? That is a question that you have to ask. If you want to use RANs for flow physics, I don't want to trust that.
No.
But if it is for engineering design, for sure, yes, that is good.
Okay. So you're saying that if someone is doing industrial work, someone in some company, if they are trusting the RANs, they can go for the neural operator, something like that.
Yeah, in many cases. But again, it depends on how well you have trained the model, and what are you in the interpolating regime of your data or extrapolating regime. So all these things come into picture.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go for a tea break, and we'll get back in roughly 15 minutes, right? Huh? 4:45, she says. Okay, yeah, okay, thank you, thank you.
I'm just checking. Just mirror.
would like to check on Bhaiya? Okay. Please.
Will it come?
I press this mirror. It's line X, right?
This thing.
Start
Happen.
Start mirroring.
Okay. Good. Good.
Just check PPT. Well, full screen.
Uh,
Animations. Correct.
Here, no?
Yeah. Maybe.
Rajesh, there is no changing plan, no? I'll be the last.
Yeah, you'll be the last.
Okay.
So this is your laptop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is it? This one, no? No. Where is full?
No, the pointer is here.
Where is full screen? Do you know where is full screen?
Slide changer. I think it's
Ashwin?
connected. Try it.
That is connected there. The connector is also there.
Okay, where is full screen?
Right. You were talking about auto encode.
Presentation mode.
I can learn it. That's fine. Right. Amazing.
Aditya went with PCA kind of thing before that SVD.
It is not.
I mean, that just went by fluke. So it's just
But subconsciously there might be something at play.
So what? You're not able to make full screen or what?
No, presentation mode. I'm trying to figure out.
Huh?
Trying to figure out the presentation mode.
No, the full screen mode. There is no presentation mode here. Just go here, full screen mode. Or slideshow. Below slideshow. Yeah. Yeah. This is the word.
That is the word.
Then you can just keep on going.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go for tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, your laptop, no? You keep it.
Just out. I wanted to see my talk. That day it rained really heavy and we could not make it.
I just put it and stay floating.
This is your laptop.
Would you like? Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking that it opened. Rajesh.
You can present it with mine also. It's okay if you wish.
Is it okay?
Mine, I mean, yours is next to me, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But mine is Linux. It's okay, right? Animations and other things is bit.
I made this in Word, MS Word.
Check it, and if it works, fine. If it doesn't work,
So if I'm making presentations, I use MS Word. Other than that,
yeah. I mean, that's always be good. Also, go ahead.
oh, that's Lord Vishnu, is it?
Yeah. Krishna, Vishnu, and
This is the Virat Rupi. Amazing.
no, that's the war.
Huh? Sorry?
That's the war.
But this is the Virat Rupi showed
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Lord
Virat.
Arjun, right? Amazing, nice.
No, I didn't do. Somebody
Still,
do
I
it
mean,
and-
yeah, it's there. It's quite impressive, the wallpaper. Not recognizing it. I can pull this out,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to pay. I mean, it was so kind of you to offer your laptops. Thank you.
I think somebody's laptop is there.
This I'll check with Rajesh. It's
Oh, that means so many greatest stalwarts. So you can say Mahajan. Mahanubhava is basically Mahajan. Endara means so many. So something I have picked it over the time from my interactions with people. So I usually go with some. He's always with you. No, it's not that. When I come across people, even though they didn't work with RM for some time, but just by listening talks or perhaps reading works, hearing from others and his variety of interdisciplinary kind of interest, people are aware of him very much. That's correct. That's true. Yeah. Hello. Okay. Okay.
Okay, okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of the afternoon session. And the next talk is from Professor Rajaram Lakharaju. He's going to talk on autoencoders for dynamical systems. Professor Rajaram Lakharaju is an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Kharagpur, where he leads the Turbulent Interfaces and Dispersion Group. It's called TRIAD. His research aims to uncover the hidden patterns in fluid systems, combining high-performance computations with data-driven approaches to elucidate the dynamics of turbulent and multi-phase flows. Over the years, his work has garnered widespread recognition, including the Inspire Fellowship, the BRNS Young Scientist Award, and National Supercomputing Mission Grants, and has been featured in prestigious venues such as the cover page of JFM, PNAS, and the kaleidoscope of the Physical Review journals. He has also been honored with the Milton Van Dyke Video Award for excellence in communicating complex scientific ideas in an accessible way. Stage is all yours, Professor Lakharaju. Thank you.
Am I audible? Perfect. Thank you. And also thanks to Professor Aditya, and thanks to Professor MKV and Professor Sanjay Mittal and Professor Ishan Sharma. Basically, I'm Raja. I work on tiny rudimentary kind of systems, and I'm more of a learner of machine learning, more of a teacher than a researcher. And some concept named autoencoders, especially they are in some sense useful for turbulence research. And here I'm trying to repeat one particular example, some simple dynamical systems I will take, try to understand what kind of reduced order model one will be in a position to get it. So usually partial differential equations in some sense are infinite dimensional space. Whenever you change the parameters, the control parameters of the system, if non-linearity is involved, the diffusional, anti-diffusional kind of properties, dispersion kind of properties, solutions will land up at different kind of space and time. Now, autoencoders help in some sense to understand that PDEs of infinite dimensional space. Is there a possibility to get finite dimensional space kind of systems? That means if I'm going to put it in a very naive way, is there a way your PDE can be decomposed into set of ordinary differential equations, so that if you can master those ordinary differential equations, in some sense, you will get reasonable solutions, representation of these complex partial differential equations. And all that step began in 1980s when autoencoders were introduced. And to give basic idea of that autoencoder, instead of talking about maths and other thing, first of all, I'm showing this picture because we are more or less familiar with Mona Lisa. We will be in a position to guess that. But if we are going to have a lot of noise, maybe pixels are jumped here and there kind of things, and many pictures are given, still am I in a position to get such kind of picture? That's what we call this autoencoder. So any noise, this autoencoder first of all removes it. The way how this machine learning principle really works is, think about each pixel. Maybe if we are talking about grayscale, it will be having 0, 1 kind of things, or in between that. You pick row by row, column by column, something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. Make it something like n-dimensional kind of vector. Rotate, do certain kind of transformation, so that you have multiple kind of pictures, so that kind of multiple vectors are there. You do such kind of transformations, where the transformation means you require matrices to multiply those vectors. Those matrix elements at prior we don't know. So you go on, begin with certain guesses, do certain kind of manipulations, rotations, operations, and so on. Finally, you have one picture. With respect to that rotation, if you are going to subtract that, is it giving you correct rotation? If you are in a position to do that via certain optimization algorithms, in principle, we are in a position to understand the basic concepts, or that binary numbers, or perhaps the digitization pixels of the system. So when we are looking at a picture, if it is having something like 10 columns
and something like 20 rows, 20 multiplied by 10, that is something like a 200 dimensional kind of vector. But you may not require that entire 200 dimensional vector. Maybe 20 dimensional vector may have that essential basis of the system. And that can we really recover. So autoencoders are helpful to construct such kind of latent space representation. From there, can we really extract the information? So for that purpose, briefly, I go with some overview where exactly it is helpful for fluid mechanics, especially engineers, when they are trying to construct that latent spaces or reduced order models, what kind of things they will look at turbulence research. And can we really use these autoencoders at least to begin with certain complex nonlinear PDEs, and what we can really learn, and can we really extrapolate all the way to typical fluid mechanics problems? That is the direction in which we are trying to look at. So this entire picture, whatever I said in an abstract world, if I am going to write it like a mathematical transformation, so you have a vector, two-dimensional thing. If I am going to convert a n-dimensional kind of vector, some transformation operation we are trying to do, g of phi, on that vector, so that n-dimensional vector goes to m-dimensional vector. So at each step, it really turns out to reduced kind of vector. And that entire operation, what we call encoder. Once that is achieved, that might be the optimistic kind of reduction one will be reaching, which we don't know a priori. What should be the dimension of that a priori, we don't know. Then again, if you do either inverse transformation or a squeezing kind of operations, again reach it to n-dimensional vector. It may not be symmetric and inverse kind of transformation, variety of operations one can really do. That entire composite operation, G acting on that vector and F acting on that, so encoding and decoding kind of thing, if we are looking at that, whatever the transform to original kind of thing, writing it as a loss function, can we really minimize that so that I can understand these operations? If that I can achieve it, autoencoder in principle works for that particular problem. So at linear algebra level, instead of that continuous functions, if we are representing in terms of matrices and finite dimensional kind of thing, can I really get the picture of those matrices, the weights of the system? In that procedure, you will be having outliers, so how you are going to optimize the system, try to get the weights are the essential part of this autoencoder. So usually when we are going to represent that higher dimensional to low dimensional, that low dimensional thing at machine learning principles called latent space of the system. So if one will be in a position to sense that latent space, the next level of dynamics one will be in a position to understand. Usually, most of these dynamics are built in some sense to that latent space. So the whole objective is to capture that particular latent space, what might be the dimension of that space. So typically in fluid mechanics, we always have something like pipelines for oil, water kind of supplies, maybe something like large scale trailing vortices, their interactions, drag, maybe boundary layer kind of flow separation, bubbles, and so on. So kind of complex kind of dynamics always happens. Today's morning, people try to introduce about turbines, flow features happens, complex kind of dynamics there. So to understand such kind of thing at fluid mechanics, usually people go ahead at some low dimensional kind of model, which popularly called as coherent structures. So engineers, what they try to do is, can I really deduce such kind of coherent structures in some sense heuristic way, or perhaps using certain velocity gradient tensor operations. And that kind of features in some sense via autoencoders, without bringing any heuristics, one will be in a position to get that. If it is something like very large scale kind of flows, like environmental flows, geophysical kind of flows, these coherent structures still present in the system. And they act like building blocks of any nonlinear dynamics to begin with. And usually the control parameters always be very big numbers like 10 power 20, 30, and so on. As the numbers are quite large, the nonlinearity of the system becomes high. That means even if you are going to use certain kind of grids, the finite dimensional, the numbers gradually increases, so your grid resolutions have to be increased. In some sense, it's not infinite dimensional, but your numbers really reach to that level. So in that also, when you are ramping up these Reynolds numbers of the system, still, is there some low dimensional model? One can really get it quantitatively out of this data without knowing equations in some way. So typically for fluid mechanics, Navier-Stokes equation is important, velocity, field, pressure, Reynolds numbers, these are the important things. And the most important question comes at machine learning or perhaps data-driven techniques, or in general for Navier-Stokes equation. First of all, you may have certain kind of initial conditions smooth, but as you are evolving, are they still smooth over the time? So when you are going for any predicative kind of capabilities, that particular smoothness becomes one of the important factor. And also, it's not necessary that you begin with one particular kind of initial conditions, go on, increase the time. Any kind of noise in the system can jump into the solutions to multiple levels. And also, finite time singularity is always developed in the system. So when a package or perhaps a machine learning algorithm one is trying to use, the predication, you may be in a position to train it at smaller time steps or perhaps certain time level, but can we really go ahead? Are there any tipping points, singular points happens in the systems and so on? That predication, if we are not in a position to sense that, it becomes a bit difficult even to continue with that algorithm. So typically at turbulence research, wall-bounded turbulence research, there always be something like vortices, streaks, low-speed streaks, they will be lifted up, hairpin vortex structures really created, they interact with each other, and system becomes complicated. And most of the drag, in some sense, controlled by these understanding these coherent structures of the system. Pictorially, if we are looking at that, the colorful pictures like red color, blue color, yellowish kind of colors, people try to use certain heuristic criteria, like I'm using Q criteria so that this is mostly rotation dominated kind of zones. This is something like strain dominated zones and so on. Maybe pressure Hessian based kind of criteria, maybe something like Lagrangian coherent structures. Variety of techniques are there even to show something named isosurfaces, which are the building blocks of turbulence. And if you are increasing the Reynolds number of the systems, those structures in some sense looks nice, but they go create multi-scale nature in the system. So any learning algorithm supposed to capture such kind of so-called coherent structures of the system if one is targeting that low dimensional models. Typically, the computational time required to capture such kind of things in terms of grade increases tremendously with Reynolds numbers. And just to put, typically the highest Reynolds number in the last year Milton Van Dyke video award winner is 6,000 shear stress based Reynolds number for pipe flows. 6,000 is the one which really fetched them this typical Milton Van Dyke award. And what typically the engineers are targeting is something like the shear stress Reynolds numbers 10 power 5, something like 2 orders of magnitude high, and try to understand what might be the mechanisms responsible for that drag change or alteration. And that really costs something like all the content of the world, even if one is trying to dump the data, trying to understand that. And that kind of data, which supposed to be understood to even extract post-processing capabilities, this is the structure of the simulation. So, like I said, typically engineers use variety of heuristics. Those are the things, the technicalities, I mean like the devil lies in those details. But usually velocity gradient tensor is one of the things through which one will be in a position to understand these coherent structures. And on that, people try to look at maybe hairpins. One can adduce the structures and acts like building blocks on this wall-bounded turbulence. What exactly it means, the hairpin, where exactly the dynamics really controls, and so on, people try to do. All that, in some sense, heuristic way, people try to get it. Physicists also try to look at, but the way of looking at that dynamical systems is via finding out inertial manifolds of the system. On long time, t tends to infinite, the entire PDE is that map onto one particular geometrical space. And that is the thing what people always look for. And especially when somebody trying to solve PDEs, finding those inertial manifolds, whether you will ever have such kind of inertial manifold or not is one of the important things. Just to put it in a very naive and brute way, maybe a linear PDE, typical undergrad courses, what we will do is, we write it like, decompose it like Fourier series, write A0, A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, modal amplitudes. You already know definite basis like sin x are in 2 dimensions, x, y kind of combinations, sin 2x, sin 3x, cos 3x, and so on. This is a linear basis through which one will be in a position to construct it. What autoencoders actually does is find out nonlinear basis of that kind of system for nonlinear PDEs. I'm sorry. So in that perspective, what I try to attempt is pick one particular partial differential equation, Kuromoto-Shevchinsky equation, which shows something like finite time singularities and something like merging, breakup kind of events. Can I really understand those dynamics out of the system? In the sense, you will have data, you will never know what kind of equation really gives you that data, but still in a position to sense what might be the future capabilities. So in some sense, it is connected with PCA, but PCA is more like a linear eigenvalue kind of problem, singular value decomposition, through which you will find out singulars, orthogonal matrices, and try to write the basis. But when you have these nonlinear activation functions, which really construct nonlinear basis, that means you may be requiring some 100 basis vectors on linear thing. That may be further squeezed to 10 basis vectors of the system by using these autoencoders. So for any kind of machine learning algorithm, neural networks are the basis. So there will be input, your entire field, you will supply it, go on, do manipulation like rotations by suitable matrices multiplication, then pass through these nonlinear activations, then go ahead, try to reach to one particular latent space, then start expanding that all the way. Are you in a position to get the original vector by doing that? That way, one will be in a position to complete the loop of writing loss functions. You go steepest descent kind of algorithm to correct these weights, and finally deduce that entire neural network, the weights and biases are in some sense stabilized. In that process, basically variety of errors to be controlled, because it's more like the typical linear algebra courses. What we will learn is, if 3 equations, 3 unknowns, possibly you will be in a position to get solutions. Maybe 2 equations, 3 unknowns, maybe 3 equations, 2 unknowns, that kind of strategy when you are using, naturally at this level, you will always have that optimization problems comes into picture. More number of equations, less number of unknowns. So what is that best optimized solution? One should really get it. There will always be outliers in the system. So you always balance this least square error with outlier, how much you will compensate via a regularizer, and trying to play with that regularizer where this loss function will be minimum. That way, the basic concepts of autoencoders work. For that purpose, what I have taken, something named a KS equation, temporarily varying variable. It will be having a nonlinear term. It will be having an anti-diffusion kind of term. And there will be 4th order hyperviscosity term. because of this non-linearity, anti-diffusion term, and this hyperviscosity, it behaves in a crazy way. So what we are seeing here, this is X space, time. You may have some initial smooth kind of condition. As you are evolving in terms of time, that smooth kind of things start showing something like humps, merging, breakup kind of events. So space X, function value U, at a given particular time, you will start seeing something like higher jumps and blowing up kind of things also happens on long run. That's in some sense important for certain engineering applications like flame instabilities and reaction diffusion kind of systems. So what we try to do is, okay, you have already PDE, try to solve that using spectral techniques, get the data, dump entire data, now put something like a mass to the student. Hey, I don't know which equation really gives me that, but I'm going to give you this time step, this discretized information. At this kind of time, this kind of discretized information. At another time, this is the discretized kind of information. From there, can we really understand what might be the model, not in terms of PDE, but in terms of data-driven way, can we learn? So that is the thing, what I am showing here. Space, time, at discrete times, I may be supplying that blue color kind of U function as a U of X. Another time, blue line, I will be supplying. Another time, blue line, I might be supplying. And also, if required, maybe at one particular spatial location, how U varies with the time. This much information only we will supply to student, whoever so exploring the thing. They may not know the equation. So based on that information, you try to construct, like I said, if it is an image, you will be in a position to squeeze it into a vector, and that vector, 512 dimensional kind of vector, further shrink to 256, and so on, finding out that latent space, something like 32 dimensional latent space is good enough to understand that particular equation. The typical existence theorems on Kuromoto-Sierczynski equation tells that 10 dimensional space is good enough. One cannot prove it, but what people have figured out is 10 dimensional space is good enough to understand that particular PDE. And such kind of representation, without going into nitty-gritties of the mathematical techniques, via algebra, one will be in a position to sense that maybe it looks like infinite dimensional vector space, but that can be further squeezed down to 10 dimensional, 30 dimensional, and so on, so kind of thing. Last 2 minutes, I will be done. So in that process, what we try to figure it out, well, because there is something like quadratic errors and absolute kind of errors, via this regularizer, one will be in a position to tweak it, how much outliers you would like to really throw off, try to find out what might be that loss function where it minimum happens. And that regularizer, which, because your algebra says that, is anyway optimization kind of problem, it's not precisely you are solving in that way. So whatever you are thinking outliers, that's supposed to be taken care into account. So using that autoencoder, only data-driven way, the red line shows that if you solve via spectral method, what kind of solution one will be going to get on long time. And when you are going to use data-driven kind of training to predict what might be happening with the time, that will be the dashed line. That way, one will be in a position to check for other kind of times and sense that. And to conclude that, basically what autoencoder does, matrices, whatever I say, like encoder matrices, decoder kind of matrices, that will be passed through these nonlinear activation functions. So the basis vectors, whatever it is going to give you while you are tweaking the system, will be nonlinear basis. Like I said, something like the nonlinear PDE, if I want to really discretize, maybe I can just use hand waving kind of arguments, maybe sine, cosine kind of basis set may work, but that's for linear. But that kind of basis set, one will be in a position to naturally comes out from this autoencoder. So these are the 10 basis set which require to solve that particular nonlinear PDE. There always be statistical errors involved in that. So you will go with that stochastic kind of tests, which are called interquartile variability tests. You supply the entire data from median, how far they go ahead, try to figure it out whether you really require all the 32 basis vectors, or is there something like further crucial basis vectors involved in the system functions. And that test leads to 10 basis set is good enough, which matches with the typical physicist point of view. But this Kuramoto-Shishkinsky equation behaves in a very crazy way when your domain length changes. It can start showing singularities blowing up and other kind of details. So went ahead, tried to check that, whether that's the case and how many basis vectors really required for that particular kind of system based on the length. So overall, if I am going to put it in this way, it is a powerful tool when you don't know what kind of symmetry is present in the system. Can we really get those symmetries out of the system? And what kind of bases you really require, how far you can really reduce the system, and so on things, they will be in a position to have. But what to be tested is for typical turbulence kind of problems like two-dimensional system, three-dimensional turbulent problems, standard toy cases, one has to really go ahead, how far it really capture those essential details, whether it is possible or not. So that's all from my side, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lakharaju, for a very interesting talk. Now we have time for a few queries. Yes, Professor Das.
Oh, it's fine, thank you.
Thank you for a great talk. So the nonlinear latent space that you're talking about, when it is linear, like Fourier basis or something, we know it's a linear superposition of that. We have some idea about how to interpret it. Okay, it's like these many sine waves, or these are the frequencies that are present. But when it's such a complicated nonlinear dependency, how do you interpret it? Like, okay, you got a few waves, but then how do we understand what it means or what it's trying to tell us? Because it's going through so many nonlinear activations to ultimately reconstruct back the Mona Lisa or the, yeah, right? So how do you interpret that?
To be honest, I'm also naive for that. Other than saying that these are nonlinear basis, what we are trying to get it. But what is that composition really leading to that, and why only that particular kind of nonlinear basis set, I'm not sure. Rigorously, I'm not really sure about that.
But do you see the same kinds of thing re-emerge? Let's say you change the parameters a little bit in the KS equation.
So that is the place where this interquartile variability test really comes to sense that, well, that basis always be you are going to get. So these are the bases always robust in the system. How much variation really happens on that data and parametric level one is going to choose. So there are certain stochastic tests to really check it, whether that nonlinear basis still really a, I won't say unique, but a kind of unique kind of basis, one will be in a position to do that. So there are variety of tests are there. But what exactly it means, those nitty-gritty details, I'm not very much sure.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on her question, so if you keep the data and everything the same, just changing the loss function, maybe will it change the manifold? It might change the manifold, the low dimensional space, right?
As long as it is not varying, then only we have that robust trend to show the pictures. Otherwise, it's meaningless. In this case, it happened.
Okay, but we don't know.
We can't generalize the details to a greatest extent. In this case, somehow, maybe if I put a wrong word like lucky, happened, but there are a couple of nonlinear PDEs where people trying to use autoencoders to show that robustness, at least data-driven way, not in a pen paper kind of way.
Okay.
Sir.
So in chaos theory, we know in phase space, some Lyapunov exponents are positive, some are negative. And the space dimension, if you capture the positive ones, then kind of you capture the dynamics. So can we say that for case equation, the dimensionality of the positive exponents are around 10? Is there a work like that, or?
There are a couple of articles which shows that.
I see.
The inertial manifold really locks to that 10-dimensional space.
So positive exponent, the dimension of positive Lyapunov exponents are nearly 10. Is it known?
That's what I understood, sir.
I see.
But I can again check it and get back to you on that.
All right. Okay, that may be the reason why 10 is optimum.
Any other query?
More than a query, it's just a little comment. If you go back to your nonlinear modes, which you have shown, yeah. So in most of the turbulence theory, like people also started they talked about multifractals since quite some time, right? I'm just curious to know like whether any of these nonlinear modes which you are literally reconstructing, are these like can you reconstruct them with some sort of like a linear thing, but with that multifractal repeating itself over it? I'm not sure if I'm clear. I put myself clear, but some of those wiggly bits like which you are seeing, is that just a reproduction of the other fractal of itself?
I'm very naive person, first thing in this. The KS equation is not multifractal in nature. It shows variety of singularities, but that fractality nature is not present in the system. Now, when it comes to typical turbulence, naturally at these inertial, perhaps going down to smaller scales, you always have this fractal kind of nature. Whether this kind of non-linear basis driven out from autoencoders are helpful or not, I'm not sure. But at the same time, what I can really say is, these days, at least two-dimensional world, where geophysical community is still active on that, when stratification, rotating kind of effects are present in the system, autoencoders are becoming a powerful way of looking at the systems in a better way. And how much contribution they will go for turbulence research, I'm not sure. Why I'm saying is, for example, I don't want to take the name, but even at combustion research, we extensively use principal component analysis, or perhaps that's the upcoming area through which one will be having better insight. Compared to PCA, autoencoder is next level. That means further low dimensional space, one will be in a position to construct it. So the same PCA, one will be in a position to capture via autoencoder, where that encoder matrix WE and WD, if they are precise inverse transformations, PCA naturally comes out of the system. And so here, that precise inverse, in some sense, we relax. So in some way, autoencoders possibly, when I use the word may, naturally maybe will be there, the typical RN style. So in some sense, autoencoders becoming gradually powerful. One of the powerful quantities to go explore for dynamical systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let us thank Professor Lakkaraju once more. Thank you. So with this, we move to the fourth talk of the afternoon. So next is Professor Navroz from our own department of aerospace engineering at IIT Kanpur. Navroz's research team works on fundamental and applied aerodynamics. The topics currently being investigated are control of wingtip vortices, flow reconstruction, CFD, CSD, structural dynamics coupling, tail buffeting, aeroacoustics of toroidal propellers, pins, and unsteady internal flows. So I think today's talk he's going to focus on the flow reconstruction using decoders. And prior to joining IIT Kanpur, he worked at Onera, France, on flow optimization. Thank you. Navroz, yes, stage is all yours.
feeling a bit special because my talk, the time slot that was given to me was 45 minutes. Other talks were 30 minutes. So I hope I'm able to do justice to those 45 minutes, although I think we are behind schedules. I'll try to do that. And that also gives us a room for a lot of discussions and questions. Okay. So machine learning, artificial intelligence, they have proliferated our lives, right? And it's a disruptive technology. It has changed our lives. It has changed the way we operate. It continues to do so. And it's not surprising that it has gotten a long way into computational fluid dynamics. I'm starting with neural networks, physics-informed neural networks, RNN, recurrent neural networks, convolution neural networks, LSTM. Transformers are making big noise these days. So a lot of work is being done in understanding fluid systems using neural networks. In fact, tomorrow's session on physics-informed neural networks, we have very interesting talks, uncertainty estimation, stochastic modeling. I think there is a talk on quantum systems also. Okay, so it's really a disruptive technology. One aspect of machine learning, application of machine learning to fluid dynamics, which I personally feel has not been touched upon in great detail, is about its generalizability, robustness, interpretability. I think this point was also alluded to in some way in the introductory note today, right? That it is coming, but understanding, robustness is also an important thing that we should invest into. Professor Aditya's talk, I mean, you mentioned about, right, that there are several groups who are publishing papers after paper, but they are not investing much time in understanding what is going on inside the system. So this work is more of an exploration that we have done. So we have taken a shallow decoder, it's a shallow neural network, and tried to understand that what is going on. Still, there are a lot of questions that can be answered, but it's more of an exploratory work that I'm going to present here. This work carried out by Farhan, I don't know if he's here somewhere. Yeah, he's here. I mean, so all the hard work, I'm just sitting on the wagon. He's the one who is the lead in this work. Okay. I am from aerospace engineering. So the motivation for this work is, so this is an aircraft. Okay. Thank you. So it's an aircraft that is encountering a gust, okay, maybe a vertical draft, unsteady flow situations, and fortunately the pilot was able to land this. Okay. Flow reconstruction in these kind of situations can be extremely tricky because what is coming, what is incoming is not known. Okay. So we started with this modification that if we have an unknown flow field, can we reconstruct the flow field as accurately as possible? So this is a long-term vision that we would like to work on. Okay. Continuing on that long-term objective, so these aircrafts, they have control laws. They become even more important for unmanned aerial vehicles, micro vehicles, nano vehicles. Control laws, they become very important. So at present, a control law can be described as in terms of an inertial measurement unit, which consists of accelerometers, gyroscopes, also magnetometers. These are used to get information of linear acceleration, angular velocity, pitch rate, roll rate, and yaw rate, and these are fed into the controller, which then controls the vehicle. What we are trying to work on, again, as a long-term objective, is a paradigm, a different paradigm, where instead of using IMU, can we use flow sensors, which can reconstruct the flow in the vicinity of the aircraft, unmanned aerial vehicle, use this flow reconstruction to compute aerodynamic forces and moments, which can then be fed into the controller. This is no, I'm not saying that this will replace the existing controller, but this can be something that can complement the already existing technology. Flow reconstruction in that regard can also help us identify unsteady flow structures. The information that we obtain from flow reconstruction can be used for reduced order modeling, and this, in fact, in turn, can also be used to design our controllers. Okay. This is a long-term objective. So flow reconstruction for flow control, three aspects that I feel are very important. One is that the reconstruction has to be low latency, okay, because these are unsteady flow fields, so you have to quickly reconstruct the flow field, feed it to the controller so as to control the system. The second, which I mentioned about earlier, is the generalizability, that if we train the neural network on certain kind of data and it starts seeing this unseen data, can we still make a reasonable amount of prediction using that neural network? And the third is adaptability. Okay, so if we have the sensors placed on an aircraft, for example, this cartoon shows that there are sensor locations, incoming flow field, and we are trying to reconstruct the flow field around this aircraft. Suppose because of maybe a bird strike or maybe the icing problem, some of the sensors, they go bad. Okay? Can we still construct the flow field to a reasonable accuracy? All these are unanswered questions, and as a part of the exploration, we are moving in that direction. For doing that, we have selected shallow decoder, which caters to all these three. It's low latency, it's a shallow decoder, quick learning, it can be generalized, and also we have noted that it's also adaptable to many situations. I'll quickly revisit flow reconstruction. Professor Raja, he gave a very nice introduction to autoencoders, so I think this will be a very short thing. So we have a flow field that is sensed through these sensors that are placed on the surface of the aircraft or the body, and then this is used to reconstruct the full flow field behind that body. Okay? Mathematically speaking, this is a mapping from a really low dimensional space. For example, the dimension of the space could be 5 here, to a high dimensional space, which is the full flow field. And in doing this mapping, to learn this mapping, we define a particular objective function, we optimize this objective function, and in that effort, we are able to identify this function which defines the mapping between the low dimensional space to the high dimensional space. Quick introduction to shallow decoder that we are using. So it consists of 4 layers, 2 hidden layers, the input layer that contains the sensor information, the output layer that contains the full flow field. The hidden layer, the 2 hidden layers, there are 40 and 45 neurons respectively. We are using ReLU activation function, Adam optimizer. And the performance of the neural network, we are using the metric NRE, normalized residual error, which is defined as the output of the shallow decoder, the ground truth, divided by the norm of the output of the shallow decoder. Okay. This is not a new idea. It was proposed about 5 years back by Ericsson, where they used 2 sensor configurations for vorticity reconstruction. So the top row, it shows the results from CFD. There are 2 sensor configurations. In one case, the sensors are more or less uniformly distributed on the aft side of the cylinder. And here, it's a bit skewed, the distribution. What they found is that if you use the classical POD-based approach, they found that there is variance with regard to the distribution of sensors. So if we change the sensor location, the results from POD, it seems to be sensitive to that. But shallow decoder is most robust in that regard. So good performance and low variability. For our calculations, we needed training data to train a shallow decoder. So we have gone back to the fundamental problem, the canonical problem of flow past a circular cylinder. So the unsteady flow past a circular cylinder. We consider 10 vortex shedding periods, and we have split this 10 vortex shedding periods into 151 equi-space samples. Okay. Out of these 151 equi-space samples, we keep 100 samples for training the shallow decoder. 51 samples is used for testing the shallow decoder, testing the performance of it. And the initial results will be for random sensor location. So we have simply sprinkled these sensors on the surface of the cylinder and trying to gauge its performance. Yeah, this is the split of the data. And this is a typical output box, the error. Okay, so the training and testing. Ericsson's work, 2020, they considered one situation where they took vorticity and mapped it to vorticity. They were able to show that the shallow decoder works reasonably well, but I always had this curiosity. I mean, experimental, how can we measure vorticity on the surface of the cylinder? I don't know if there are vorticity sensors, good vorticity sensors that can do that data. So we expanded shallow decoder to different inputs, pressure, output also we changed from vorticity to pressure, vorticity and pressure, velocity, field and pressure. Mostly pressure because we are interested in the forces, the aerodynamic forces and moments. So this choice of the output was driven through that. We have explored multivariable reconstruction by extending the work of Ericsson, so vorticity pressure, velocity and pressure. We have also explored the effect of sensor locations. Okay, if you change the sensor location, how is the data, how is the output changing, how is the performance of the shallow decoder changing? And also we have worked on the effect of the number of samples. So I'll start with the result of the performance of this shallow decoder in terms of training and testing, and this is measured in terms of NRE, normalized residual error. All the 5 situations, vorticity, 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 pressure, 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 vorticity to vorticity pressure, and pressure to velocity components and pressure. Okay? The left is for training, the right side is for the testing. We made 3 important observations. In general, we see that the training and testing error, they are low. Testing errors are typically 1 order higher as compared to training error, but they are low values. So I would be tempted to conclude that it's working really good, the error values are low. But there are some observations. First, well, increasing the number of sensors beyond 5 does not seem to affect the error significantly. That was one observation. The second was, each time we go ahead with multivariable construction. So if you compare the performance of, let us say, pressure to velocity and pressure, the error was significantly lower. Each time we went for a multivariable construction, the error levels, they came down. Okay? And the reason we think is because during the training, the neural network is intelligent enough to learn the pattern between the output variables. So it is because these equations are governed by the Navier-Stokes equation. So there has to be some relation between these output variables. And possibly the neural network is able to learn that pattern. So that kind of would explain why these values, they drop suddenly. The third is that whenever the reconstruction involves pressure in input or output, the error values are typically high. Okay? And this got our attention, that every time the pressure is involved, the error value is becoming high. Why is that? In fact, if I show instead of total error, where we include all the output variables, if we only look at the pressure part, that also shows that similar trend. Each time the pressure is included, the error, it seems to suddenly pop up. Okay? So we set out to explore the reason for this, and I must acknowledge Professor Joseph Matthew from ISC. So I presented this work at ACFM, and he was there in the audience. And he said that, Navroz, why don't you look at the decay of pressure and vorticity with the distance? Because pressure is governed by the Poisson equation, and the solutions of Poisson equation, they decay with distance from the body. Okay? So we explored in that direction, and I show here 2 results. So the top row is the standard deviation in the vorticity, and the lower is the standard deviation in the pressure field. Okay? And we do see that the pressure field in the far region, the standard deviation values are typically low as compared to the vorticity values. So if the standard deviation value is large, okay, that would imply that when the machine, it learns, the correlation between the flow field here and the correlation between the sensor measurements would be high. So it is able to learn better. When the standard deviation values of pressure are low, the machine is unable to learn good correlation between the sensor measurement and the output in the far field, and therefore the performance, it worsens. Okay? And this is the reason why possibly including pressure, it increases the error each time. Next, we compared the flow field. So the first column, it shows the results from CFD. The second column is the flow field that was reconstructed using the shallow decoder based on the sensor measurements. And this is the plot of the error. So this minus this. So what we found is that the error is mostly located in the regime of unsteadiness and close to the circular cylinder. Okay? So we looked into this in more detail, that what happens in this region. So to do that, we overlaid these error with time average streamlines and the contours of Reynolds stresses. Okay, so the background is the heat map is for the error in the reconstruction, and this time average average streamlines and Reynolds stresses, and we made two observations that the regions of large stresses, they are confined, not confined, they are around the hyperbolic, the saddle point, which where experiments, numerical simulations have shown that the unsteadiness level typically is large. And also the region of large Reynolds stresses are the regions where the error values are large. In hindsight, this is not unexpected because the data that we are taking is the unsteady data, and this is where the data is changing. But it was nice to see the correlation again. The next part that we explored is that we have a neural network. It is learning the data. Okay? So in the learning process, can we identify some dominant flow structures that is learned by this neural network? In the morning, we had this wonderful talk by Professor Makoto. And he mentioned about principal component analysis, right? That these principal component analysis, they can be used to identify dominant structures for using reduced order modeling. So this is the question that we set out. Now the neural network, the one that we are using, it's a nonlinear mapping. Okay? Nonlinearity is introduced by the usage of the activation functions. Okay? So it's becomes extremely difficult to identify dominant structures using the tools that we have at present. But what we noted is that if we look at the connection between two layers, so this is the second hidden layer and this is the output layer, the mapping between these two layers is a linear mapping. Okay? That can be described by the operation of this matrix, which consists of weight operating on the output of this hidden layer. Okay? Succinctly expressed as A times alpha. Okay? So this A matrix, in fact, controls the output of the neural network, of the shallow decoder. So we set out to explore the characteristics of this A matrix. Okay? So we carried out a singular value decomposition of this matrix. So singular value decomposition, it decomposes the matrix, three matrices, to orthogonal matrices, the left singular matrix, the right singular matrix, and the rectangular matrix that consists of singular values along the diagonal. Okay? Typically, the singular values, they are arranged in the decreasing order. So sigma 1 will be the highest, sigma 2 the next largest. And in doing that, the U matrix, the first entry corresponds to the most dominant, the most energetic structure. The second corresponds to the second most dominant, second most energetic structures. Okay? So we're looking at the A matrix in more detail. So these are the results of singular value decomposition. So maybe we can start the second row. So this is from the classical proper orthogonal decomposition of the flow field. Okay? And these are the dominant structures that are learned by the shallow decoder when it learns. Okay? So we find that at lower order, the modes are similar. Okay? But then when we move to higher orders, the dominant structure learned by the shallow decoder is different from the dominant structure that we get from the proper orthogonal decomposition. If you look at the energy content also qualitatively, it has a similar distribution, but we do see a difference in the energy content between these two modes, between shallow decoder and POD modes. Okay. The next exploration, it took us to see the effect of sensor positioning. Okay, so the previous results there for random location of the sensors. We made some sensor locations. So we have a configuration where sensors are uniformly distributed, a configuration where sensors are distributed only on the front side of the cylinder, sensor on the rear side, on the top side. And this is the last, the so-called the optimal sensor location. Okay, so this is based on the Pi sensors package. This has been used by Professor Steve Brunton's group from University of Washington. So they used algorithms like SSPOR and SSPOC. I mean, there is a lot of mathematics behind this, but from what I have understood is that these algorithms, what it does is that in the flow field, it takes any point and tries to map the data at this point to the full flow field. Okay? And the mapping, it assigns a condition number to it and sees if the matrix is well conditioned. A condition number close to 1 will be very good. A condition number, a high condition number will be ill-conditioned matrix. So depending on the condition number, they give a rank to these locations. And based on that, they have defined this optimal sensor location. So we chose those optimal chose those sensor locations which are high on that ranking list, and also they feature on the surface of the cylinder. So this is the distribution that we got using the Pi sensors package by Professor Brunton's group. So we compared the performance of these different sensor configurations. What we found is, so if we see this in terms of NRE, it turns out that the optimal sensor has the worst performance among all the sensor configurations that we have explored. On the other hand, if you look at the aerodynamic coefficients, the CD and CL, the optimal sensor is the best performing. So optimal sensor, it has this conflicting performance with regard to NRE and aerodynamic coefficients. Okay. For this various sensor configurations, we also looked at the energy content, doing the same thing, the singular value decomposition. And more or less, we found that the distribution of the energy content distribution in different modes for all the sensor configurations, they are more or less the same. If you look at the structures, the dominant structures learned by the shallow decoder, the first row is for the POD. The singular value decomposition corresponding to the rear configuration, we see that the modes learned by this situation is almost similar to that for the POD. But when we look at the optimal, we see that there are some differences. So depending on the sensor configuration, the shallow decoder, the dominant structures that it learns can be different. Now with these dominant structures, we try to reconstruct the flow field. This is typically what we do. Principal component analysis allows us to find the dominant structures, which we can use for creating the flow field, a low order modeling, a reduced order modeling. The first plot here, it shows the number of modes used for reconstruction. On the y-axis is the mean error with respect to the CFD result. And we see that again, the optimal performance, the optimal sensor configuration seems to perform the poorest among all the different sensor configurations. Okay? If you look at the CD values constructed using 4 modes, optimal seems to perform the worst. These are the error values that come up. Okay? Again, CD versus T, we see large variance in data for optimal configurations. Okay? So the optimal configuration, yes, mathematically they have suggested something, but when we come to application, especially to aerospace engineering, there are certain aspects that we need to be careful about from saying whether it's actually the optimal configuration or not. The next exploration, this was on the effect of sample size. Okay? So we again go back to the random sensor configuration, and we try to see that if we change the number of samples, so initially we had 151 samples, 100 for training, 51 for testing. Now we are trying to change the number of samples that we are using. So 100, 50, 25, 20, 13, and 7. So we did that, and in general, we saw till about 13, the performance remains more or less the same in terms of training. In testing, the unseen data set, what we saw is that the performance remains more or less the same as we reduce the number of samples. Then suddenly there is a jump at around 20. And then again it comes down. Okay? So we set out to investigate why this jump is occurring. Okay? And it turns out that this is because of the way we have sampled the data. Okay? So if I can say that the frequency of sampling, if this frequency of sampling, it locks onto the most dominant frequency in the flow, which happens to be the vortex shedding frequency, this kind of problem can occur. And this is what I'm trying to show here. So in the first figure, this is for 25 samples. So over one vortex shedding period cycle, I have put all the data points there to see which data points are learned by the system. So we see that the distribution of the data is more or less throughout the cycle, vortex shedding cycle. When we come to 20, okay, we see that there is a clustering of this data, okay, across these different vortex shedding cycles, 7 vortex shedding cycles. As far as the decoder is concerned, it only sees data at this phase, at this phase, and this phase. So it's completely blind with regard to the data at this location, this location, this location. And this perhaps explains why we see a sudden spike in the error when we see the testing data set. When we come below 13, again 13, we see that the data is distributed more or less throughout the vortex shading cycle. Okay. So it was a nice explanation that we were able to give. Next in the journey, we explored the effect of interference. So aerospace, again, systems, it's not an isolated system. There are a lot of components in the close vicinity of each other. So if there is an interference effect, how does it affect the performance? So again, we took a very simple case. We already have done for an isolated cylinder. We put another cylinder downstream of it. We call this configuration as the inline configuration. So the centers are along the x-axis. There is no offset. The other configuration that we tried was the staggered arrangement, where the downstream cylinder was a bit offset for this configuration. Okay. In our first attempt, we distributed the sensor randomly over the surface of the upstream cylinder, the C1, and we looked at the errors for training and testing. Okay, and we saw that number of sensors beyond 10, it does a reasonably okay job. Okay. We looked at the variation of drag coefficient and lift coefficient with time for the same configuration, random sensor positioning on the upstream cylinder. We saw that the data is in reasonably good agreement, but there are some regions where I think we need more attention with regard to flow reconstruction. We are still looking into why these differences occur. Other phase locations, they are fine, but here we see some oscillations that occur here. We are investigating into the reason behind this one. As for the isolated cylinder, we compared the results from CFD, shallow decoder, and compared the error. And similar to that, the error regions are in the error are located in the regions of unsteadiness. So it follows the results of isolated cylinder here. We tried different sensor positionings. So in one case, we distributed all the sensors on the upstream cylinder. Second case, we distributed the sensors on the downstream cylinder. And in the third case, we distributed some sensors on the upstream cylinder, some sensors on the downstream cylinder. And if you look at the testing, the unseen data set, we see that the second cylinder, and when the sensors are distributed on both, the error values are typically low. CDCL reconstruction with all the different sensor configurations, C1, C2, and on both the cylinders, they are more or less the same. So I guess nothing interesting here. Again, we took one of the sensor configurations, C2. Okay. We compared the performance of sensors when it is distributed uniformly over the cylinder, randomly over the cylinder, and again using the pi sensors package, we calculated the optimal location. And we found that more or less the performance remains the same in this situation for all the three sensor configurations. Okay. But interestingly, though the performance remains the same, if you look at the flow field, the error flow field, the first column, again the CFD, the shallow decoder, we see that if you look at the error close to the circular cylinder, the error values are very small. Okay. But near the outflow boundary, which is a typical signature of a convective instability, the secondary instability in flow past a circular cylinder, you see that the error levels are typically high. This is despite the NRE values being very low. Okay. Now these kind of secondary instability convective structures, these can be important for fluid structure interaction, flow-induced vibration problem, where a body is submerged in the wake of another body and can experience oscillations. Okay. So again, one has to be careful with regard to what the neural network is doing, what shallow decoder is doing with regard to flow reconstruction. We again investigated the effect of, how much time do I have, Professor Kumar? Thank you. I get my answer. Okay, this is the last part anyway. So we explored the effect of sample size for the staggered arrangement, okay, where the cylinder, the downstream cylinder is a bit offset as compared to the upstream cylinder. And again, we see when we start to reduce the number of samples from 500, 21, 16, again we see a spike at around 16. Okay, so we set out to explore that why we see the spike. We already had a heading that because of the sampling frequency, we saw a spike for the isolated cylinder case. For the two-cylinder case, this situation is more interesting. So in this case, it so happens that the system has two frequencies, okay? A low frequency and a high frequency event. Okay? Now I can pose a question that suppose if I do sampling where the sampling frequency locks to the low frequency, how would be the reconstruction in that situation? Or if I do a sampling where the sampling frequency locks onto the high frequency component, how would be the flow reconstruction? So that question we try to address. So just to elucidate what I just mentioned, this is a typical signal. These are the sampling points that we have taken. This is the low frequency component. Okay? In this low frequency component, this distribution of sampling, it creates the clusters of data on the low frequency component. So neural network for the low frequency component, it sees data at this location, this location, this location, this location, and this location. It misses out on data at these locations. But for the same distribution, if you look at the high frequency component, we see that the distribution is more or less uniform over the cycle. So you would expect the neural network in this case to perform better for high frequency events as compared to the low frequency events. Okay? So now if we compare this for different samples, so we have 21, 16, 14, and 10 samples. So we saw that at 16, we see this huge spike. Okay? And for 16, we see that the distribution, the sample distribution, if it is projected on the low frequency, it's more or less evenly distributed. On the high frequency, it learns data only around 3 phase points. Here, the zero crossing here, and the zero crossing here. So it is missing out on data on these peaks. And this is what I think is possibly contributing to a rather large spike in the error in the reconstruction of the flow field. If we take a situation where clustering is in the low frequency component, so this one, but on high frequency it is evenly distributed, it turns out the construction is reasonably okay. Okay? So a complicated flow situation, okay, where there are multi-scale processes of different lifetimes. Okay? The contribution of which process, the low frequency or the high frequency process to the overall dynamics, it's something that we should be careful about when we are doing flow reconstruction. Okay? And this becomes even more so important when you're attempting, I would not say turbulent flow, but a more complex, more complicated flow. Okay. I think, yeah, with that, I'd like to end. These are the references, and well, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Can you hear me? Right. Okay.
Yes.
Too loud. Right.
Don't have to ask that again.
Okay. I'll keep it here also. Right. Okay. So just one quick question. So maybe Mr. You don't have any recurrent connections in your network, right?
No. Plain vanilla.
Right. But in general, I mean, like when you have a time series, because you're trying to get a time, and that sequence aspect, the time history aspect, would actually play a role in predicting what is going to be the flow field, right? So would that not be something, I mean, would you not benefit by actually adding this, or?
Yes, yes.
And would it work in other systems where you actually have a more, complex dynamical features?
Regarding your RNN, yes, of course, it would perform better. But if I go back to the objective of the problem, okay? So if we have some random data sets from experiments, but we do not know if they are in the right order, okay? In that case, probably RNN will not work that effectively. But this network, it does not take into account how these samples are fed to the system. It's just that these samples are fed. So in that regard, I think this would perform well from an applied side. So that was the reason. But of course, these work can be extended to RNN networks and see if they perform better, or maybe something like a hybrid of these two can be come up. Coming to your second about complex situations, we moved from single cylinder to 2 cylinder. We got
Right.
two frequencies. Already it has created a daemon.
Right.
So we are trying to identify a problem where we have 3 frequency components.
Right.
And maybe by induction we will reach some sometime. But yeah. But yes, clearly, I mean, the trend shows that when the flow gets more complicated, interpretability becomes
Especially when it's not statistically stationary or when it's a transient process and so on. I thought that time history might actually end up becoming a more important feature. But
Right, right.
as you said, it depends on the application. If you are
Right.
more focused on
Yes.
investing.
And that is why I was a bit hesitant on using the word turbulence there. That is why I said turbulence may not be the right word. A more complex flow maybe.
Right. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
More queries?
Navraj, can you go to the slide of where you're showing the epoch versus the error? I think slide 10 or so. Yeah, this one. So I see that your difference between the training and testing error increases a lot after, let's say, 100 iteration or so.
Right.
So isn't it a sign of a network being underfitted? So you're saying shallow network is working fine, but this is a clear signature that you don't have sufficient information in your network. So your shallow network may not be, sufficient to capture the flow phenomena. I mean, you are capturing the large scale, that is fine, but that usually when we look at the difference being increasing between the training and testing, it's a signature that network is not deep enough. Okay.
Right, because it's a shallow decoder, yes.
Yeah, so basically there are some outliers which are not being captured. I mean, they're not outliers, but for the training purpose, they are the outliers.
Right.
Okay, so if you maybe increase the layer, it will probably give you a better prediction.
But in this situation, it has only one frequency component. Okay, so despite this event that you correctly pointed out, that we see these oscillations, despite that, when the network it trains. Okay, so if I say that network has trained here, if we compare the flow field, if we compare the structures that it has learned, it compares reasonably well with the CFD result. So I'm not sure if these oscillations are
not oscillations, I'm talking about the difference. After, let's say, 200, the difference between the red line and the blue line.
Right.
So they should be overlapping. If your network is good enough, okay, the training and testing errors should not be that much deviated.
But wouldn't this also depend on the samples, how the samples are taken? If I take more number of samples, don't you think that this will come close to each other?
See, you are taking 100 out of 150, right? So I would rather believe that the network is not sufficiently deep. If you probably increase one more layer or maybe the number of neurons in a layer, it says that system is not complex enough to capture the features present in the system. I mean, that's what typically a neural network person would think about this.
Okay. I think we can definitely try that. We can increase one more layer and see if it's
so
able to predict it.
maybe you can just see this plot, epoch versus error, and see if it is being better.
I think we can do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Second point is the optimal configuration that you talk about, right? So that has a clear asymmetry. So you have 4 points there on the right hand side and 1 at the bottom. That could be one of the biggest reason why, I mean, if you compare with the POD also, you saw that the symmetry gets lost, right? So, if you look at the optimal configuration, right? So there are 4 on the right, 1 at the bottom. So rather you put 1 more on the top, okay? I think you would get a much better prediction. So the asymmetry in any system, I mean, the neural network is just whatever you give, it will try to fit around that, right? So
I'm not fully sure of that, because if you see this configuration top, there is a clear asymmetry, right? The sensors are distributed only on the top side and not on the bottom side.
Yeah, but it is asymmetric on top and bottom.
Right.
But here there is asymmetry on both these, I believe.
But there is an asymmetry here in the front after asymmetry is present here.
Front and back would not matter that much here. I mean, maybe the rear will be better because most of the setting is happening that side. I mean, that's just my hunch, okay? The optimal configuration, why it is not giving a proper thing as you would expect. There are 4 points on the right and 1 at the bottom, so maybe, I mean, that's the, that's my feeling, yeah. You can just rest it.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, but very nice work.
Thank you.
Thanks for the nice presentation. So you were talking about some secondary instability in one of your slides. Yeah. So, just out of curiosity, where is your exit boundary in this simulation? It's right at 60, right? So, don't you think that this is an artifact of some reflections coming from the boundary? I mean, which are non-physical actually, because ideally you have to use some spun zone or non-reflective boundary conditions there.
Right, but I think for the incompressible flows, previous investigations, they have shown the existence of secondary instability, even if these boundaries are located far away. These are convective instabilities, so they actually go in space.
Yeah.
So we can also investigate.
One checkpoint would be increase it further. Yeah.
But I think these are
physical.
These are convective instabilities.
Okay, thank you.
I can ask one question, Navroz. If you can go to slide number 37. I couldn't see very carefully how is rare, placement of sensors doing with respect to CD with time in the bottom figure.
Time, okay. So rare is yellow, so it follows almost closely the
Okay.
CFD data, yeah.
So it is consistent with respect to the modes as well as
right.
CD.
And
Okay.
but optimal, you see there is some offset
Yeah,
with regard
optimal,
to the
yes.
CFD data, yeah.
So when you say optimal, it is optimal for what?
This is what I was, so they have used this algorithm, okay, and this is what I have understood. I mean, it's a mathematical paper, this is what I have understood. So consider the full flow field.
Okay.
Take any location, and if you try to map the data recorded at this location to the full flow field, it will be defined by some transformation. And for this transformation, this matrix, we can assign a condition number. So what they do is that for each of these locations, they calculate the condition number.
Okay.
If the matrix is well conditioned, they put those locations high on the priority list, because it is easier for the network to learn it. So if it's an ill condition, if the condition number is very high, then it becomes difficult for the network to learn this mapping.
Okay.
So based on that, they have calculated this optimal location.
Okay.
So this optimal location, it's for the entire domain. We selected those locations which feature in the top rank, and also on the surface of the cylinder, because this provides a physical surface where we can measure the data.
Right, of course. Sure. Thank you, Navroz. Thank you for a very nice talk. Let us thank Professor Navroz once more. Okay, so with this, we come to the last talk of the day, I guess. So this is the talk from Professor Samin, and the title of the talk is Scale Space Dynamics in Supersonic Turbulent Boundary Layer. So Professor Samin is working as professor in the Department of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Madras. And his research expertise lies in stability, transition and turbulence in fluid flows, with a strong focus on CFD. His research work spans theoretical and numerical investigations of vortex dynamics, boundary layer flows, compressible and rarefied flows, and thermal convection, among other complex flow phenomena. So, Professor Samin, yeah. Okay. If you'd like to use, this is the mic.
Okay, sorry for holding you back. I will be very short with this. So I'm going to talk about something on scale space. So I'll try to finish it in 20 minutes. So 19 minutes, 30 seconds do not have ML. So that's what the presentation is all about. So this is a picture that everyone knows. typically it just shows the scales that is present in the turbulence. So you can have the large scales and small scales all present together in space and time. And so if you look at these plots here, so this is a flow over an flat plate, which is what I'm going to present anyway here. It contains all kinds of structures. So from laminar flow, where you have a well-defined length scale, then when you go to the turbulence, you have several scales that is present. So the question that we would like to ask is, what is the energy transfer from one eddy size to another eddy size? Okay, and if you have an inhomogeneous flow, how do I calculate those? So for a homogeneous isotropic turbulence, typically you have a turbulence in a box with periodic boundary conditions. You have these kinds of structures, and these kinds of structures we know how to handle it, which is namely this particular method, where you have, where you have the Navier-Stokes equation, which gives you the velocity fields and other fields in space, and that do not contain any information about the energy transfer in various scales of the turbulence. For that, you typically do the Fourier transform, and then you get the energy transform in eddy scales. Okay, so which is what we call as the wave number space. Each of those wave will have a particular size, and this is the so-called the energy in K, which is the wave number space. But if you really want it in actual size of the eddies, you need to have another equation, which is originally derived long back, 1930s, which is a transformation of Navier-Stokes equation if you have a two-point correlation, and that gives you the evolution of the energy in terms of the scale space, which is the actual size of the eddies. And the size of the eddy itself is a controversial definition, because we do not know how to define a size of the eddy. I will come to that. So this is what we do for a homogeneous flow, where you can easily do a Fourier transform. But if it's a inhomogeneous flow, you cannot do this particular transformation, because we know how Fourier transform is, which needs a periodic boundary condition. And if I use those equations, so if I use the two-point correlation, this is the fluctuation, U fluctuation. If I use this and write the values at point X, so the U fluctuation at X, the two-point correlation, so a single point correlation, that will give you the kinetic energy, which is something that you all know in the standard textbook. Any textbook on turbulence will give you this particular equation, which is the turbulent kinetic energy equation. And this is in physical space, X, Y, Z. Okay, now if you don't have the production, you have the decaying turbulence. And if I Fourier transform this for a homogeneous turbulence, you have something called energy transfer. This comes automatically beautifully out of those equations, and that is the advantage of using the Fourier transform. And that is what we call as EK, which we interpret as the energy density in the wave number space, and you get the famous celebrated Kolmogorov spectrum as well. So this, for a homogeneous isotropic turbulence, the energy transfer is from larger scales to smaller scale. But this does not give you any information about the location of these eddies or the orientation of these eddies. Okay, and that is what we would like to make a proposal. So when it comes to the inhomogeneous turbulence, single point statistics give you the turbulent kinetic energy, but doesn't give you any information of the eddy, because we do not know how to handle this case. So when I say what the eddy size between the definition of eddy size itself is slightly tricky here. So what we call, or traditionally what we call as eddy size is the separation distance between 2 points and the energy related to that. So I can fix this point and vary the second point and identify the correlation. And there will be some location where the correlation drops, and we call that as the eddy scale. Okay, that is the method that probably everyone would use. And there are two definitions that is possible. One is the 2-point correlation, and the other one is what we call as the second order structure function. So structure function is defined like this. R is the separation distance. Ui at x, that is of second point. This is ui at the first point. And you get defined like this way, or you define it as this particular way. So if I take R tending to 0, this structure function goes to 0, whereas this would give you the kinetic energy at x. So if I use this, I get the so-called structure function evolution equation, which is one of the methods to calculate the scale space. But it has this particular disadvantage. Whereas if you use this, that is going to give you the scale space dynamics in a slightly more different way. But you can always convert the second order structure function into the 2-point correlation, because there is a direct relation that is possible. So there one is not superior to the other. It's just another way of looking at it. Okay. So this particular one, which is the extension of the KHM equation that I have told you, that extension came from Hamba in very recently, which we had extended for incompressible inhomogeneous flow, and a few others have taken it up, and it's progressing. So this is for an incompressible flow that we have developed, and what I'm going to show is the incompressible energy definition. Okay, so this is something more on that, which I think I will skip. It just means that the definition should have non-negative value, because that's supposedly energy, but that is not true, because we interpret it as energy because it happens to be non-negative. By the definition that we have here, it need not be a non-negative. But the integral over the scale should give you the kinetic energy equation. That is one condition. So both the structure function as well as the 2-point correlation evolution equation should give you some dynamics about the eddy scales and the energy transfer across eddy scales. So this is the definition that Hamba used, and we are going to follow that. So this particular definition would give you whatever that I have tabulated earlier, with the appropriate turbulent kinetic energy that you obtain when you integrate it over for the entire separation vector. So this equation going to be very lengthy, which I would skip. But what we further did is that a definition for heat flux, which is a 2-point correlation for the velocity and temperature. So temperature velocity correlation gives you the heat flux, and we try to derive the evolution equation for the heat flux as well. So the question there would be, what is the energy transfer from one eddy size to another eddy size? So it can be from small eddy to large eddy, or large eddy to small eddy, because we do not assume homogeneity here. So it can be the transfer in any eddy scales. Okay. This transformation is a contribution from Hamba, which is what we are using it for the development of the equation. So I will skip that, but I have it in my appendix slide. So if you want to have it, this is a rather long day, so I don't want to put it here. If you need, I can go there. So what I'm going to do here is to analyze the production term, the interscale transport, and few other correlations. So this being a compressible flow, you need to include the density inside the averaging to have the Favre averaging and the other quantities. So this is what we had published in our paper earlier, and this is something that we are working on. Okay, and the definition, if I use the vector space, this is how the definition would be, and this is the question that we are asking. Okay, what is the energy and heat flux from one eddy scales to another as a function of size and location, rather than in the spectrum that we show. So the data set that we are going to use is this particular computation from Nagabhushan's group. So I'm using a plate, a boundary layer flow at Mach number 1.3, and this is highly resolved. I will just skip the validation and the other quantities. I will straight away go into the quantities that we are looking at. So the first here is the 2-point correlation. So what is plotted here is U prime, U prime. This is the streamwise direction, and that's the spanwise direction. This is the wall normal direction. So Y is the wall normal direction. So if I take a cross section somewhere close to this point, so this is my first point, and then I vary my separation distance all along. And if I vary my separation distance, I would get a correlation something like this. So the correlation coefficient is very high here, and as I go away, it decreases. That is the idea. So the correlation is very close to the first point is very close to the wall, and as I go away, it decreases. Okay, and there is an inclination for this particular correlation. This is U prime, U prime, appropriately non-dimensionalized in some fashion. Okay. Now, the same. The left-hand side is V prime, V prime, and the right-hand side is W prime, W prime. This is just to show that this is the data that we are going to use to find the production and the other quantities. So if I use some point very close to the wall, this is the correlation I get. If I use my first point somewhere away, then I would get a correlation that is not so inclined. So depending on where you put your find your correlation, the structure can slightly change. And this is the term that I was talking about that come in the evolution equation for the energy density. So this particular quantity is the homogeneous part of the production, and this is the inhomogeneous part. So the starting point of our thought process was most of the turbulence models use only the homogeneous part. They don't use the inhomogeneous part in any of these K epsilon or K omega or whatever you take. And they adjust the coefficient to get your solution. So the thought process that we had is, why don't we identify this, the contribution of inhomogeneous term in the production, and see if we can modify one of these turbulence model and get a better result. So with that in mind, we had these two terms. So if you look at this, so the first two pictures, the fixed point is here, and then I take a correlation by varying the separation vector. I get a maximum correlation somewhere close to the wall, and if the second point is slightly away from the wall, so the 0 is where the separation point, the first fixed point is. This lower portion of the plot in all these 3 rows are the plate surface. So if, say for example, if I have the first point here and I vary my correlation separation distance, I see there is a positive correlation close to the wall. And if I have a positive correlation, it means you have a production there. And this is the homogeneous part, because you see the term here. This is inhomogeneous because if at R equals 0, this term vanishes. So that is the inhomogeneous part. So if you look at this, that is the homogeneous part. And if I look at the inhomogeneous part, there is a increase in the terms that you have. So the point that we want to raise is the inhomogeneous part of the production, or the production due to the inhomogeneity in the mean flow. That is quite large, and you cannot assume that to be negligible. So this particular picture tells you that. So the production near the wall is going to be very high as compared to the homogeneous part where it's practically nil. And this is, if you look at the total production with the homogeneous and inhomogeneous part put together, you see large productions close to the wall. And likewise, the dissipation is happening at very close to the point here. So this is the point where I take and then calculate this, vary the separation to identify the correlation. The correlations are very large, close to the point, which implies that only small scale structures are contributing to the dissipation. And further, pressure dilatation is very small, is what we have identified for this flow. I will just skip interscale transport, which is the most important part here. So if you take this, the interscale transport contains two components. One is due to the mean flow, which is what I have written here. Okay, so this is the transport, interscale transport due to the variation in the mean flow. And this is the interscale transport due to the variation in the fluctuation in space. Okay, so these two variations are identified here. So if the flow is homogeneous, obviously this term is if it's homogeneous, this term is going to be 0. And if you integrate this quantity, this mean flow as well as fluctuation for all the separation vectors, it turns out to be 0, which means that this is a transfer of energy through the scales. And if you look at this, this particular part is contributing, at large scales. So there is if it is positive, it implies transfer from large scale to the small scale. If it's negative, it is from small scale to large scale. So you get these transfer from forward and backward in the setup. So the equation gives you this information. And this is the total. I will just keep this. And this is the average of this. If you look at how to read this plot so this is the first point where I have rescaled it to 0. So this is x by delta. So the boundary layer is along the y direction, which is far away. So this is happening very close to the wall. And this point is y plus 12.6, which is the first point that we have taken. And all the activity is close to the wall. Now the boundary layer, edge of the boundary layer is quite far from here. But if you look at the streamwise direction, this is the location of the point that I have taken and the separation distance. So red line is the interscale transport. So that is positive close to the first point and negative as you go higher in the scale. So close to the small scales give away it gains energy, that's a forward cascading in these two. But when you come to the span-wise direction, there is a negative interscale transport at smaller length scale. So as it goes higher, you have a positive. So this means at the span-wise direction, there is a inverse cascading, and the other case, you have a forward cascading. So these kinds of information, you won't get it from the standard or the analysis that is there in the Fourier scale. This is for another point. Similarly, the point is, so the conclusion is we have identified this set of equation, which is ugly looking equation, which is given later in the appendix. So that derivation is the first part, which is what we propose. And then you directly get the scale evolution equation from this. We also can compute, like the energy, kinetic energy scale transport, we can also compute the heat flux that is transferred from one eddy to the other eddy. Okay, and so on and so forth. And we go ahead and do this for other flows. Now we are looking for data sets to test this. We calculate this heat flux and kinetic energy transport in eddies in ocean dynamics as well as in Rayleigh-Bénard convection. And we are also looking at other multi-physics phenomena like MHD and reacting flows. So what we are looking forward is to use ML applications. That's the last 30 seconds that I was talking about. So can we use these informations, the terms that we have discussed here in the equation to predict the turbulence rather than getting the field data from Navier-Stokes, which is in XYZ. Now I give you the data set in terms of eddy scales. And with these eddy scales, can we compute the turbulent quantities? That is what I have in mind, in addition to having a better turbulence model and few other things, which is what my group is trying to see. With that, I am open to questions. I will put the equations here just to frighten you. This is the kinetic energy equation, and this is the heat flux equation, including the compressibility.
Thank you, Professor Samin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is not done. One more slide.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Samin. That was great. I don't know if I missed something. If you go back to your correlations for, you had these different plots for stream-wise. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. So if you look at the blue line, that's the blue and the black. So the first one is for the pressure.
First one is the production. This is the dissipation.
Oh, so PR is the production.
Production
Okay.
in the scale space. The R represent the scale space.
Okay. So what we see is that it's kind of symmetric, both upstream and downstream.
Yes, because what we had, the point here is, so this is the point. So the correlation starts from this point. As you move forward, correlation is only one R vector. So it is a radius.
Right.
So if I take this direction, it should be same as that direction. So let's say 5 units left is same as 5 units right, because that is how the definition is.
Right. But are we not hiding some physics if we add? I mean, if we differentiate between the upstream and downstream. I mean, I understand what you are saying.
Yeah.
But this seems there should be something more. So you are comparing between homogeneous and non-homogeneous.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So so what would be the difference then? So if we go back to that curve.
Okay. So
this
if
is for inhomogeneous.
If it is homogeneous, let's look at the equation itself. If it's homogeneous, this particular term would vanish, okay? And this would typically give you the standard one that you would see it in the homogeneous equation. So you are actually varying this R integrated over the size of the eddy cell. And that is this. So if you take any point here and then do the separation integration, you should get the same quantity at every point, every other point. That is the homogeneous part. So it shouldn't matter whether I take something close here or somewhere here or here. I should get the same kind of result, because that is how the equation is. And this, because now there is a variation here, it is.
Yeah, but you see that's a little bit of an unfair comparison, right? Because
yeah, I agree.
As soon as you get a wall,
yes,
then we know it is inhomogeneous.
Yes.
So,
our idea was to demonstrate that here, and then apply it to other
Got
quantities.
It. Thank you.
I do not agree with quite a few of your conclusions.
Okay. I know you are from the structure function gang.
No, I have no gang.
First, the energy transfers. By the way, we can do inhomogeneous flows like convection. We can use Fourier transform, no problem. This is called ring transfer, okay?
Okay.
The ring transfer, which can give detailed transfer from one Fourier region to other Fourier region. The energy mode to mode, but the Pope is not the first guy. Yeah? I mean, Kriegman was the first person, then we did that very detailed analysis of Fourier space transfers. That can be applied to even inhomogeneous flows, but you do more work. Kx and k-perp are not equivalent.
Yes.
And inhomogeneous doesn't mean that the energy transfers at every point in real space should be equal. It means that it's a collective.
Say that again. I didn't.
Even in a turbulent flow, which is in a periodic box, energy transfer at every grid point are not equal.
Yeah, but when you take the PDF, it has to.
No. PDF is averaged over all scales.
Yes.
So in some places energy transfer is more, in some places it is less.
Yes.
Fourier transform captures the average over the whole box.
Okay.
So that is what Fourier transform has the advantage. It can compute average over whole box. And detailed energy transfer for k equal to p plus q. There's a critical thing which does not exist for real space. So detailed energy transfer, which is proven for k equal to p plus q by Kriegman first. That doesn't, so Fourier space has certain distinct structure,
yes,
which helps you derive them.
Yes.
And in real space, you can play around with it, but it will be approximate in many places. People have worked out that.
Yes.
You agree with that, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
So I think you have to be careful in some of this, like ADs. ADs is defined for all kinds of ADs.
Yes.
ADs is a crude word for, in fact, Fourier transforms,
yes,
okay?
yes.
Fourier wave numbers. You can't say correlation length defines AD. That's not correct. ADs are there. Multi-scale means the ADs at all scales.
Yes. I completely agree with that.
So
yes.
It's no gang. I'm not from any gang. But these are
sorry
mathematical stuff.
about that.
These are mathematical stuff. You have to be careful to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more queries? Okay. If not, I think we can bring the session to a closure. I would like to thank Professor Samin and all the speakers for the afternoon session for their wonderful talks. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you can. You're going to say, right, about tomorrow's? Okay. Thank you.
I thank Professor Rajesh Kumar for expertly handling this session. I also thank all the speakers for their valuable contribution for the today's event. As a re-announcement, the venue for tomorrow's session is updated to be Outreach Auditorium, same place, not in the FMCM seminar hall. So we look forward to meeting you tomorrow at the same venue at 10 a.m. for the another enriching session. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Thank you. Sorry, 9:30, not 10 for tomorrow.